the largest committee in Congress, but there's still a few of you, and to testify on either individual project priorities or policy priorities that they would like to see in the infrastructure package. We must pass a surface transportation bill before October 1st of this year. We must. It's been far too long that we've kicked the can down the road, even with the last bill, the FAST Act, and predecessors. We need a much more robust program to deal with our deficient, collapsing infrastructure. This couldn't be happening at a more critical time. I think it's really finally time to go big and bold and to move beyond the Eisenhower era of infrastructure. Essentially, we're working off about Eisenhower 7.0. It's time to move to a 21st century approach, an approach that will create millions of good-paying jobs, restore global competitiveness, unleash our economic potential, make people's lives better, communities safer, more equitable, affordable, livable, and critically, move our country toward clean energy future in concert with the private sector, which is already moving that way, and cut carbon pollution from transportation, which is the single largest contributor to carbon pollution created by the United States of America. Many of these goals have been before us and have been an aspiration of many of us on this committee for years. And last year, it was reflected in the very ambitious Moving Forward Act that we passed in the House, with our section being the INVEST Act, the largest single section of that bill. After fits and starts in Congress and recent administrations, President Obama killed a major surface bill 12 years ago. President Trump held 7 fake infrastructure weeks. It became a bad joke in DC, something like Groundhog Day, I guess. Even though we passed an ambitious bill in the House, the Senate could do nothing but status quo, and it was even hard to get them to status quo. That can't continue. It's not just that we need to modernize what we have and build for the future. We also have to consider that despite recent improvements in the economy, we are still down more than 8 million jobs in the economy. And that's using the defective current measures, which doesn't include discouraged workers and others who would like to have good-paying jobs working on rebuilding the nation's infrastructure, given the proper training. So there's obviously going to be a worker training component to this too. I support the President's American Jobs Plan. Thus far, it's a 25-page outline. We've been in constant communication with the White House and Department of Transportation, receiving suggestions from them on further steps. And now it'll be up to us to put the details in place. A large portion of the plan that will benefit community of all sizes, from major metropolitan areas, mid-sized cities, and rural areas, who have been often left behind in our past attempts at infrastructure and the jobs components that could follow from this. I represent a district in Southwest Oregon where the benefits have not flowed to a very large portion of my district, and they have tremendous infrastructure needs there. Small cities, rural areas have transit needs with communities aging in place. All those things are addressed in this bill. Social equity is addressed in this bill. The President has proposed a new program to deal with the fact that there was intentional design to divide communities of color because there was less resistance or less capability of resisting freeways which divided communities through cities. In those communities, now that infrastructure is aging out. He pointed out one in his address which is in New Orleans. It's a skyway. It's going to fall down soon. We got to replace it. It could be replaced in a way that rejoins that community, restores a social equity and vibrancy to that community, and continues to, in better ways, facilitate the same or better throughput of traffic. So we have some very, very unique opportunities for me. We don't always agree on this committee, but we share a lot of goals, regardless of which side of the aisle you're on. We have a proven track record of achieving results, and now we're inviting all of our House colleagues to join as we demonstrate to the American people that their government is still capable of working together, taking responsible action to complete critical projects, create good-paying jobs, bolster U.S. industry, save lives, preserve affordable access to transportation and water infrastructure, protect our natural resources, make smart investments, 21st century investments to mitigate and adapt to climate change. And thanks to all the members today who are going to come before the committee. With that, I recognize the ranking member, Sam Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the hearing as well, and I look forward to hearing from all of our members about their policy priorities ahead of our upcoming surface transportation markup that's going to happen in May. We ultimately want to work together on a bipartisan bill, but that does require commitment from both sides. But I do appreciate my colleagues taking the time to be with us today. I think we have a lot they're going to testify, and so I'm not going to take up any more time. But I do appreciate them taking the time. With that, I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentleman for his brevity. He outshone me there, but in any case, I look forward to working with him, and we look forward to hearing from our colleagues. So members appearing before the committee today will have 5 minutes to give their oral testimony. Without objection, their written statements will be included in the record. Given the number of members appearing before the committee today and out of consideration for our colleagues' time, I ask unanimous consent that members of the committee be given 2 minutes each to question our member witnesses following their statements. Without objection, so ordered. As we go through the hearing, I will call out the order of the new witnesses so members can be prepared to testify when recognized. First, a witness will be Representative Lofgren, Wittman, Kaptur, Larson, SEN, and Blumenauer. With that, Representative Lofgren, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves, for this opportunity to participate. My statement today focuses on reconciling the needs of growing residential communities and cities with increased rail activity. Congress has long recognized the benefits of rail as a means of mass transit and efficient shipping. However, as cities become more densely populated and rail traffic increases, I urge the committee to examine the need for reforms in this area to ensure that railroad companies do not pose an extreme nuisance or even worse yet, a danger to the communities they pass through. The historic San Jose neighborhoods of Japantown and Hensley in my district are located along the Union Pacific Railroad Warm Springs corridor. In 2018, Union Pacific told the committee that they were going to increase services throughout the day and add train service at night. And since February 1st of 2019, Union Pacific has been running trains in the area at nighttime, including but not limited to 5:30 p.m., 7 p.m., 10 p.m., 11:30 p.m., 12:30 a.m., 2 a.m., and 4 a.m. And as required by the FRA, conductors use their horns in a standardized manner when approaching street crossings. They blast 4 horn blasts that are between 96 and 110 decibels. This is the equivalent to the sound of a jet taking off or a rock concert. The train horns severely disrupt evening activities. They wake up residents on a nightly basis. There are approximately 11,415 residents living in the impacted area, and with additional housing that was approved prior to the expansion of rail service, there will be thousands more. In 2020, the pandemic further compounded the problem as constituents complied with stay-at-home orders. In addition to lowering productivity, the effects of noise pollution, sleep deprivation, and stress are known to have long-term health consequences. Local and state elected officials, community members and even my office have made attempts to discuss the schedule change and train horn noise issue with UP. In fact, the mayor of San Jose and I spoke to the chairman of Union Pacific to no avail. Due to FRA requirements to use the train horn in residential areas and the lack of legal obligations on railroad companies to make schedule modifications, even in circumstances such as the one described, Union Pacific has continued to carry out its increased service schedule. Train horns are an important element in preventing injuries and fatalities, but as evidenced by the thousands of calls and letters I've received from my constituents in the last 3 years, they can also be detrimental to community. I urge the committee to examine new and emerging technologies and methods that can be used to mitigate the negative impact of horns on communities near railroad tracks and alternatives to traditional horns. And I also urge you to look at the increase in train activities in growing communities like the ones in my district, which pose a significant safety risk. San Jose's Japantown is one of the last 3 surviving Japantowns in the United States and a popular destination for both locals and the region. It's known for its rich culture and unique small businesses. There are several high-density mixed-use developments around the rail crossings in this area, which cause an influx of pedestrian and vehicular activities. The city of San Jose and local residents have shared concern about the lack of sufficient rail crossing safety measures as train service in the area has increased. One of the crossings is lacking complete railroad crossing vehicle gates, and all of the crossings are lacking pedestrian treatments, which is why I will be seeking member designated project request assistance from the committee to allow the city to build out the superior safety measures that will reduce the potential for train incidents with vehicles or pedestrians. I thank the committee for allowing me to speak, and also I know that it is a long day for committee members to listen to your colleagues, but it's appreciated that you would take this time to listen to us who are not on the committee but have issues of concern to you. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Do members, any members have questions for Representative Lofgren? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. I would now move on to Representative Wittman.
Well, thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. And I represent the 1st District of Virginia, which is home to some of the most unique traffic challenges in the country. The 1st District spans the I-95 corridor in Northern Virginia, including the worst traffic hotspots in the nation, all the way down to the Northern Neck and Middle Peninsula, which include the most neglected rural roads and bridges in Virginia. Furthermore, the National Capital Region is also home to one of the most strained public transportation networks in the country, which include the Virginia Railway Express, Metro, Amtrak, Ronald Reagan International, and Dulles International airports. Moreover, the Port of Virginia, which services all 48 contiguous states, also faces an urgent need for expansion. Addressing congestion along the I-95 corridor is essential. I believe the federal government can address those issues by providing adequate resources in order to leverage the state's investments. Congress must prioritize public-private partnerships and innovative modern-day technologies. An important component of reducing traffic congestion in Northern Virginia is commuter rail. Long Bridge, which spans the Potomac River between Virginia and DC, is a critical gateway between Southeast and Northeast rail networks. Constituents in my district rely on the services of the VRE and Amtrak to commute throughout DC and Northern Virginia. Owned and operated by CSX, the existing Long Bridge is the only railroad bridge connecting Virginia to DC and is the most significant passenger and freight rail choke point along the entire East Coast. Under normal circumstances, the bridge functions at 98% capacity during peak periods, preventing DC, Virginia, and Maryland from including or increasing passenger and commuter rail service for their communities. Last month, Virginia and CSX finalized a landmark agreement to expand reliability and service on Virginia's rail lines, creating a pathway to separate passenger and freight operations along the Richmond to DC corridor. This $3.7 billion investment included building a new Virginia-owned Long Bridge across the Potomac River, which dedicated tracks for passenger and commuter rail. As a requirement for the Long Bridge project to proceed, Virginia needed to acquire land from the National Park Service. Fortunately, the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021 included my bill, the Long Bridge Act of 2020, which allows the necessary transfer of National Park Service lands for the Long Bridge project. The Port of Virginia is one of the largest and busiest ports on the eastern seaboard, and it urgently needs to be deepened, widened, and expanded so its channels can accommodate today's larger ships. The Port of Virginia is one of the Commonwealth's most powerful economic engines. On an annual basis, the port is responsible for more than 400,000 jobs and $92 billion in spending across our Commonwealth. Furthermore, the Port of Virginia generates more than 7.5% of our gross state product, but the port's true reach extends throughout the Mid-Atlantic and into the Midwest and Ohio Valley. The deepening and widening of Norfolk Harbor will ensure the continued safe and timely passage of larger commercial and military vessels through Norfolk Harbor. Public and private non-federal interests have invested billions of dollars on landside infrastructure and are prepared to provide their cost share to complete this crucial navigation project in a timely manner. In order to remain on schedule, the Norfolk Harbor and Channel project requires a New Start designation and robust federal investment to fully fund the Inner Harbor contract and match the non-federal cost share. Federal investment in this project will allow the port to remain a prominent economic hub for the nation and a key player in domestic and international trade by generating more than $78 million in annual national economic development benefits. Interstate 64 corridor is the lifeline connecting the economic and military hub of Hampton Roads to the rest of the Commonwealth and to the world. I-64 is a significant transportation corridor, allowing residents to commute daily and providing easy access to tourism attractions throughout the region. The I-64 Peninsula Widening Project in Hampton Roads area is vital to increase vehicle capacity, resulting in immediate congestion relief along one of the most heavily traveled highways in Virginia. Widening I-64 is essential for increased economic development in the Hampton Roads region and directly supports the transportation of freight lines from the Port of Virginia. It is essential also for military readiness by providing access to and from and between military facilities, and is essential emergency evacuation route during hurricane events affecting Southeast Virginia and Northeast North Carolina. As for our need for infrastructure increases, so too do the demands for a skilled and capable workforce. Placing more emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and math, and career and technical education is needed to help better prepare our students to meet the demands of our workforce. Addressing America's transportation infrastructure is a shared responsibility between federal, state, and local governments. Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, thank you for allowing me to testify before you today, and I look forward to working with you and the rest of the committee to improve America's infrastructure.
I thank the gentleman. Members have questions. I would just reflect, we had a very compelling testimony by the Secretary of your DOT on the rail commuter project and the cost-benefit analysis between that and widening the freeway, which would have ultimately been as congested, was extraordinary and a good and new way to look at infrastructure. And I would refer your concerns about the harbor to the Water Resources Development Act, which we have begun work on and reauthorize every 2 years. With that, I thank the gentleman for his testimony. We now turn to Representative Kaptur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for this very fine opportunity, and thank you for your work, first of all. I have 7 proposals I would like to present to the committee, but will summarize very quickly. First of all, upgrading Amtrak's long-distance routes. I want to applaud your committee for including my floor amendments last year expressing concern for proposed cuts to long-distance Amtrak routes, and I support emergency funding, which Congress included for long-distance routes. But I'm concerned that recent proposals floated by Amtrak to expand short and medium-term distance service may ignore current long-distance routes in the system. And regionally, from the Great Lakes, I must express the view that Amtrak must first enhance the Cleveland to Chicago route and then explore opportunities for short or medium distance service along these routes. Number two, I would like to strengthen regional transportation planning and financing. Regional transportation planning organizations have been in existence now for about half a century. It's time to empower those organizations serving large metropolitan counties and regions by authorizing and testing a pilot program to allow them to bond public as well as public-private sector regional projects at some level by retaining a portion of proceeds from the gas tax or other transport-related fees to enhance their ability to carry forward regional projects in a more timely manner. Third, I would like to improve U.S.-Canada multimodal investments. Improving multimodal planning cooperation along the U.S.-Canadian border presents binational opportunities. Canada is the largest U.S. trading partner, with Canada accepting annually nearly $278 billion of U.S. exports. The Department of Transportation should more effectively utilize regional MPOs to undertake an enhanced binational multimodal transportation corridor planning study along with Canadian border counterparts. Number four, I would like to ask the committee to consider enhanced interstate easements along time-tested U.S. interstates such as I-80/90 in conjunction with relevant states that operate turnpikes such as New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, to name four. I believe the Department of Transportation should study these transport corridors and their public easements for the potential to accommodate dual uses or quadruple uses vital to our nation, such as modern grid, clean power, broadband, autonomous vehicles, light rail, and breakthrough technologies like Hyperloop, suspended overhead transport, and on-site solar and wind turbine power production. Fifth, I would like to suggest that the committee consider assisting localities with electric vehicle transition in new maintenance garages with enhanced training for the mechanics that will have to do this work. Let me address these major infrastructure challenges as we convert and use new vehicles, buses, and equipment in the massive public fleets of our country. First, our nation must help build clean, well-ventilated public maintenance, transit, and service repair garages, especially in metropolitan areas where thousands of vehicles are involved. Let me draw your attention to these often neglected, poorly ventilated public service and public maintenance garages in some cities and transit systems across our country. Our nation is asking mechanics in these locations to convert and service major fleets, fire engines, ambulances, refuse trucks, street sweepers, graders, snowplows, millions of police cars, and buses, to name just a few. As I testify today, I can guarantee mechanics across our country suffer from pulmonary conditions and cancers contracted from working in these unhealthy situations from a lingering diesel and carbon transport era. The skilled individuals who work on these new age vehicles too often work in conditions not worthy of the 21st century. And I can guarantee you that working on electric vehicles with new battery technologies, more computers, as well as the potential for fires is different than working on conventional engines. Special training for service personnel who do that difficult work must attend to conversion and use to avoid electrocution and many other fires that result from battery technology. So pressing concerns for the workplace is high on my priority list and must proceed hand in hand with the clean energy age. I'm submitting for the record a chart that ranks every congressional district by median income of household. I would ask the committee to begin by prioritizing those communities that rank in the bottom third for better maintenance garages and for trained mechanics. Finally, I would like to propose creating attention to the Great Lakes region, and I look forward in the future to presenting the committee with two proposals. One, to augment the authorities of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway Development Corporation, and more boldly, to create a Great Lakes Authority. The region's 5 Great Lakes are the source of 21% of the world's fresh surface water and about 95% of our country's available fresh surface water. If the Great Lakes were a nation, it would be the 3rd largest economy in the world with a GDP of more than $6 trillion. Yet before our eyes, they are succumbing to an ecological disaster of epic proportion and an economy that struggles to reinvent itself. So for the 21st century, the Great Lakes needs what the South had with the Tennessee Valley Authority or the West got when the federal government created the Bureau of Reclamation. I thank you very much and look forward to working with you as we look forward in the windshield, and yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Do members have questions? I just thank the gentlelady for extraordinary advocacy for inland waterways, particularly the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Great Lakes, and they are an invaluable resource and need further federal investment and recognition. So I thank the gentlelady. With that, we turn to Representative Larson, Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Graves and distinguished members of the committee. This is, as others have indicated, a great opportunity for members to express their concern and present their ideas. Chairman, I think President Biden and Secretary of Transportation Buttigieg had the I-84-91 interchange in my district in mind when they drew up this plan. You, of course, are no stranger, having been at least a half a dozen times up to visit the site. And I hope for the record also to have submit a letter from former Chairman Schuster, again, showing the bipartisan nature of infrastructure, who also traveled to the district and saw the basic needs. The president has outlined in his proposal projects of national and regional significance, readdressing historic inequities, modernizing public transportation, infrastructure resilience, multimodal modal connections to airports, integrity rail, brownfield and superfund, remediation, housing and physical, social and civic infrastructure. In all of those categories, this project qualifies. 8491 interchange, as Chairman, as you alluded to, is a product of the Eisenhower administration, long outmoded, so much so that the I-84-91 interchange is the #1 chokehold in the state of Connecticut, #2 in New England, and depending on who you talk to at the national level, between 11 and 30 in terms of its need and urgency. And it's compounded by the fact, as you know, Mr. Chairman, having visited there, the problem that has occurred in the levees that present the flooding of the Connecticut River historically, and those levees are experiencing what we call sandpiping, which, as you know, contributed to the collapse of the levees in New Orleans in the 9th Ward. And so it rises to a sense of urgency, compelling urgency, because of the imminent threat, fortunately, that we have been able to dodge over these years, but we can't continue to count on luck. We have to make sure that we're taking very specific action. I'd also like to highlight that contained within this is also what we refer to as the 06120. For people of North Hartford, they know it very well. That is the poorest zip code in the state of Connecticut. And it's also poor because of the way that that highway system cut off and segregated that part of Hartford from the rest of the city. They neither have access to the river, nor do they have access to the city. And what was once an incredible, thriving community now finds itself impoverished because of the result of the dissection by the highway, the Etna Mixmaster, and in East Hartford, the Mixmaster, which replaced and moved entire communities in the North Meadow. And so more than a 50-year goal can be accomplished of recapturing the riverfront with the only Blueways designated river in the nation, the historic Connecticut River, and also provide us with the opportunity to both fix those levees, adjust the interchange. So as you point out, that we bring this, excuse me, system into the 21st century. And in doing so, we will have created and helped a number of the inequities. We mentioned intermodal transportation, and also between North Atlantic Rail and the connection between the tri-states of New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. The light rail system also connects us to the Bradley International Airport as well, which is shared by Massachusetts and Chairman Neal's district and Chairwoman DeLauro's district as well. And so that's why we think this is vitally important, again, that we're able to make those intermodal connections, whether it's on foot, by bike, by bus, by automobile, whether it be by train, or whether it be by air. The unique opportunity to make sure that we're coordinating this effort and connecting every entity together remains uppermost in our concern. And so, Mr. Chairman, I also like to say that we enjoy the support of the Transportation Committee in the state of Connecticut, and also the Transportation Chair, Commissioner Giletti, has also, Mr. Chairman, asked that when you come back to Connecticut, that he could be your partner in the annual Goma Sigama Bocce Ball Tournament, which I hope you'll attend this September, COVID permitting. But we look forward to that. You're coming to the state of Connecticut again, and most importantly, thank you for this opportunity to come and present our objectives to you on this Members' Day. And with that, I'll yield back my time.
I thank the gentleman. Well, I might accept him as a partner on my team if he's a ringer. We'll have to chat about his skill level. But I thank the gentleman. I do think that the 8491 is the sort of project that the President and Secretary Buttigieg had in mind when they proposed this new program. It would be a new program, therefore it will have to be authorized, and we'll have to go through the authorization process in order to receive funding, and we'll set some criteria as we move forward there. So I thank the gentleman for his persistent advocacy. We next move to our former committee colleague and the foremost advocate for infrastructure on the Ways and Means Committee, and perhaps one of the foremost advocate, well, maybe there's a couple others up there, for infrastructure projects in the United States of America, Representative Blumenauer, my colleague from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your kind words, for your leadership, for what the committee is doing, preparing us to rebuild and renew America. I had the opportunity to serve on this committee for my first decade in Congress. Some of my best memories are serving on the T&I and working in a bipartisan fashion with you and Mr. Oberstar, Bud Schuster. It was terrific. I hope we can move forward on a grand scale. When I last testified before this committee nearly 2 decades ago, the reality we face today was nearly unimaginable. We've had over 500,000 Americans lose their life from COVID-19. The economy was thrust into the worst recession in nearly a century. The climate crisis ravaged communities across the West, and America was forced to finally deal with centuries of racial injustice. These developments necessitate a different response as we deal with infrastructure. The solution to these interrelated crises is not the status quo, as you have put forth so eloquently, Mr. Chairman. It is a forward-thinking approach on a scale necessary to restore our global competitiveness, equitably invest in communities, combat climate change, and create millions of family wage jobs. I was so pleased to see President Biden's American Jobs Plan call for a historic $2.3 trillion investment in upgrading our infrastructure. The proposal rightly goes beyond bikes, roads, and bridges. It is the most consequential vision to rebuild and renew America in more than 2 centuries. This investment, alongside a long-term surface transportation reauthorization bill that you've been pioneering, is a necessary step to build back from the recession and usher in a more prosperous, clean, and just future. I have long supported many of the proposals included in both the President's plan and in your Moving Forward Act. First among those is my work in expanding transportation options for individuals and communities large and small. The troubling increases in pedestrian and cyclist deaths in recent years requires that Congress increase funding for transportation alternatives, target highway safety improvement program, funding on dangerous corridors for vulnerable road users, and I would hope enact my Vision Zero Act to allow communities to spend transportation dollars on reducing traffic deaths to zero. Transportation is the largest source of carbon emissions of any sector, giving this committee a significant influence to tackle the climate crisis. I hope you'll promote the work you did in HR2, which was path-breaking, to continue to integrate climate into every transportation program. I also hope you will share and continue to endorse and increase share of the federal government for transit projects, an increase in small starts cap, and my legislation to integrate bike share and micro-mobility into transit system. By making our transportation more interconnected and more reliable, individuals can finally have realistic choices about their mode of transportation. Too often, federal transportation policies have failed to solve problems and indeed created problems for future generations. Our transportation policy should focus on the future of transportation and give communities the tools they need for decades to come. This includes continued support for the state road user charge pilot projects and bringing the concept to a federal level through a national pilot project. We should increase the cap on passenger facility charges for aviation and provide local policymakers with a better understanding of the secondary influences of autonomous vehicles, which can be rather unsettling. The scale of the American Jobs Plan may sound large, and it is, but it is the result of restoring funding after decades of underinvestment, something this committee has been deeply concerned about. Too often, Democratic and Republican administrations have failed to lead on infrastructure, but this is our moment to go big and be bold. By modernizing our public transit, investing in transportation electrification, redressing historic inequities, not just fixing roads and bridges, Congress can rebuild and renew America to compete in the 21st century. I look forward to being your partner on the Ways and Means Committee. That's, after all, why I reluctantly left T&I to go to Ways and Means, was to get you the $1 trillion or $2 trillion you need to make this happen. And I look forward to being your partner in this Congress. Thank you so very much.
I thank the gentleman for his compelling testimony, his continued advocacy, and willingness to get us whatever balances we require for a robust 21st century bill as we move forward. So I thank him. With that, we would move on to the next panel. I read off the whole panel, so be ready to follow the person in front of you. Representative Kilmer, Representative Pascrell, Representative Bucshon, Representative Peters, Representative Bobby Scott, and Representative Costa. With that, Representative Kilmer, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Graves. Thanks for hosting today's Member Day hearing and for your leadership. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you persistent concerns that face the district I have the honor of representing, which I know are also shared by so many other regions across our country, including yours, Mr. Chair. I grew up in Port Angeles, a timber town on the Olympic Peninsula of Washington State. I was in high school right around the time the timber industry took it on the chin. And during that time, I saw a lot of my friends, parents, and a lot of folks in my community lose their jobs, and it had a big impact on me. It's why I've spent most of my adult life trying to figure out how to make sure we're doing a better job of helping communities so that folks aren't getting left behind in our society and in our economy. Over the years that I've spent working in and on behalf of our region, I've seen firsthand how access to the funding and resources needed for critical infrastructure investments have made a real difference for communities in our neck of the woods. It's because of these infrastructure investments that small businesses and students can get connected online. It's because of these infrastructure investments that we can fund critical projects that will also help get folks to work in good paying jobs. And it's because of these infrastructure investments that we can protect access to clean drinking water and safeguard our public health. These investments are urgently needed, and I'm pleased for the opportunity to get to work on advancing these important priorities. Now, that being said, I've also seen firsthand how even when those critical resources are available, persistent challenges continue to face economically distressed communities. Specifically, I've come to notice 3 recurrent problems in our current system. First, even with the considerable investments of federal resources, there can be a lack of community capacity to actually reach those dollars. Distressed or small communities don't necessarily have the financial capacity to employ grant writers who can navigate the complex system of federal grants and loans. Second, a lot of communities aren't just facing short-term problems that can be fully addressed with short-term solutions. Indeed, there are a lot of communities like those in my home district that have experienced decades of challenge. While one-off grants can be greatly helpful, it's clear to me that these communities need more persistent help to solve their concerns in a more sustainable way. Third, different communities have different needs. Some communities need investments that'll help to create jobs after decades of economic downturn. Others need targeted assistance for brownfield cleanup or investments in other types of infrastructure needs. Some communities need to see investments in workforce development, while others may need resources that support job retention, such as child care or other earned benefits. That's why I think it's important that we address these longstanding challenges in a new and different way. It's why I've led the development of a new bill called the Build Back Better Act, a bill that would establish a new 10-year federal grant program administered by the Economic Development Agency to provide long-term flexible assistance to persistently distressed communities and local labor markets. Among other things, the grants could be used to address regional labor market and local labor market needs, including land and site development or basic infrastructure and housing, job training, and workforce outreach and job retention programs. These Build Back Better grants would have a transformational impact on distressed urban, suburban, and rural areas that would benefit from this long-term flexible assistance. It'll help to create prevailing wage jobs, provide resources to help residents access and retain employment, increase local per capita income, and drive long-term sustained economic growth and opportunity. As a nation, I believe that we need an economic opportunity agenda that empowers communities, that spurs widely shared economic growth and increases local earnings so that our communities can get a real leg up. None of us want the main export of our communities to be young people. I'm grateful for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and your partnership. And as the committee continues to work to build on the comprehensive infrastructure package that the House passed last Congress and to implement the Biden administration's American Jobs Plan, I look forward to working with you to incorporate this proposal, the Build Back Better Act, so that we can finally provide the long-term dedicated support these communities need to create sustained job growth and economic opportunity. I provided additional details regarding eligibility and targeting of those resources in a 2-pager that I have submitted for their record. And again, I thank you for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak before the committee today. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and I share his concern for communities like he grew up in, and that's reflected in a good deal of my district. And I have raised the issue of a new program in EDA to provide pre-development and other assistance for these chronically depressed areas with Secretary Raimondo, and she was quite interested in the concept. We're having discussions with her, and then I was on a call with Gene Sperling this morning, and he's very excited about the potential for the $3 billion that the Rescue Act put into the Economic Development Agency, and that's where I think we can probably work out something along the lines of what the gentleman has proposed. So I thank him for his ideas and advocacy. With that, we move on to Representative Pascrell.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to highlight my priorities as you work on the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. I think some of us have been here long enough to remember we used to have 5-year plans. Democrats and Republicans would come together, as you pointed out, as a few of your speakers testifiers pointed out today. I'm here to join Congressman Series, Donald Payne, and Tom Malinowski from New Jersey for advocating for New Jersey. And as a former member of this committee, I know the work it entails, and you do a fantastic job. I might say kudos to you, Chairman DeFazio, not that you need them from me, but you stuck with it. And I remember the grunting and groaning of all of us as we headed into the last 10 years. Our roads are aging, our bridges are crumbling, and our railroads are congested. New Jersey rail commuters have suffered enough on a bridge nearly as old as the Stone Age. The most heavily traveled bridge with a deficient rating in New Jersey is the span of 180 crossing the Passaic River. I hear my constituents demanding relief through their blaring horns, commuting on century-old infrastructure. Every minute or hour delayed is one less minute or hour that parents can spend with their families. And I must say, Mr. Chairman, if you can remember, the point was brought out many, many times under the great leaderships of this committee in the past. And what was pointed out, the more you do for infrastructure, the less anxiety is created. Because you'll know that a bridge is going to be completed. You'll know that a road is going to be completed, an airport's going to be completed, etc. And you can't tell now. You can't tell. The White House reminded me of our need this week by giving us a D+ on its infrastructure report card. I was a teacher, and I can tell you D+ can't make it. It wasn't a grade you were pleased with. So I'd like to highlight a few projects of importance, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, you can get our grades up a little higher. While an end is near for the Gateway projects, environmental review submitted way back in 2018, it's taken too long to get here. We have long needed to totally rebuild the Hudson River rail tunnels that connect New York and New Jersey, pointed out by Congressman Wolf, and he wasn't a Democrat, close to 12 years ago, 14 years ago. Nothing's changed. We must expand commuter rail capacity under the Hudson to keep up with the demand. And this need has been exacerbated since the damage caused by Superstorm Sandy in 2012. Passing this next milestone is a big step. I look forward to working hand in glove with the president to finally finish the job. One component of this project is the Portal Bridge spanning the Hackensack River. It is a relic built from a past time when the Philadelphia Athletics won the World Series. I'm not kidding. That's how old it is. We must upgrade this dangerous structure and modernize our cross-river transportation. It is dead wrong that New Jerseyans and all who travel on the Northeast Corridor have been forced to traverse a bridge dating back to President Taft, and we won't stand for it. We're not going to play second fiddle to New Jersey. I must also mention that we need more access to public transportation throughout northern New Jersey. New Jersey is the most densely populated state in America. There's no more room for major roadways. Transit has lessened over road congestion and improved what is some of the worst air quality in the nation. Certainly buses can and must play an important role in the expanded transit access. The Hudson-Bergen Light Rail is in desperate need of expansion, can also be a resource. Since it began operating in 2000, this system has revitalized older urban and suburban areas in New Jersey. By several estimates, thousands of residential units and extensive commercial development can be traced to this system. However, progress has been stalled on extending these lines throughout New Jersey, North Jersey, and this committee can help get them back on track. The Northern Branch Corridor project expansion can finally put the Bergen into Hudson-Bergen. It has engineering proposals and environmental studies. It has local support for needs access to federal funding. The cross-county line to provide access to folks in Passaic County and in my own town of Paterson is currently being re-envisioned as well. I hope the authorization you're considering in the American Jobs Plan could be our savior. And I wish you the best of luck, because if there's anybody that deserves it, Mr. Chairman, it's you.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank him in particular for pointing out that the very robust economic development that generally follows these commuter lines, which ultimately have a very positive rate of return to state, local, and even the federal government, in addition to mitigating congestion and climate change. So I thank the gentleman. With that, we would move to the next witness, Representative Bucshon.
Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Completing Interstate 69 is one of the most important infrastructure projects in the United States, truly a project of national significance. It will eventually span 2,400 plus miles connecting the Canadian and Mexican borders. I-69 runs through the states of Texas, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Arkansas, Michigan, and my home state of Indiana. Today, I-69 consists of multiple disjointed sections, and you can see that in image 1 in my written testimony. Breaks in the interstate make the corridor less safe and efficient. The Ohio River crossing is one of the most significant existing breaks. It's a bridge between Indiana and Kentucky. Once completed, the Ohio River crossing will make I-69 contiguous between the Canadian border and Memphis, Tennessee. In 2016, the governors of Indiana and Kentucky agreed to split the development and planning costs of the Ohio River crossing, and this can be seen in image 2 in my written testimony. The project has undergone a NEPA review that was published and is now awaiting a record of decision from the Federal Highway Administration that is expected this summer. The bridge itself is projected to cost around $850 million, but will rise to $1.497 billion with current financing and other planning costs. Funding is not expected to be available until 2027 or later, based on current state level planning. An additional 3-year expected bridge construction time means construction will not be complete for another decade at the earliest. This delay, will be costly to health and safety and to the economy. Attaining a contiguous I-69 is an important goal. Currently, traffic must be redirected off of I-69 onto roads not intended to handle the types of volume or vehicles that an interstate does. This traffic is often redirected through urban areas. The Ohio River Crossing Environmental Impact Study found that interstates have crash rates 73% lower than divided 4-lane highways in urban areas. The same study found interstates have crash rates 58% lower than 4-lane divided highways in rural areas. A 2004 environmental impact study found that completing I-69 just between Indianapolis and Evansville, Indiana, would result in 30,000 fewer crashes over a 20-year period. These statistics showed the hidden costs that Americans along this unfinished interstate are paying. Completing I-69 and the Ohio River crossing also have profound economic impacts. Canada and Mexico are already the top export trading partners of 6 of the 8 states that I-69 goes through. I-69 also connects to 22 other strategic interstate highways and major manufacturing and agricultural centers, and this can be seen in image 3 in my written testimony. The implementation of the USMCA indicates that commercial traffic along the route will increase. This compounds with national shipping trends that project 70% of freight in the United States moves on the highway system. This figure is expected to increase by 50% by 2040. The same 2004 environmental impact study found completing the Evansville-Indianapolis stretch of I-69 would save 650,000 vehicle hours traveled, and hence vehicle emissions will be lower. Completing this I-69 segment would also bring an additional $3.5 billion in additional personal income to the region over 20 years. These fiscal benefits came from completing just the 170-mile stretch of the interstate. I am confident these results would be replicated along the entire corridor as it is completed. This expected growth could also be stunted or could even become dangerous if reliable and efficient routes are not in place to handle increased traffic volumes that are projected. Completing the Ohio River crossing is essential to completing the I-69 corridor. I'm proud to work with the Department of Transportation and any other stakeholders to ensure that requests to speed I-69 completion is using taxpayer dollars responsibly and conforming to all relevant laws and authorities. As a large infrastructure package is being considered, funding the Ohio River crossing for I-69 should be seriously considered, as it is clearly a project of national significance. As I have mentioned, this will not only save lives, but will stimulate economic activity across the central part of the United States. In addition, the decreased emissions will have an impact on our goal of addressing climate change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for allowing me to have this opportunity to testify before the committee. I yield.
I thank the gentleman. I thank him for pointing out that we need a federal partner for major projects, that with the two states' combined assets, that they can't even begin to address this project till 2027. For too long, the federal government has been absent. We haven't adjusted the federal gas and diesel tax since 1993. That's why we're looking at a very robust bill, and it would include projects of national and regional significance. And I thank the gentleman for his testimony. We now move to Representative Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves, and thanks for hosting Member Day for your colleagues like me to share our requests for the committee and the upcoming surface transportation reauthorization. I'd like to highlight two issues that affect my district and the country as a whole. One is the link between public transportation and housing, and the second is Amtrak, particularly in Southern California. First, I want to stress the importance of investing in public transportation that prioritizes decongesting our roads, increases sustainability, and supports regional housing planning. And I urge the committee to continue to improve transit infrastructure to encourage more commuters to take public transit and reduce vehicle miles traveled. The federal government can only support a limited number of projects. We have to prioritize projects that will generate the ridership that will demonstrably offer automobile alternatives and minimize greenhouse gas emissions, not to mention increase fare box recovery. To this end, we need to ask local and state governments, in exchange for the massive federal transit investments we make in local communities, to commit to increasing density and building more housing along transit corridors. Large and small cities across the country and across California struggle to build enough housing and keep rents affordable for families. Between 2005 and 2014, California built a little more than 300 homes for every 1,000 new residents. At the same time, the federal government is supporting transit projects that are routed far from housing, which undercuts performance and fare box recovery. This week, I reintroduced the Build More Housing Near Transit Act, HR 2483, that would help incentivize a more thoughtful approach to building housing during the construction of large transit projects. My bipartisan bill modifies the Capital Investment Grants Program to fast-track applications that conduct a housing feasibility assessment to determine how and where housing units could be built near new transit stops. It also provides a scoring boost to projects that can demonstrate a local commitment to changing land use policies to accommodate market rate and affordable housing. This bill is important because it shifts the discussion of land use policy to the beginning of the conversation. The federal government can spur livable, sustainable communities, and it's our responsibility to the taxpayer to make sure we maximize their investment. The bill is supported by a wide array of organizations, including Transportation for America, the American Planning Association, Smart Growth America, Up for Growth Action, the Congress for New Urbanism, as well as the Mortgage Bankers, National Association of Home Builders, and the National Apartment Association. I'm grateful to Chairman DeFazio and the committee for including the language from Build More Housing Near Transit in last year's HR 2, and I hope we can pass it again and include it this year as well. Second, I want to say we need to make substantial investment in the Amtrak system to make it viable and enticing, make it a viable and enticing public transportation option outside of its most popular route, the Northeast Corridor. The second busiest intercity rail corridor in the nation, the Lausanne Corridor, begins in San Diego. It carries $1 billion worth of goods and 8 million passengers a year and ensures critical military access as a designated strategic rail corridor network. The corridor is vital to our regional, state, national, and international economies, yet portions of the corridor are literally falling into the ocean. Tracks run along the Del Mar Bluffs, which as recently as last month had another portion collapse into the sea. This latest collapse occurred within 35 feet of the tracks that carry passengers and freight multiple times a day. Trains are now directed to traverse this area at a reduced speed, and these are not sustainable conditions, to put it mildly. While we see routine major investments in the Northeast Corridor, funding is lacking for the nation's second busiest intercity corridor, and I'm hopeful that President Biden's recently proposed $80 billion plan for Amtrak will include a significant transformative investment in the San Diego to Los Angeles routing. In my district, the Amtrak largely runs parallel with Interstate 5, the main freeway that runs north-south from Mexico to Canada. And riding the Amtrak provides a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean, comfortable seating and Wi-Fi. And taking the train should be an obvious and enticing option for avoiding gridlock on the 5, but because there's been so little investment in upgrading service, a trip from San Diego to Los Angeles on Amtrak takes over 3 hours versus 2 hours in a car. So it's no surprise the 5 freeway remains packed at all times of the day. There really isn't a viable other option. With additional funding to improve service and travel times between San Diego and LA, Amtrak could remake the way Southern Californians commute and travel. And I urge the committee to think a little bit about Southern California for future investments. It's past time. Thanks for your time and consideration of these matters. I look forward to continuing to work with you on these and other issues, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman. I particularly thank him for his advocacy and pointing out the critical linkage between transit and potential for housing and economic development. Was pleased to work with him in the last Congress and fully intend to include similar provisions in this legislation. I would like to see a lot of improvement in Amtrak, existing Amtrak. I just call it higher speed rail before. We're going to do high speed rail, but Amtrak needs higher. The issue he has between San Diego and LA. I'm in Eugene. It's 112 miles to Portland. It is supposed to be only about 3 hours to get there by train, a train that can go 112 miles an hour. And regularly, it doesn't even meet that schedule. So we've got to work on these issues, and I appreciate his pointing that out. Now, the chair of the Education Labor Committee, Bobby Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of the committee. I represent Virginia's 3rd Congressional District, where the Chesapeake Bay meets the James, Nansemond, and Elizabeth Rivers. That represents both challenges and opportunities. Our district is home to the Port of Virginia, one of the largest and busiest ports on the eastern seaboard. With 95% of our nation's trade moving by water, it is essential that the port is able to maintain operations. The 3rd District is also home to multiple shipyards and neighbors the Norfolk Naval Station, the largest naval base in the country. Unfortunately, due to sea level rise, both attributable to climate change as well as historic subsidence, these same waterways also pose a serious risk. Some studies estimate that sea level rise will be as much as 7 feet by the end of the century, and that places Hampton Roads region as the 2nd largest population center at risk of sea level rise in the nation, only behind New Orleans. The city of Norfolk is specifically at risk to flooding due to high tides, nor'easters, and hurricanes. As the home of the Norfolk Naval Station and numerous other federal and military facilities, this recurrent flooding also poses a severe national security risk. State and local officials in Virginia already appreciate the significant threat sea level rise poses to Hampton Roads. Unfortunately, the cost to proactively and aggressively address this problem head-on is far too great for any city to bear by itself. And while Hampton Roads has already spent considerable sums of money to address the rising water and implement a resilient infrastructure where feasible, the scope of the entire project to actually address the problem is expected to total into the billions of dollars. Hampton Roads is also home to significant traffic backups throughout the region, especially at waterway crossings. A widening of Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel is primarily being financed with local and state revenue from sales and gasoline taxes and the Hampton Roads Transportation Fund, but it requires federal support. There's a limit to how much and how many of these major projects can move forward without federal assistance. For example, the downtown and midtown tunnels connecting Norfolk and Portsmouth, Virginia, were in such a state of disrepair and need of expansion that the Commonwealth had few options other than to enter into a lopsided public-private partnership, leading to egregious tolls for decades to come. The Hampton Roads region is also in vital need to public transportation investments. Airports, roads, and bridges are in need of repair, and I would encourage the committee to commit crucial federal support to infrastructure in every state. As chair of the Education and Labor Committee, I look forward to working with this committee to address the existing shortage of skilled workers and lack of diversity within the construction sector. In my district, for example, the Hampton Roads bridges and tunnel expansion will be creating about 1,000 jobs, but I just heard from union members about the shortage of skilled workers in this area. So any infrastructure bill should also include investments in workers so that they'll have the skills needed to build and expand a cleaner and greener infrastructure. For far too long, the funding for workforce programs has been too small and too disjointed, spread across multiple agencies, rather than through an intentional approach coordinated with existing public workforce systems. So I look forward to working with you to support the recruitment of a diverse workforce and ensure the recruitment of these projects happens in and around the communities impacted by them. The Labor Committee also looks forward to working with you as we insist that the school infrastructure program will be part of the infrastructure package. Despite the evidence linking well-resourced facilities, well-supported teachers, and healthy buildings to better academic life and outcomes, the federal government presently dedicates no money to public school infrastructure improvements. My legislation, the Reopen and Rebuild America Schools Act, HR 604, would invest $100 billion in grants and $30 billion in bonding authority targeted at high poverty schools. Students and educators deserve to go to school every day in a safe and welcoming building, and we should be investing in community colleges also, and both their facilities and technology to grow local economies, improve energy efficiency and resiliency. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you again for allowing me to share my priorities for a comprehensive and resilient infrastructure package designed by your committee. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman. 5 minutes on the nose. I thank you in particular for raising the issue of resilience, sea level rise. We have to anticipate that as we rebuild our infrastructure around the country, sea level rise on the coast, severe weather events, inland flooding, earthquakes in the west. We want to build it to be resilient, and is offer and work to partner because we are going to need a lot more skilled workers, and we can reach into communities that have been left behind and give them the skills they need to become more full participants in the society as we rebuild. So I thank him for that. With that, we would move on to the gentleman from California, Representative Costa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for your time and patience, and the members of the committee. Your leadership and the members of this committee are going to be critical for successful this year in investing in America's infrastructure. We know it's the backbone of our country. Our canals, ports and harbors, roads, bridges, highways, and railways have continued to connect us for over 2 centuries. Alexander Hamilton, at the birth of our country, supported and helped initiate our canal system as a way of connecting a new country and economically binding us. We have continued that effort, and we know how critical a role infrastructure has played on the development. But if we're going to continue toward the path of sustainability in light of climate change and other factors that we are dealing with, we must act boldly. And we have an opportunity to not only modernize our systems of transportation and infrastructure, but rehabilitate existing infrastructure that is in bad need of repair. And this means jobs, jobs, and jobs that will further boom our economy, as we all know. My district, like all of our districts, has diverse needs and contains infrastructure which conveys water resources for residential and agricultural use, major highways which support the movement of goods and services for our state and our nation. And it's also home to the first true state-of-the-art construction of high-speed rail. Therefore, we need to look at all the facets of investments, I believe. The Build Grant is an incredible tool that can help fix our highways and roads, such as State Route 99 and Route 41 in my district. But much more must be done. Your efforts with HR 2, Mr. Chairman, and the INVEST Act that reauthorizes the Surface Transportation Act, as others have mentioned, is going to be critical because we are living off the investments our parents and grandparents have made a generation and two ago, and we must now act boldly. If as our nation's population continues to grow, infrastructure must be able to keep up with the everyday demands in the 21st century in light of climate change and other factors, which continues to intensify droughts in the West with more unpredictable weather patterns, tornadoes in the Midwest and hurricanes in the South. We see these impacts on our water systems, as you noted, with the rise in coastal tides. It impacts every facet of our infrastructure. And that's why I think it's so important that we introduce legislation. I am introducing legislation to access Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, a program that will assist much needed upgrades and modernization of our water infrastructure around the country. We have canals that are no longer capable of moving water that they were designed for 50 years ago. In addition to our water resources, we must invest in clean, eco-friendly, state-of-the-art 21st century system of transportation, like high-speed rail, and increase Amtrak service, as you noted with the previous witnesses. Trains in the 50s and the 60s used to go over 100 miles an hour. Amtrak today averages 79 miles an hour and less. There's a great deal that we can do, whether it's corridors from Portland to Vancouver, in California, in Texas, Florida, the Northeast corridor, in the Midwest from Chicago down to Atlanta. There are endless benefits to electrified high-speed rail in connecting people and reducing our carbon footprint. As I noted earlier, we passed HR 2, your legislation to fund intercity passenger rail through the Prime Grant, which I think is a step in the right direction. But we have to, in addition to that, I think, have dedicated high-speed rail. Finally, we need to continue to focus on an infrastructure package with this administration. And I urge the committee to consider my legislation, High-Speed Rail Corridor Development Act of 2021, for dedicated high-speed rail corridor funding across our nation. Representative Seth Moulton and I are working together to ensure that dedicated high-speed rail funding is a reality for corridors north, south, east, and west. In Europe and in Asia, they have been successful over the last 40 years because the federal government in those parts of the world created an authorization for continuing funding to improve rail and high-speed rail. We should do the same. Finally, as I said, I think the challenges we face are, one, to reach a bipartisan agreement on what we define as infrastructure. Two, how we pay for it. If our Republican friends don't like the current pay-fors, I suggest they come up with other pay-fors. Three, we should incentivize states and local government who have already raised local revenue. Almost 30 states across the country have raised revenue in recent years to improve their transportation needs, as well as local government, many counties. If they've got skin in the game, why don't we incentivize them as a result of that? The challenge that we have, and I challenge our Republican colleagues and friends, is to show that we can work together to invest in America, invest in our infrastructure, which is long, long overdue. I thank the chairman and the committee for your patience today. We've got our work cut out for us.
I thank the gentleman, in particular's advocacy on high-speed rail. I just would correct him. One of the 5 original designated high-speed rail corridors in the United States was from Eugene to Vancouver, BC, not Portland.
Sorry.
The people,
corrected.
no, there's been a lot of talk about Portland because of Microsoft being involved in a project up there, but it is Eugene. But I also thank him for pointing out the need for water infrastructure. It's becoming more and more critical, obviously, in the West. And nationwide, the Corps has a massive backlog to bring things up to a state of good repair, close to $40 billion. And that needs addressing in a 21st century way, incorporating, where possible, more natural systems. Thank the gentleman. With that, we would move to the esteemed chair of the Appropriations Committee, Rosa DeLauro.
Thank you so much, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I want to thank both of you for the opportunity to speak today, but also for your commitment to our nation's infrastructure and for holding today's Member Day hearing. We're in an exciting moment. After decades of inadequate investments in America's physical infrastructure, 4 years of failed, quote, infrastructure weeks, we finally have a partner in the White House who is committed to making transformative investments that will shape our economy in a way that meets the moment. We cannot simply return to normal. Now is the time to make desperately needed investments to rebuild our nation, create millions of good-paying jobs that cannot be outsourced. According to the 2021 report card for America's infrastructure assessment by the American Society of Civil Engineers, our nation's infrastructure receives the grade of C-. By 2039, America's overdue infrastructure bill will cost the average American household $3,300 a year or $63 a week, and the costs and consequences to our economy are significant. A continued underinvestment in our infrastructure at current rates will cost $10 trillion in GDP, more than 3 million jobs, and $2.4 trillion in exports over the next 20 years. We cannot wait. Now is the time to invest, reimagine, rebuild the American economy by building the architecture for our nation's future. As we work together, I would ask to bring your attention to a National Infrastructure Development Bank, a concept I have been advocating since 1994. It is a public-private partnership establishing an innovative financing mechanism to help supplement gaps in investment. The bank would be a bold step forward to address the tremendous shortfall in infrastructure investment. It would create jobs, spur long-term economic growth, and improve our global competitiveness. It would make the critical investments needed that goes beyond surface transportation, like water, energy, telecommunications, which is critical to a national growth strategy. Projects would be evaluated through an analysis of the economic, environmental, and social benefits, as well as the cost. Importantly, there is no minimum dollar amount required for a project to receive financing from the bank. A project can be of significance, yet not be major in terms of a dollar amount attached to it. And employee protection provisions are included to ensure that while the infrastructure bank creates new jobs, it also does not displace current workers. I also want to say a thank you for your commitment to serving the rebuilding communities through the member designated projects. This designated funding stream is vitally important as we continue our efforts to build back better. In Connecticut's 3rd district, the T&I member designated project funding would deliver far-reaching, forward-thinking progress for Connecticut families. And as such, we will be submitting a number of projects. Let me just briefly mention one of them. The funding would finance one of our largest and our most essential infrastructure projects, the City of New Haven's Downtown Crossing project. This is a project that I have worked tirelessly on since the days of my chief of staff for New Haven Mayor Frank Logue in the 1970s. And yet, decades later, I'm still fighting for its completion. We have completed 2 of 3 phases to transform one of our critical expressways into urban boulevards designed for pedestrian and bicycle use, as well as low-speed motor vehicle traffic. With a dedicated funding stream, the Downtown Crossing project would finally be complete. Infrastructure is the lifeblood of our economy. I strongly believe it must be a central component of a long-term national growth strategy that returns us to a country that builds rather than one that just consumes. Through the comprehensive infrastructure package to be crafted by this committee in the coming months, we can change the course of infrastructure spending in our country. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attention to my statement, as well to my legislation, but also to the issue of infrastructure. Your leadership is essential as the Congress considers new investments to address our growing infrastructure deficiencies. I look forward to working with you on this critical matter. And I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady, and on this committee, we're going to do member designated projects. I congratulate the gentlelady for bringing back high priority local projects that proposed by members to the appropriations process with appropriate protections. And this 94 for an infrastructure bank. I started in '96 with Bud Schuster on the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. I finally got it done last December. Maybe you're close, Rosa. So
Listen, you can never give up. You know, my mama taught me two things in her 103 years, you know, and she was, don't take no for an answer and never give up. So here we go. We'll continue and continue and continue. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlelady. At this point, Representative Lamb, a member of the committee from Pittsburgh, who I had the pleasure of visiting in a virtual event last week with his constituents to talk about infrastructure needs, and have also visited his district, and he's been a prime mover in particular on the inland waterways and other critical infrastructure. And the order of witnesses will be, when Connor takes over, will be Representative Arrington, Schrader, Porter, and Schrier. Okay, Representative Arrington, you can begin, and Representative Lamb will take the chair.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Sam Graves and members of the T&I committee, and certainly my friend Connor Lamb, who I've really enjoyed teaching how to play basketball since I've been a member of Congress. I don't know if he's there. I can't see his expression. I hope he's laughing. I want to talk about the food, fuel, and fiber that feeds and clothes not only the American people, but people all over the world, and the supply of energy that undergirds this greatest economy, the envy of the world, and provides the energy needs of billions of people around the world. In fact, this ports to plains corridor, as we call it, which is the backbone of rural America. It is middle America, and these are rural communities that are the lead in production, agriculture and energy, both fossil and renewable. And with the trade agreement with Canada and Mexico, they are our largest trading partners, and in making that a better and stronger agreement, where the United States is going to benefit to the tune of 70 billion in additional growth in GDP, we need to have the critical infrastructure and transportation arteries to take this important product throughout the country to our ports and beyond. And when you look at the states from Texas all the way up middle America to Canada through North Dakota, this represents about 70%. This area, this swath of the heartland represents over 70% of production, ag, and energy. And again, that's both renewable and fossil. My district alone, 29 counties in West Texas, is the largest renewable wind production center in the country, producing 3 times more than even the state of California. So it's all the above. It's critical supply chain for the country. There is nothing, in my mind, more important in terms of infrastructure than maintaining and strengthening our food security and our energy independence, not just for the United States, but for North America, especially, again, with our enhanced relationships and new trade deal with USMCA, which was a bipartisan effort and great for the country, great for our workers, manufacturers, and ag producers. So my project that I've been working on with Henry Cuellar and colleagues from both sides of the aisle. And by the way, my friend Representative Cuellar, this particular part of the Ports to Plains corridor that we are presenting starts at the largest inland port in America, which is Laredo, Texas, and includes other ports, including Eagle Pass and Del Rio. But my priority for this 117th Congress, Mr. Chairman, is for HR 1608, the Ports to Plains Highway Act of 2021, to be included in the upcoming Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. This legislation designates Ports to Plains corridor in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Colorado
and a portion of the Heartland Expressway between I-70 and I-76 in Colorado as future interstate highway. Again, food, fuel, and fiber, food security, energy independence, and these God-fearing, freedom-loving patriots who live in the heartland, the backbone of this country, making sure that we can efficiently and safely push that product to our communities throughout the country and to people all around the world. We're going to see the population double around the world, and by 2030, we're going to have 1 billion people who already live in energy poverty, and we'll have 1 out of every 4 people live it with food insecurity. And they're all counting on our farmers, ranchers, and energy producers in this corridor to meet that growing demand. Hey guys, thank you so much for listening and letting me present our priority for the Ports to Plains Highway. Thanks for your good work, and I'm happy to take any questions, and God bless your efforts.
Mr. Arrington, thank you for your contribution, and I would have a response on the point of basketball, except that the state of Texas had 2 of our Final Four teams this year. So I feel like it's not the best year for a kid from Pittsburgh to be talking smack about basketball to a guy from Texas. I did get to visit Representative Cuellar's district over the weekend, actually, to look at the border. So I have a new understanding of what you're talking about, and I hope that we can work on it in a bipartisan way here in the committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have another great champion of rural America from the Democratic side, Mr. Kurt Schrader, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pro Tem Lamb. I'd like to thank you and Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for the opportunity to provide testimony in advance of committee's work to reauthorize the surface transportation policy. Historically, thanks to the leadership of this committee, transportation infrastructure have been bipartisan issues. There are those that would like to break that tradition in this Congress. I hope this committee and the 117th Congress continue to value bringing members together from both sides of the aisle for our transportation infrastructure needs. This could be the uniting moment that the president has been talking about. The president's plan is a great foundation that goes boldly forward, rebuilding America's infrastructure for the 21st century. But the absence of a long-term sustainable funding source for the Highway Trust Fund is deeply concerning. It is time to start to transition off the gas tax onto a vehicle miles traveled or weight mile type of funding mechanism that will serve us into the future. I'd also like to commend the committee's past work, in particular, the robust Projects of National and Regional Significance program and the Moving Forward Act. That helps states complete very large infrastructure projects like the Interstate 205 bridge in my district. The project has bipartisan regional support. The local communities and state are committed to help with the funding. It's a critical connection point that currently sees hours-long congestion. It is a vital freight freeway for our region between Washington State and Oregon. The state and local officials have put forward an ambitious plan to reinforce this bridge for seismic concerns to maintain access during major disasters. And I hope that programs like this one are kept inside the base package, allowing states to compete for greatly needed federal assistance on large projects that they can't possibly do on their own. Bringing members into the discussion of how best to spend federal dollars in their district is long overdue, and I commend the committee for their efforts in this respect. We all know our districts better than agency bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. The safeguards being put in place by the committee will help bring needed transparency to the process while empowering us to advocate for the projects our constituents tell us that they need most. Projects like the Interstate 5 bottleneck at Aurora Donald Interchange and a dangerous intersection, Highway 22, Highway 51 in my district. These projects, like so many others, have broad support from local and state officials. They're willing to put money into the till. The only thing that's missing is some federal help to finalize that funding. These are the kind of projects that need just a little bit of focus that'll help save lives and keep our economy humming. I also hope that this is expanded beyond surface projects to include other forms of infrastructure. The South Jetty at the entrance to Tillamook Bay on the Oregon coast is in critical need of repairs to stop the loss of life from boats exiting and entering the port of Garibaldi. We recently had a boat capsize, leading to the deaths of 2 individuals. These jetties are a federal responsibility. The past decade has seen these projects zeroed out in presidential budgets. It'll only get worse for my constituents because of federal inaction. So I urge the committee to expand opportunities for Congress to direct spending for critical projects like this one. Thanks again for the opportunity to outline my concerns as the committee continues its important work. I look forward to seeing a final product that meets the moment and provides a strong investment in our country and its citizens. And I yield back. Thank you.
And thank you. Next up, we have from California, the gentlelady, Ms. Katie Porter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, committee members and staff, for holding this hearing on advancing our country's surface transportation and infrastructure. Above the doors of the National Transportation Safety Board Academy, there is an inscription. It reads, "From tragedy, we draw knowledge to protect the safety of all of us." By pulling together stakeholders from industry, law enforcement, and all levels of government, the National Transportation Safety Board has realized its goal time and time again. As committee members may know, fatalities from aviation accidents are down 99% since the board was founded. It's past time to take a similar approach to learning and evaluation in emergency management. And that's why I urge the committee to include in this legislation my proposal for a National Disaster Safety Board. This National Disaster Safety Board would be a nonpartisan, independent government body. It would review management of natural hazards with a holistic approach, evaluating the response at all levels of government, in the private sector, and through nonprofits. I say natural hazards, and that's for a reason. Disasters are what happens when human beings make wrong decisions in an emergency. Disasters can be avoided, but natural hazards like fires and hurricanes cannot. The National Disaster Safety Board would address the problem we currently face, where an alphabet soup of state and federal agencies each conduct their own lessons learned process and each draw their own parochial conclusions. It would address a related problem, which is that these different reviews, use different data, make disparate recommendations, and are scattered across the internet when they're publicly available at all. Look at the example from my home state of California and the 2018 Camp Fire, the deadliest fire in the United States in a century, and the biggest environmental cleanup in the history of California. These are terrible statistics. What they are not, though, is lessons. The lessons from the Camp Fire are scattered across half a dozen government reports, from the Butte County District Attorney's Office to the National Institute of Standards and Technology to the California Office in charge of watersheds. Each looked at the Camp Fire from a particular point of view. None of them had the credibility or the mandate to do a 360-degree review and say, this is how we save lives next time. If we had a disaster board like what I'm proposing, we could start to find patterns. We might recognize that wildfires in California have more in common with floods than Louisiana than we realized. And perhaps we could find common solutions as well. The Camp Fire also forced the evacuation of more than 50,000 people. And across the US, 916,000 people were displaced by natural hazards in 2019. Do the evacuation procedures and emergency networks and systems we have in California reflect the lessons learned over the years in Florida or Texas? The National Disaster Safety Board will give the independent, nonpartisan analysis and recommendations to make sure that the answer to that question is yes. In the minute I have left, I want to suggest another important way for the committee to protect taxpayer dollars and encourage smart policymaking. From the American Recovery Act to the CARES Act, we have seen the importance of oversight and accountability when Congress jumpstarts the economy. This is so important for this infrastructure bill because we are aiming to reorient our economy to better fight climate change. Electrification of the transportation sector requires coordination between the private sector, multiple government agencies, and all 50 states. That's a recipe for confusion and delay. So I encourage the committee to make sure that when it comes to building up zero emission vehicles and charging infrastructure, the government has somebody in charge. not a working group, not an office with an acronym, but a person who is empowered and can say, the buck stops with me on electric vehicles. And I hope to hear that testimony from that electric vehicle czar or similar person in the not too distant future. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Porter, for such fresh and new ideas as well. There were some jokes among members earlier about it taking 30 years to get some of these new ideas off the ground, and I don't think we have that kind of time with respect to the ideas that you're talking about. So we will take those very seriously. The next 5 members that we have up are Mr. Phillips, Ms. Bustos, Ms. Meng, Mr. Hagedorn, and Mr. Cloud. And so with that, we turn to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Pro Temp, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and all of you committee members. Appreciate the time. I represent Minnesota's 3rd Congressional District, which includes the western Twin Cities suburbs. We are a proud, a diverse, hardworking community. We are national leaders in healthcare, small business ownership, hockey fandom, and our biggest export is Minnesota Nice. We're also a tolerant community and one which deeply values the principle of sharing. But I have to be blunt with all of you. My constituents in Minnesota are growing awfully tired of being one of just 8 states in the country that pays more in federal taxes to Washington than it receives back in federal programs and support. In 2019, that amounted to Minnesotans sending an extra $1.8 billion to Washington, more than it received back. In contrast, the average state in America receives from the federal government nearly $16 billion more than each state pays in each year. And that imbalance has a profound impact on my district. And nowhere is it felt more strongly than in our woeful infrastructure. I've met with leadership from every single city and town in my district, and I often hear the exact same things. Our communities need 21st century infrastructure to be competitive. Yes, Congress has been complacent on this issue for far too long. And yes, I will demand action on behalf of our state. So I'm here today to honor that promise and urge your support for a comprehensive, transformational infrastructure package for America. In Minnesota, we have nearly 650 bridges and nearly 5,000 miles of highway in poor condition. Not only is it poor road repair, it's an economic disaster, but it's costing my constituents $400 million each year, which is a hazard also to public health. As traffic fatalities have surged statewide in Minnesota, we need a comprehensive approach to address surface transportation in our state and all of our states. Water and wastewater infrastructure is another priority for our communities. As local officials have made very clear to me, sustainable water infrastructure not only ensures safe drinking water and a clean environment, but also strengthens our local economies. Experts say that Minnesota needs to invest $7.5 billion to overhaul its aged and overburdened water systems. And support from Congress will be critical to ensure that transition happens as swiftly as possible. Another concern, especially following the wake of COVID-19, is the need for high-speed broadband in suburban, exurban, and rural districts like mine. Whether it's students trying to learn online, or an employee or a member of Congress logging onto a virtual meeting just like this one, our communities need better broadband infrastructure to thrive in an interconnected world. And I want to close with one more sentiment I've heard from leaders in my district, both Democrats and Republicans. It's that our community's infrastructure needs go well beyond roads, bridges, and pipes. Infrastructure is about resiliency. It's about a foundation. It's about modernization. It encompasses everything from climate change mitigation to addressing our country's concerning mental health and addiction crisis. News today was that 87,000 Americans lost their lives to overdoses last year. We had almost 50,000 suicides. People are struggling because of the pandemic, economic challenges, injustice, you name it. So at its core, infrastructure is about investing in our people and our future and our country's mental health. In the aftermath of this once in a generation, God willing, catastrophe, it is time that we come together and make that investment together as a Congress. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
disappointed that there was no musical portion of the presentation after showing us that guitar the entire time, but thank you, Mr. Phillips. And with that, we're on to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Bustos.
All right, thank you, Congressman Lamb. And I do want to throw out my thanks to Chairman DeFazio for giving so many members the opportunity to be able to share our transportation infrastructure priorities with the committee today. So I served on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for my first 3 terms in Congress. And so I have a deep appreciation for your critical mission and the essential work that you're doing. What I'd like to do today is summarize and submit for the record a document that outlines the principles that I believe any infrastructure proposal should include, particularly those that address the needs of our small towns and rural communities, so much of which I serve in the congressional district in the central and northwestern and northern part of the state of Illinois. Because I know that you're working on a surface transportation reauthorization bill right now, I'd like to focus my remarks on the priorities for that legislation. However, I do hope that this document will guide your work on all future infrastructure packages beyond the one immediately before us. I believe that to build a strong foundation for a successful economy, our nation requires a significant investment. To do this, any proposal needs to meet 3 goals. First, direct federal investment to areas with demonstrated need. Number 2, strengthen programs that target support to rural areas and small towns, such as technical assistance. And 3, maintain and expand policies like Buy American and Davis-Bacon requirements that support America's manufacturers and America's workers. Looking specifically to surface transportation, we must balance our investments in new infrastructure with making sure that our existing infrastructure is safe and reliable. For example, the American Road and Transportation Builders Association Bridge Report for this year found that in my home state of Illinois, and by the way, we're home to now the 3rd most bridges in poor condition in the nation. Pretty bad. Over 10% of the bridges in the congressional district I serve are classified as structurally deficient. So meanwhile, in 2018, more than 34% of major rural roads across the country were rated in poor or mediocre condition. Families in the heartland, like the ones I serve, rely on surface transportation not only to get to work or to run to the grocery store, but also as an economic connection to the rest of the country. Manufacturers, growers, and producers all rely on roads, on bridges, on rail, on locks and dams to move their products to market. Increased freight traffic on roads coupled with everyday use have resulted in significant strain on our most important infrastructure, making it critical that we invest more in our highways, our bridges, our rail, all while providing a sustainable funding source for the Highway Trust Fund. Congress's call to address this lies not only in our economic recovery, but in basic public safety. Promoting public safety also requires raising awareness of move-over laws. These laws vary from state to state. In Illinois, our move-over law is known as Scott's Law, but many people don't realize that moving over for a stopped vehicle is more than a courtesy. It's a legal requirement. And after one of my constituents, State Trooper Brooke Jones Story, was struck and killed during a routine traffic stop, I know that we needed to take action and to prevent this needless loss of life. And as the wife of a sheriff, I am grateful for the work our first responders do every day. I ask that this committee continue to join me in working to keep them safe. Last Congress, I appreciated that this committee included public awareness campaigns for move over laws as eligible expenses in highway safety programs in the Move Forward Act. It is my hope that will again prioritize this important initiative. Just to close, it was our parents' generation that left us with world-class infrastructure. And in order to build back better, we must look to repair the foundation we inherited as well as build upon it. I look forward to working with all of you on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee on these important initiatives so we can meet that promise for generations to come. And I hope that this can truly be a bipartisan effort. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, and Mr. Bost is very thankful that you also mentioned the move over legislation that he was a part of as well. Again, demonstrating the bipartisan spirit that we usually strive for on this committee. Thank you, Ms. Bustos, and now we are on to Ms. Meng of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, as well as all the distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss several issues that are under the jurisdiction of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I'm so grateful for all of your leadership, inclusiveness, and hard work to help our country build back better. I look forward to submitting for your committee's consideration infrastructure projects that are sure to improve the lives of my constituents in Queens, New York. Some of the projects that will be at the top of my agenda include strengthening our reliance on alternative energy, including through electric vehicle charging stations. I also want to thank this committee for your continued support of combating aviation noise, an issue that is so important in my district and so many across the country. As a founding member and former co-chair of the Quiet Skies Caucus, I've worked on numerous initiatives with members of your committee to mitigate the deafening airplane noise that has plagued my district for way too long. I thank you and your committee staff for being a tireless leader and partner on these issues, and look forward to continuing this work when I reintroduce the Quiet Communities Act. Lastly, I'm excited to discuss with you the issue of menstrual equity and its importance to our economic and social infrastructure. I know that periods and menstrual products are not the first thing that come to mind when we say transportation and infrastructure, but it is a relevant issue and an important one, especially during this unprecedented pandemic that has uprooted our economic and social balance. Access to safe, affordable menstrual products is a basic need and a healthcare right for 51% of the US population. It's estimated that a woman will use up to 16,000 tampons in her lifetime, which equates to at least $7,000 over the course of her life. One might think these products are ubiquitous and cheap, but many people face difficulty when it comes to affording and accessing them. I know this because I've heard the heartbreaking testimonies from countless people across our nation. Research has shown that the lack of access to menstrual products can hinder a person's day-to-day life, making it hard to attend school, go to work, secure job interviews, and pursue opportunities that could lead to economic achievement. That is why later this month, I'll be reintroducing a comprehensive bill on this issue, the Menstrual Equity for All Act, which will address the hardships that different people face in affording and accessing these products. Specifically, as it relates to this committee, yesterday I introduced a standalone section from the comprehensive bill that addresses public buildings. The Menstrual Products and Federal Buildings Act would require all public federal buildings to provide free menstrual products in the restrooms. The US government is the largest employer in the country. It's estimated that there are over 2.1 million federal civilian workers. This number does not even include the millions of contractors, grant employees, and others that make up our entire federal workforce. The issue of affordability and accessibility is everywhere. We saw it during the longest government shutdown in history, and we've seen it throughout this pandemic. After all, periods do not wait for pandemics. It's time that our government finally walks the walk and sets an example by providing free menstrual products in all public buildings, just like we do with toilet paper, paper towels, and hand soap. Doing so will help alleviate the real-life barriers in accessing and affording these everyday products while normalizing and destigmatizing this monthly necessity and basic human right. Thank you again for this opportunity to come before your committee today. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Meng. And next we're on to Mr. Hagedorn.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity that you and the committee have offered here to talk a little bit about infrastructure needs and as far as it applies to our district in southern Minnesota. I happen to represent the lower tier of Minnesota, so pretty much from Wisconsin to Iowa to South Dakota and then Iowa up about 80 miles. And so lots of agriculture, lots of small business and manufacturing, and lots of medical care at Rochester,
with the Mayo Clinic and our fine rural hospitals across the district. So the transportation needs are, pretty substantive. And as I would, somebody who represents, is on the agriculture committee, I can tell you that our farmers, for instance, they really need to not just produce our food and a lot of our energy needs, energy supplies, but they also need to get those things out because most of them are consumed someplace else, sometimes far around the world. So roads and bridges, the basics, that's what we're looking for in this bill. Roads and bridges, airports, deep water ports, rail, pipelines, you name it, that's locks and dams. So I think I would start there. Our district has a lot of diverse needs in transportation. And over on the Mississippi River in Houston and Winona counties, I think we have 6 locks and dams. And from what I understand, it costs upwards of maybe $80 million to keep those up to date. And some of them are 80, 100 years old. So I would say that if the committee can kind of focus on that type of thing, that would be very important because when we need to get our grain and other products to market, if there's a problem transporting down the river, it's going to lead to all sorts of bottlenecks. It's going to be very inefficient and it's going to hurt our, especially rural communities in southern Minnesota. And the roads and bridges, obviously, I mean, I think it's been too long since the committee in Congress has focused enough attention on our basic needs. I'm a little concerned that there might be more money in a proposal out there for electric vehicles than there are maintaining and upgrading our roads and bridges. That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. If you want to do some things to promote good policies in energy, you might want to look at promoting E15, which is an ethanol program in order to drive down emissions and still allow people with internal combustion engines to get a very, very good product and to help our rural communities as well, where a lot of that's produced. You look at rail and pipelines and trucks, and they all kind of come together when you think about the Keystone Pipeline. I'm not sure I understand how an administration that claims they want to do infrastructure, the first thing that they did is they canceled the Keystone Pipeline. And as farmers and others can tell you, when you have to move crude oil on trucks and rail, all of a sudden when farmers and others need to get their crops and their products to market, there aren't going to be enough cars on the railroads, and there aren't going to be enough trucks available in order to do that in an efficient way. Pipelines are so much more not just efficient but safe, and it just, to me, I think that was a really bad idea, and I hope that can be revisited and that we can get the Keystone Pipeline back up and running, along with all the other energy construction infrastructure projects out there, distribution points, refineries, and the pipelines across the board. And then in Minnesota and southern Minnesota, we have some real basic needs in cities like Rochester. Rochester happens to be the home of the Mayo Clinic. I'm one of their patients. They do fantastic work, the folks there. And people from all around the world travel to Rochester, Minnesota, a town of about 115,000 people. They spend sometimes long periods of time there getting treatments and other things as the doctors do their best to preserve life and let people live the best lives possible. And so the downtown's getting congested. There's a project that they're working on there. That's something that we may be talking with the committee down the road that we'd like to propose. But that would be just one example of how we can help that city and alleviate some of the downtown congestion and help people that travel and improve the commerce and economy. You look at the regional airports in our district. Again, Rochester is another example because they need to improve their runways and their lighting system to make sure that at all times and all weather conditions, they can get tissue samples, they can get transplant organs and other things in there to make sure that people, again, can have life preserved. And that has to happen. It can't happen tomorrow or the next day. It has to happen immediately. So those types of upgrades are very important. Over on the other side of the district in Mankato, we have the busiest airport in Minnesota without a control tower. So one of the things we're looking at is can we build a physical tower? Can we do a digital tower? Those are the types of projects that we're looking at, and we might be working with the committee down the road. The city of Jackson, another one, needs a new runway. The city of New Ulm, the crosswind runway, that needs improvement. So those are the types of things that we're working on in the district. We're looking to maybe partner with the committee as things move forward. And we are very excited about the one project that was completed last year, the Highway 14 build grant that we received from the Department of Transportation. Now with the state government, we're partnered up from Nicollet to New Ulm. We're going to have a 4-lane highway That's a big deal. We've had that project going from Rochester to New Ulm for over 50 years, and it's going to be completed here in the near future. So we're excited about that and everything else. I appreciate the committee's time and look forward to working with you down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And it does sound like our districts have a lot in common when it comes to the needs, waterways, bridges that go over those waterways. And this committee has a pretty good track record in recent years of working to fix those things. So I think you'll like what comes out of it. Up next is the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start off by just thanking you for having this hearing today. Really appreciate it. Of course, the Texas economy is diverse. It's supported by agriculture, energy, petrochemicals, manufacturing, and more. And as you know, all of these industries require a robust transportation network to get products to market. No matter the product, individuals and families in Texas depend on the jobs and economic growth that transportation infrastructure supports, as well as the rest of the nation. On the topic of surface transportation priorities, one important project I wanted to discuss was I-69. This future interstate will stretch from the U.S.-Mexico border to the U.S.-Canadian border, spanning 2,500 miles total. Instead of embarking on new construction, I-69 requires upgrades and extensions to existing highways. The completion of this interstate will allow more freight to be transported through the U.S. and to Mexico and Canada. Nearly half of the interstate will fall in my home state of Texas and will run along the Gulf Coast, a major trading hub for the United States. Several Texas seaports, including the ports of Corpus Christi and Houston, will undergo deepening and widening projects over the course of the next several years. This, along with other factors, will contribute to Texas's highway freight tonnage doubling it by 2045. With increased freight comes increased trucks and more traffic congestion. The completion of I-69 can help reduce the amount of traffic congestion because it would expand the number of lanes that are on existing roads. Therefore, I am requesting that the committee consider allowing future interstates to be eligible for national highway freight funding. While Texas has included projects related to I-69 in its freight mobility plan, National Highway Freight Program funding cannot be allocated to I-69. In the past, I've worked with Congressman Cuellar and other members of the Texas delegation to make future interstates included in state freight plans eligible for national highway freight funding. This change can give TxDOT and other state transportation departments an extra pool of money to use for the construction of future interstates. Another priority of mine is to revise the MAP 21's requirements on designating roads as part of the interstate system. Roads that have been upgraded to interstate standards can only be designated as an interstate when a state's transportation department commits to connecting the road to an existing interstate within 25 years. And while this seems like an easy commitment, it can be hard for states to make this commitment when they're juggling other projects, specifically without the aforementioned funding. Local communities seeking to attract business investments to the region want to be able to place interstate signs along roads that have been upgraded to interstate standards already. As a result, I'm committed to working with the committee on a solution that can allow these communities to place signs on upgraded segments of road. The solution will be either adjusting the law to give TxDOT and other states more time to commit to connecting non-contiguous segments of interstate, or removing the commitment requirement altogether. Ultimately, I-69 will be a critical freight corridor for trade, and I look forward to working with the committee in upcoming months on ways to help finance and expedite the completion of this interstate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cloud. And just for a rundown of what's coming up next, we have Mr. Keller, Ms. Fletcher, Ms. Bass, Mr. Gottheimer, Mr. Quigley, Foxx, and Kim following them. So with that, I yield to my colleague from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller, we can't hear you. I think you might be on mute. Still nothing. Still nothing. Maybe we could have looks like Gottheimer's on.
I'm here.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Gottheimer and then try to come back to Mr. Keller while the staff works on it. Go ahead, Mr. Gottheimer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Graves and the committee. Thank you for inviting me to discuss one of the most important issues in my district, the quality of our transportation infrastructure. We desperately need, if I can begin talking about the Gateway project, because it is critical to fix and replace the tunnels underneath the Hudson River that connect Jersey with New York City. They connect 20% of our GDP. The regional economy depends on the 200,000 people moving through the tunnels daily. If they don't run, or even if one tube is shut down, American economy would lose $100 million a day. These 110-year-old tunnels are literally crumbling. Amtrak has said that one of the tunnels would likely have to be shut down within 5 years. The good news is the administration has already made progress on moving Gateway forward, with the environmental review to be done by May 28th, but we still need to invest in the actual construction, to which New Jersey has already committed significant resources. And I asked the committee in the upcoming surface reauthorization to work with New Jersey and New York, including Rail Subcommittee Chairman Payne, to create investment streams for a transformative project like Gateway. I'd also like to discuss school bus safety. Unfortunately, and very sadly, we've lost school teachers and students in my district from preventable school bus crashes. Last Congress, the committee included one of my 2 bipartisan school bus safety bills in HR 2. The committee included my Bipartisan Secures Act, which requires seatbelts on all school buses and makes 3-point lap and shoulder seatbelts the national standard. Jersey already implemented life-saving changes on buses, including 3-point seatbelts and better driver background checks. Now it's time for every child nationwide to be protected on their way to school. My second bill, Miranda's Law, named after Miranda Vargas, who very sadly was killed in a bus crash in my district, will ensure that schools see red flags from dangerous bus drivers in real time to help move dangerous school bus drivers, remove them from the road. I asked the committee to include both bills in the surface reauthorization bill. New York, also turning to another topic, just got the green light to take the next step forward on congestion pricing. This Manhattan Moocher congestion tax would charge drivers coming from New Jersey across the GW Bridge, where they already pay a $16 toll, a new $14 tax from driving into Midtown. That's a new annual tax on Jersey drivers of $3,000, in addition to the $4,000 they already pay a year to cross the bridge. It's a sick joke to do this to families in the middle of a pandemic. We all know that Northern New Jersey has a very limited public transportation system, so many people have to drive, including nurses working late shifts to help during COVID. The extra money for the MTA is on top of the $14 billion that we've already given to New York City from the COVID relief packages, and already the $1.5 billion they get every year from the federal government. Jersey commuters should be responsible for bailing out the MTA, especially when Congress has already provided substantial relief. This is New York mooching off Jersey to solve their own problems. My colleague Bill Pascrell and I have requested that Secretary Buttigieg and the USDOT do the right thing. Let's all sit down and have a cooperative discussion on maintaining affordable commuting options and finding a better path forward that doesn't stick it to Jersey drivers for New York's benefit. Adding a tax on Jersey commuters who already pay a fortune is no way to make our region stronger. Lastly, we can't afford 4 more years of crumbling bridges, roads, and tunnels. I'm confident that working in a bipartisan way, we will get a great infrastructure bill done. However, a disastrous cap of $10,000 that gutted the state and local tax deduction was passed in the 2017 tax hike bill. And because of this, middle-class New Jersey families have been crushed and residents have been leaving for other states. In fact, United Van Lines actually listed Jersey as the #1 out-migration state, largely because of taxes and largely because of SALT. It's affected middle and lower class residents in high cost of living states like mine, who are left to make up the difference when residents leave. So we're sick and tired of picking up the tab for moocher states, other states that have gotten a free ride on our back and then wanted to stick us with a larger bill after they gutted SALT. It's time we reinstate SALT and actually give people in my state a real tax cut for middle class families. It's key. It's key not just to helping our families get through this crisis, but also to making sure that we can help with programs that help so many of our other families. As we develop a bipartisan infrastructure package, any changes to the tax code that affects families, I have one point of view: no SALT, no dice. Thank you again for having me here today, Mr. Chairman, to discuss North Jersey's infrastructure needs that must be addressed. And thank you for the committee's leadership on these critical issues. I yield back.
Thank you. And we will try Mr. Keller again, to see if the technical issues have been resolved. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Again, thank you. I appreciate you
having this hearing so that we can go over some of the priority transportation projects to be considered as part of the upcoming Surface Transportation Reauthorization Act. Pennsylvania's 12th congressional district includes 15 counties, each facing its own unique infrastructure challenges. I would like to touch on a few priorities that are important to the people of PA 12. First is a project in Woodward Township near Lock Haven State Route 1001 on Ferensville Road. The goal is to construct a retaining wall with a sidewalk from the J Street Bridge to the lower portion of the Woodward Township Park area. The area has been unsafe for quite some time and is in desperate need of attention. A guide rail protecting vehicles from a steep drop to the river on one side and a steep rock face on the other presents unnecessary dangers for pedestrians and traffic coming through the area on their way to the Susquehanna River, sports fields, and recreational facilities. The proposed project will widen State Route 1001, realign and improve intersection sight lines, upgrade pavement conditions, and add a 4-foot shoulder on each side. Another priority is the Central Susquehanna Valley Thruway project in Schneider County, which is one of the largest transportation projects in Pennsylvania. This ongoing project needs strong federal investment for earthwork and continued construction in the Shamokin Dam Borough to just north of Crotcherville Road in Winfield, Union County. Each investment would improve traffic conditions, this investment would improve traffic conditions and spur economic activity in the Susquehanna Valley, completing a north-south corridor, 4-lane highway through the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So very, very much needed for commerce, not just in Pennsylvania, but also New York State. I would also like to express my support for a highway reconstruction project on Atherton Street in State College Borough, Patton, and Harris Townships in Center County. The project in question would improve the drainage system and existing pavement. It will also include minor widening, traffic signal work, and the installation of CCTV cameras to aid in integrated corridor management. Additionally, a project that runs through Loyalsock and Eldred Townships along Warrensville Road has needed attention for some time. The embankment failed in 2019 and has since been shut down due to safety concerns. Since that time, residents have had to travel along a 10-mile detour around this closure. Funding for this project would go a long way toward improving safety and reducing the flood risk in the community. Also of note are several projects in Lycoming and Clinton counties that will upgrade the bus and service vehicle fleet and install covering to protect these vehicles and extend their useful life, thereby allowing these areas to make the most out of this public investment. Finally, I would add that the value of build or raise grants cannot be overstated for the communities of PA 12. Since 2009, the program has aided 678 projects in all 50 states. The program enables communities to leverage funding to make meaningful investments in their local infrastructure, leading to greater economic development, which is especially important for the rural areas like those I am very proud to represent. Making sure that much needed infrastructure projects are able to get this assistance that is needed is a strong bipartisan objective. I hope this committee and the Department of Transportation will continue to lend support to this important program. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. And with that, we turn to the gentlelady from the great state of Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today about the needs and priorities for infrastructure investment in Houston and Harris County, Texas. Of course, like people across the country, we have many needs and many opportunities for investment, and I look forward to working with the committee to identify and develop transit and transportation infrastructure in the third fastest growing and already the third largest county in the country, as well as other investments that will help make our infrastructure more resilient including our power grid and our water conveyance infrastructure, and to make our entire coastal region more resilient, which is where I want to focus my testimony today. As we discuss the American Jobs Plan, building on the important work of this committee, the President has told us that this is the moment to reimagine and rebuild and to invest in the future of our country, in part by investing in infrastructure that will be resilient to floods, storms, and other threats, and not fragile in the face of these increasing risks. Back home in Texas, we've been doing just that for nearly a decade, imagining, designing, and working to address the challenges of the past with an eye to the future. And the time to do that is now. That's why our plan for a transformative infrastructure should include the proposed Texas Coastal Spine, also known to us in Houston as the Ike Dike. While hurricanes are a fact of life along the Gulf Coast, in a little more than a decade, our region has sustained increasingly dangerous and destructive hurricanes, causing loss of life, destruction of property, and hundreds of billions of dollars in damages. Hurricane Ike in 2008, from which this project takes its nickname, became the third costliest storm in US history, causing $30 billion in losses to the Houston region and killing 84 people. In 2015 and 2016, back-to-back 500-year floods flooded more than 12,000 structures. And the following year, another 500-year flood named Hurricane Harvey killed 68 people and caused more than $125 billion in damages in the region. The scientists have told us that these storms will increase in size and frequency as a result of climate change. And we believe them. We've seen it with our own eyes. But we also know that as bad as these storms were, it could have been worse. It could have been what the Houston Chronicle has described as a 20-foot wall of water smashing into tanks filled with oil and chemicals, transforming a bay teeming with life into a pit of poison. So what I'm talking about now, what Texans have been talking about for a decade, is a plan to prevent a potential human and environmental catastrophe unlike any this country has ever seen. And that's because of the unique conditions that make this transformative plan to extend Galveston Island's existing seawall and construct massive floodgates at the entrance to Galveston Bay, making this project a national priority. This investment is in our national economic interest. The Houston region, home to more than 7 million people, is also home to the Port of Houston, the busiest port in the country by total tonnage, and home to one of the largest, if not the largest, concentration of refining and petrochemical complexes in the world. Essential products like gasoline, jet fuel, plastics, fertilizers, cleaning chemicals are all made here. The economic damage to the United States in the event of a catastrophic impact storm surge up the channel would have dire economic consequences across the country. Likewise, this investment is in our national security interest. The Texas Gulf Coast is responsible for 32% of the refining capacity for the entire country. And estimates are that around 40% of our nation's jet fuel that we rely on for our national security is refined there. The consequences for loss of that capacity for those as well as other fuels cannot be understated as it relates to our national security. This investment is timely. We've seen broad community support to take transformative action from across our community. Texas state legislators, led by Representative Jean Wu, have asked the White House to include this project in the infrastructure package. We should hopefully see a final chief's report from the Army Corps of Engineers this year on the study. And this investment is smart. Studies have shown that for every dollar spent on pre-disaster mitigation, the federal government saves $7 or more in future damages. In light of the costs I mentioned for our recent storms, the return on this investment is plain. This is the moment to do this. And I know that I will end my testimony with the few seconds I have left with the observation that was made in my very first hearing as a member of this committee in the 116th Congress. There are costs to doing nothing, and the costs of the potential human and environmental disaster of a storm surge along the Texas Gulf Coast and up the Houston Ship Channel are too great to bear. I conclude with thanks to you for providing the opportunity to testify, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, a valued former member of our committee, for your contributions and for how well you represent the people of the Houston area. And with that, we move to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley. Go ahead, Mike, when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank the ranking member and members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. As Vice Chairman of the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, I believe it's absolutely vital that THUD and TNI work together to ensure that America's infrastructure is a driver of economic growth and meets the needs of all our citizens. I think we all agree we have a lot of work to do to get to that point. First, I'd like to strongly endorse the President's vision for an infrastructure package that meets massive needs and levels of need in our country. I don't need to tell the members of this committee about the potential benefits of infrastructure investment. For decades, we have dramatically underinvested in our national infrastructure, and I'm grateful that this committee and this president understands the need to get back on track and to ensure that we build the infrastructure we want, not the infrastructure we had. To that end, I'd like to recommend that the committee consider establishing a Federal Highway Administration hazard mitigation program so that we can ensure that federal money is spent on resilient projects that Americans can depend on, regardless of the challenges of climate change. I'd like to now focus in on a couple of often overlooked aspects of infrastructure that I believe are crucial in any bill this committee advances. First, park districts. In Illinois, park districts are special units of local government that are home not just to outdoor recreation facilities, but to century-old buildings and other historic landmarks. In my city of Chicago, the South Shore Cultural Center is just one great example. In addition to more than 70 acres that include a golf course, beach, and open areas, the Cultural Center is a historic site that dates back to 1905. It was even the site of Barack and Michelle Obama's wedding reception in 1992. Because of the unique mix of outdoor spaces and historic structures, there's no federal funding program that helps support the vital preservation work that park districts do. I worked with my good friend and TNI committee member, Chuy Garcia last summer to help craft a small but important park district grant program for inclusion in HR 2. While the provision wasn't included in the bill then, we were grateful that this committee and the Natural Resources Committee agreed to work with us on this issue going forward. Likewise, I believe it is crucial for the federal government to support important cultural institutions like museums, zoos, and aquariums, both during and as we recover from COVID. These institutions located across the country in thousands of cities and towns represent our cultural heritage and our social, economic, and educational pillars of the communities. They have faced an unprecedented economic crisis, and they need and deserve our support. I will be sending a letter alongside Congressman Garcia to this committee expanding on the need for support for museums, zoos, and aquariums in an infrastructure package. And I'd like to work with the committee on this important issue. Finally, I'd like to speak about the Federal Bird Safe Buildings Act, which is before this committee. In fact, I've introduced a version of this bill in every Congress I've been a member of, because I believe that we have to have a responsibility to be good stewards in the world we live in. Up to 1 billion birds die from colliding into buildings every year, which is a totally preventable problem. The cost negligible bipartisan Bird Safe Buildings Act requires that public buildings constructed, acquired, or significantly altered by GSA incorporate bird-safe building materials and design features. Birds have an intrinsic cultural and ecological value and help generate billions of dollars annually to the U.S. economy through wildlife watching activities. For all these reasons, it's vital that we take the simple, straightforward, and low-cost steps in my bill to protect birds from fatal collisions. This bill has been referred to Chairman Titus' subcommittee, and I thank her for her support of this in the past. I urge this committee to quickly consider and pass the Bird Safe Buildings Act so they can be brought to the floor for a vote in the full House. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for your time today. I look forward to working with you in the committee going forward, and thank you for your good work for the infrastructure of our country. And I yield back.
Thank you, sir. And next, I believe we have the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Foxx.
I'm on. Can you hear me, Tony?
We can hear you great.
Okay. We got a little problem here. We're trying to do two, we were on another call since you all were running so late. We'll have to leave.
There you go. You're good.
Okay.
Now.
Now I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Today's schedule is a little crazy. I come before the committee today in support of designating US 74 from Columbus, North Carolina to Kings Mountain, North Carolina as a future interstate and to advocate for codifying this designation in the upcoming Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill. North Carolina US 74 corridor passes through largely rural regions of the state and is characterized by inconsistent travel speeds, bottlenecks at signaled intersections, and a high occurrence of vehicle accidents as the corridor moves through regional centers. The highway is also a crucial evacuation route for the southeast of the state in times of severe weather events. And you all hear about that a lot, I'm sure. US 74 provides a direct route between several interstates and is a vital freight corridor. But previous studies have identified the need to upgrade the highway to an interstate status in order to move the freight more efficiently and to allow for better access to the western and southern parts of the state. In this district, US 74 cuts through Cleveland, Gaston, and Rutherford counties. While each of those counties would benefit from the proposed designation, for Rutherford County, the designation is critical to the county's economic sustainability. The county is home to more than 66,000 people and sits in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, about an hour west of Charlotte. Textile manufacturing once was an economic driver for the communities of Rutherford County, but the county's been economically challenged since thousands of textile and furniture manufacturing jobs were outsourced in the early 1990s. In the time since, the county's made strides to redefine itself and has diversified its industrial base into sectors such as automotive suppliers, data centers, and advanced materials. The county's worked to make improvements to its schools and has partnered with a nonprofit internet provider to expand broadband networks in its rural communities. Despite these efforts to attract private investments and diversify industries, Rutherford County is defined by the North Carolina Department of Commerce as an economically distressed Tier 1 county and by the Appalachian Regional Commission as an economically at-risk county. One of the major challenges facing Rutherford County in attracting outside investment is the fact that there are no interstates that run through it. That makes it difficult to attract investments from industries that often want to be located near an interstate highway. Designating US 74 as a future interstate from Columbus to Kings Mountain would have short-term as well as long-term positive impacts for Rutherford County and its neighboring counties. While future interstate status gives no increased priority for projects or additional funding for the route, it does allow for the state to install future interstate signs immediately, which will help attract potential employers to the areas around US 74. That is why support for the project has been expressed by the communities within Rutherford County, as well as from neighboring Polk and Cleveland counties. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the committee today and ask for your support for including this future interstate designation in the upcoming Surface Reauthorization Bill. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. And next we have the gentlelady from California, Ms. Young Kim.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Congressman. Am I recognized now?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman, and the TI committee for convening this very important member day to hear about our priorities this Congress. I'm proud to speak on behalf of my constituents in the 39th District of California. Now, more than ever, it's very important that any infrastructure legislation that is considered in this Congress has input from both sides of the aisle. Only together, in a very bipartisan way, can our country address some of the most pressing issues impacting the long-term sustainability of our infrastructure system? By reforming our user fee system, and incentivizing public-private partnerships, we could find common ground to address the associated taxpayer costs of an infrastructure package without having to saddle our future generations with debt or hamper our economic recovery from the COVID-19 crisis with tax increases. There is wide consensus from both parties that we must address the broad deficiencies of our ports, highways, bridges, and roads, but any infrastructure action by Congress must be targeted and effective in addressing our competitiveness abroad. For example, in my district, the growth in global trade and local socioeconomic changes in Southern California have caused California state routes 57 and 60 to become two of the most heavily traveled freight highway corridors in the country. Unfortunately, the American Transportation Research Institute has ranked the 5760 confluence as the worst truck bottleneck in California and one of the worst in the nation. The movement of goods from San Pedro Bay ports to points beyond Los Angeles County and to the major interstates of I-10, I-15, and I-40 often involves a truck trip on the confluence. Nearly 40% of nation's containerized imports pass through the San Pedro Bay ports. Of that, 9% of trucks passing through the 5760 confluence originate from the San Pedro Bay ports. And approximately 75% of these imports are destined for final consumption outside the region. Trucking delays originating at the confluence ripple across the state, causing economic disruptions on industries beyond the corridor. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of investing in our supply chains and logistics networks to efficiently provide food and medical supplies. Legislation and efforts to improve our freight highways will support export-import dependent industries and the creation of jobs throughout the United States. I urge the committee to work with me to strengthen the national freight highway system to improve the movement of goods and people through the 5760 confluence, which serves as a vital freight highway connection linking Southern California ports and manufacturing facilities that drive the regional, state, and national economy. Thank you again for allowing me to testify today and for your leadership to improve our nation's competitiveness and infrastructure. I look forward to working with this committee and
Thank you, Ms. Kim, for your testimony. Next up, we have, in this order, the next 5 members will be Ms. Bass of California, Ms. Adams of North Carolina, Mr. Sherman of California, Mr. Mann of Kansas, and Ms. Schrier of the state of Washington. So with that, we turn to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Karen Bass.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Chair DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the House T&I Committee for the opportunity to testify before you today. Our nation's transportation system, we all know, is in desperate need of investment, and especially equitable investment that elevates different communities. For decades, access to federal highway and transit funding has benefited too few. I'd like to call your attention to the Build Local, Hire Local Act, which I introduced in the 116th Congress with Senator Gillibrand, and I plan to reintroduce this spring. Our bill emphasizes increased access to the DBE, our Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, to create opportunities. Our bill also strengthens wage and labor standards while increasing the robustness of environmental assessments for infrastructure projects because of climate. The Build Local, Hired Local is desired to create opportunities for all Americans, veterans, the disabled, so we reinvest in our nation equitably. Our legislation even creates an apprenticeship pathway for workers in low-income communities to create vibrant, economically prosperous, and environmentally sustainable neighborhoods. At its heart, the Build Local, Hired Local Act starts the long-term process of undoing decades of highway and construction projects that have bifurcated many communities. Equally important, the legislation strengthens local hire policy, As you know, local hire is essential to providing good paying transportation jobs. Without instituting local hire policy, people cannot fully benefit directly from the federal funds that flow to our district. So I was pleased to see in the American Jobs Plan that it supports local hire. I urged the committee to support the reinstatement of the local hire pilot program at the Department of Transportation. It was first instituted in 2015, and essentially what it is that it removes an unnecessary regulation that essentially prohibits federal funds on transportation projects from prioritizing people who live in the area of the project from being employed by the project. Last Congress, I was pleased to see H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act, which passed the House in July 2020, that includes a provision to redefine small business for the Department of Transportation's DBE program. So it matches the definition of the SBA. It's a technical fix that, if enacted into law, will allow small businesses who are currently not eligible for the DBE program to qualify. I urge the committee to keep this provision in its entirety in the final infrastructure project package this Congress to ensure minority and women-owned businesses can fully benefit from the DBE program. Finally, Chair and members of the committee, I'd like to call your attention to an intractable issue affecting my district, as well as many other districts in the region and our nation, and that's airplane noise. Constituents in my district and across the country who may live several miles away from an airport have found themselves bombarded by airplane noise from newly concentrated flight paths. In this case, an arrival procedure into the Los Angeles International Airport. The constituents suffer the adverse health effects of excessive noise, which includes increased incidence of sleep disruption, learning loss, hypertension, and heart disease. And also in the Los Angeles area, where the entertainment industry is key, a lot of businesses have been interrupted because it is very difficult to shoot, especially outside, if you have concentrated, consistent noise. So right now, the COVID-19 pandemic has rattled the aviation industry with dramatic reductions in the number of flights. So this presents a unique opportunity to rethink aviation. As flights begin to ramp up again, we must seek solutions that bring relief to residents who live beneath these concentrated flight paths. The FAA must give greater attention to airplane noise and address this important challenge. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. It has been an honor to speak to the needs of my constituents and the policies that would elevate all of us in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Chairman DeFazio, to Ranking Member Graves, and to the distinguished members of this committee for the opportunity to be with you today. I am excited to share with you the priorities of North Carolina's 12th District and what we will be able to accomplish with your help through your member-designated projects. Charlotte, the largest city in my district, has grown tremendously over the past decade. We're now 15th largest city in the country. At the same time, our county, Mecklenburg, has over 1 million residents and is one of the most populated in North Carolina. Unfortunately, our transportation infrastructure has not kept pace with our rapid growth. And that's why our Charlotte Area Transit System, CATS, boldly invested to create our state and region's first light rail transit back in 2007. And with the support of then Secretary of Transportation and former Charlotte Mayor, Anthony Foxx, and my friend and colleague, Appropriations Chairman David Price, CATS secured the federal funding necessary to create our light rail system through the Capital Investment Grant Program. And prior to COVID-19, the Lennox Blue Line facilitated travel for almost 30,000 North Carolinians daily, 30,000. And we know that our light rail works, and that's why we're looking to fund this expansion. We want to connect our northern towns to uptown Charlotte, to the Charlotte Douglas Airport. And with your help, we'll be able to connect our entire region to our mass transit system. So as you work to draft a surface transportation reauthorization and infrastructure package, I want to strongly encourage you to increase the authorized funding for the Capital Investment Grant Program. I want to applaud you, Chairman DeFazio, for your work last Congress to dramatically increase the SIG program's authorized level of funding. I look forward to working with you in the weeks and the months ahead as this committee develops this necessary legislation. And now I want to just take a moment to address some of the requests that my office has received for member designated projects. In Cornelius, North Carolina, the Westmoreland Interchange Project will help facilitate the development of a new hospital that will anchor the region. In Huntersville, North Carolina, all still in my district, the Downtown Greenway Project will help connect residents to a park and ride lot that will enable thousands to easily reach work in Uptown and relaxation in downtown Huntersville. In Charlotte, member designated project funds will enable our local area transit system to purchase more electric buses, which will keep our air clean and our people moving. And it will also allow the city to install streetlights on our high injury network to help prevent automobile accidents and save lives. In closing, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you and the committee again for the opportunity to advocate for my constituents, for my city and county. Down in North Carolina, we like to say that Charlotte's got a lot, and I'm hoping that with your help, we can get just a little bit more. Thank you, and I'm so very pleased to answer any questions that you may have. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. The chair will now recognize Mr. Sherman of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to join with Karen Bass and I'm sure others in saying how important it is that the committee focus the FAA's attention on airport noise. It is a horrendous problem in my district, in Karen Bass's district, and so many others around the Los Angeles area. I want to focus now on the need to build a subway through the Sepulveda Pass. The San Fernando Valley, the valley, is cut off from the rest of Los Angeles by the Santa Monica Mountains. And every day, 400,000 commuters in 383,000 cars drive between the valley and the west side of Los Angeles on the 405 freeway as it runs for 9 miles through the Sepulveda Pass. This is the greatest geographic bottleneck in California. By comparison, the Golden Gate Bridge needs to accommodate only 112,000 cars per day, only a third the number that go through the Sepulveda Pass. For these unfortunate motorists, what should be a 12-minute drive instead takes 45 minutes or longer, and that's on top of their the other parts of their commute. The daily commuter spends an average of 56 hours sitting in traffic in the Sepulveda Pass every year. That's 56 hours a year on top of the rest of their commute. Already listed among the nation's top 10 congested roadways, the Sepulveda Pass corridor serves a population that is expected to grow by 14% over the next 2 decades. This project has substantial local support. The residents of Los Angeles County, already paying quite robust income and property taxes, went to the polls and raised the sales tax rate in our county up to 10.25% in order to pass Measure M, which provides over half the money needed for the $10 billion project I am describing. Metro, our transportation agency, estimates that this project will attract between 122,000 and 137,000 daily riders based on the conditions we expect in 2042. By taking these would-be drivers out of their cars, this project will reduce our regional vehicle miles traveled by over 1 million miles a year and reduce vehicle hours traveled by 72,000 hours per year. In addition to the time and cost faced by the commuter, The Sepulveda Pass subway project offers an opportunity to improve local air quality in Los Angeles, the area that gave you the word smog and has been synonymous with difficulties of air quality for many decades. And it will reduce automobile emissions of CO2 by 156 million pounds per year. Now, in addition to asking the committee to support a subway through the Sepulveda Pass, I also support short-term efforts designed to ameliorate the problem on the freeway a bit. This includes a specific request being brought forward by the LA County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and by improving the striping and other aspects of the 405, we will prevent this from getting as much worse as it would otherwise. But ultimately, we need a subway. Let me give you one other extraordinary reason to support this project. When this subway is built, I will retire from Congress. That may be the biggest incentive for some of you to support this project. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Next, the chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann. Okay, Mr. Mann may be experiencing technical difficulties. We will go to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schrier. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Schreier,
Hi, this is Kim.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Had you called on me?
Oh, Ms. Schreier, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, for hosting this member day today. I appreciate the opportunity to testify about my priorities and concerns as a representative from Washington's 8th Congressional District. And my district has it all: farms, crowded suburbs, mountain passes that close frequently, rural roads, interstates, freight, rail, ferries, wind and hydropower, and more. And so I'm submitting a longer letter to address all of these concerns, but I wanted to highlight just a few for you today. First, in Washington State, we are a leader in clean energy production and have made investments in hydro, wind, and solar power, which are critical for broader electrification and meeting our future clean energy goals. And in particular, our state's a large producer of hydropower. Only 3% of dams, though, actually produce hydropower in America, and we could double that production without building a single new dam. In the next decade, close to 30% of US hydropower projects are going to come up for relicensing. And I'm interested in how to leverage this opportunity, building on the work already done in academia and advocacy and industry by focusing on the renewable energy and storage benefits of hydropower and the environmental and economic benefits of healthy rivers. So this would include rehabilitating dams to improve safety and resiliency. It would include retrofitting powered dams and adding generation at non-powered dams while addressing fish passage, flood mitigation, and grid integration. And it would also include removing dams that don't provide sufficient benefits to justify their environmental impacts. For trade, separate issue, it is a priority to ensure that the rural areas in my district are well connected. The Wenatchee Valley in my district is a prime example. The valley and surrounding rural areas depend on an 11-mile Apple Capital Loop to carry more than 100,000 vehicles each day. The nearest interstate highway is 40 miles away, and travel is really constrained by mostly 2-lane rural roads and 2 bridges. Improvements in this loop are critical for trade, emergency services, and fire safety. At the economic heart of my district is agriculture. Central Washington is home to some of the nation's largest growers and exporters, and farmers and growers face chronic challenges to get their products to market, including frequent road closures, port delays, and that distance from an interstate highway. And more acutely, farmers have shared with me how pandemic conditions, trade imbalances, port shortcomings, and international shipping practices at our ports are negatively impacting their industry, threatening export markets, and also the relationships they developed over decades. Shipping has become really unpredictable, delayed, more expensive, and perilous especially for perishable goods like the apples and cherries coming from my district. Ships are frequently returning to China empty rather than with our exports. And so, along with improvements in shipping policies, our ports and shipping infrastructure require modernization to preserve our agricultural community. Finally, I want to talk about safety. Chelan County is highly vulnerable to catastrophic wildfires. And during the last fire evacuation efforts, it became alarmingly evident to my constituents that that same Apple Capital Loop was insufficient for safe evacuation. It's another compelling reason for those improvements. And finally, I'd love to highlight climate action and environmental stewardship. Washington State has invested millions of dollars to address downstream barriers that block Chinook salmon from reaching their spawning grounds. And headwaters located in our national forests are critical to having salmon populations thrive downstream. So in the coming weeks, I'm planning to reintroduce the Legacy Roads and Trails bill, which ensures dedicated funding to the U.S. Forest Service for projects that protect clean water and riparian habitat. This program focuses on urgently needed road decommissioning of unused or unsafe roads, the removal or replacement of culverts and other fish passage barriers, and the repair and maintenance of roads and trails. And so thank you for your leadership and for attending to the needs of my district, and I yield back the very minuscule balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Schrier. And next, the chair would like to recognize Congressman Mann from Kansas for 5 minutes. Okay, we will go ahead and recognize Mr. Jacobs from New York for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today and address the committee. Chris Jacobs from the 27th Congressional District. As we move forward with the efforts to expand our nation's infrastructure, I want to bring to your attention the important issue in my home state of New York. New York is currently the only state in the union to still impose absolute liability on employers and property owners for gravity-related falls. This archaic standard is otherwise known as the scaffold law. Absolute liability under the scaffold law means that employers and property owners are fully liable for workplace accidents, regardless of the contributing fault of the worker. Due to this strict liability statute, an employer is 100% liable if an employee, as an example, is harmed, even if that employer is very intoxicated. Contrast that with the liability standard of comparative negligence, the standard of every other state in the nation, which allows for a reasonable determination of fault between the two parties. Studies have indicated that the scaffold law adds approximately 8 to 10% to the cost of construction in New York State, in every single project in New York State, whether it is public or private, no matter what the size of the project. Due in part to the extreme standard set by the scaffold law, the cost of construction in New York State as a result is higher than any other state in the nation, resulting in an unnecessary taxpayer spending across all levels of government. According to one study, the scaffold law is expected to add an additional 180 to 300 million to New York City's Gateway project. The Tappan Zee Bridge project, also known as Mario Cuomo Bridge, is estimated, a major project was estimated to have incurred $300 million in additional unnecessary costs due to the scaffold law. In a recent amicus brief, the New York State Transit Authority stated it is in an existential financial crisis. Its public liability burden in 2019 was $150 million, much of that due to the scaffold law. These costs represent hundreds of millions of dollars that could have gone towards improving our schools, repairing New York City's subway system, and fixing roads throughout New York State. Defenders of the scaffold law say it improves worksite safety, but data shows the opposite. A study deemed practice ready by the Transportation Research Board of the National Academies of Science, Medicine, and Engineering concluded that the law actually increases both fatal and non-fatal injuries by 167 each year. The challenges presented by the scaffold law are why I have introduced the Infrastructure and Expansion Act, HR 1300, which would exempt federally funded projects from the scaffold law and instead place them on the standard of comparative negligence. Mr. Chairman, I would like to enter into the record a letter of support from over 65 organizations throughout New York State supporting my bill. The scaffold law is particularly challenging for minority and women-owned businesses, as the inflated premiums they must pay for liability insurance put them at a competitive disadvantage when bidding projects against larger firms. That is why groups such as the Minority and Women Contractors and Developers Association and the National Association of Minority Contractors have been vocal supporters of scaffold law reform. I'm proud to have their support on my bill. Other supporters of scaffold law reform and my bill include the New York State Association of Affordable Housing. The scaffold law is estimated to add $10,000 to the cost of a single-family home in New York State. Anyone interested in making New York State more affordable for families should support inclusion of my legislation in any infrastructure package. Another supporter I'm proud to have is Habitat for Humanity. Like the New York State Association of Affordable Housing, Habitat for Humanity appreciates efforts to make housing in New York State more affordable. However, they have an additional issue with the scaffold law. In the wake of Superstorm Sandy, Habitat and its volunteer partners rushed to help Long Island recover. However, they struggled to find insurance because of the scaffold law and were hindered to make an impact after that disaster. For the sake of our roads and our bridges and our schools, our railroads, our homes, and all New Yorkers, the scaffold law must be reformed. What I am asking for today is consideration in any infrastructure package to include provisions in my bill which would mandate that comparative negligence be utilized. Why am I saying this? If $1 billion right now came to New York State in federal taxpayer money through an infrastructure bill, 10% of that would be peeled off because of scaffold law. $100 million would be essentially wasted. I want that money, and I think most New Yorkers want that money spent on real projects. Reforming scaffold law for an infrastructure bill will make that happen. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would like to recognize Mr. Mann from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, members of the committee, including my Kansas colleague, Therese Davis. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about transportation and infrastructure priorities for the 1st District of Kansas. My district, aptly named the Big First, is the 11th largest congressional district in the country, spanning 63 counties in central and western Kansas. As you can imagine, with a district that size, we greatly rely on roads, rails, waterways, and other forms of infrastructure to connect our rural communities to one another and to the rest of the world. The Big First backbone is agriculture. It is home to more than 60,000 farms and is made up of farmers ranchers, feedlot managers, nutritionists, ethanol producers, ag lenders, and agribusiness owners who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Farmers and ranchers depend on roads, bridges, and rail to safely transport these goods to market. So in the beginning of planting season to the end of harvest, and from the time a baby calf hits the ground to the time we take them to town, these forms of transport help to efficiently deliver our ag products around the globe. However, moving livestock and perishable ag commodities brings a separate set of issues for drivers that Kansas are well aware of as the leader in cattle production. For decades, farmers and ranchers and transporters of ag goods across our district and state have fallen victim to archaic trucking regulations, leaving little to no room for livestock hauling exemptions. S72, the Haulers of Agriculture and Livestock Safety, the Halls Act, is introduced by Senator Deb Fisher, my neighbor to the north in Nebraska, would address these concerns. The Halls Act would update the hours of service exemption for ag products and livestock that have been regularly modified by Congress to provide flexibility to ag and livestock haulers. This bill would add 150 air miles on the back end of the trip, allowing drivers the extra time to safely navigate the rural roads where they haul. It would also allow the hours of service exemptions to continue nationwide all year round, removing the seasonal limits set by state designated planting and harvesting periods. I'm supportive of the work of a coalition of more than 100 ag organizations to modernize the ag exemptions to the hours of service rule and provide flexibility for haulers, and urge the committee to review legislation in full if similar legislation introduced in the House or if the Halls Act reaches the House floor for a vote. Another important issue for rural districts like mine is aviation, which is supported through essential air service and small community air service development programs. Both programs ensure that our smaller communities can maintain a minimal level of scheduled air service to larger cities, whether through direct support or by working with communities to address air service issues. As the home state to the air capital of the world, essential air service enables communities like Salina, Liberal, Dodge City, Garden City, and Hayes to connect to the world through aviation. As your committee continues work on transportation and infrastructure legislation, we must ensure that rural communities are part of the conversation and a priority for these discussions. Beyond transportation, the importance of broadband cannot be overstated in connecting rural communities to the rest of the country, whether for virtual school, telemedicine, or remote work. Rural broadband must be considered as an important piece in our infrastructure conversations, whether occurring in this committee or others across Congress. The roads, highways, rails, aviation, as well as broadband connect all of us across the country and add to the quality of life in rural communities. Our investments today will promote rural economies long into the future and make our communities a prosperous place to live for the next generations. Thank you, Congressman Davis, for the opportunity to speak on the issue impacting the 1st District of Kansas, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Rep. Mann. Appreciate your advocacy on behalf of our state. Next, the chair would like to recognize Rep. Higgins from New York for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. And the chairman and the ranking member, it is often said that in urban design, there's no neutrality, that the built environment either serves to hurt or to heal. A decade of expressway building in the nation in the 1950s, including Buffalo, fed that era's obsession with automobiles. It hurt city neighborhoods and it destroyed a lot of parkland and a lot of quality of life, including 80 acres of Olmsted parks and parkways in Buffalo, New York. The Kensington Expressway destroyed nearly 45 acres of parkland, including Olmsted's grandest parkway, denying for decades an entire neighborhood the enjoyment and health benefits that parks offer, which various groups are trying to fix. The Skagit-Wood Expressway in Buffalo dissected Delaware Park and stole more than 40 acres of land. We see this throughout the entire nation, that while we're going to rebuild the infrastructure of the country, we have to fix the infrastructure that is destroyed certain communities, and those communities are underserved communities in places like Buffalo, New York. I am very optimistic about the $20 billion that is in the infrastructure bill to restore neighborhoods that have been destroyed by expressway construction. I think it should be more. I think it should be $50 billion, because those communities have been denied investment. They've been denied health and safety for the people that live in and around those communities. We have a great opportunity here to rebuild the infrastructure of our country, but we also have an obligation, more so than anything else, to help those underserved communities that have been devastated by decades of expressway building. We need more parks, we need more parkways, we need more pedestrian and bicycle access so that everybody will have access to good parks and the healing power of parks and parkways that these expressways destroyed so many years ago. With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. The chair would now like to recognize Ms. Luria from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you to Rep. Davids, and thank you to Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and to my colleagues on the committee for giving me this opportunity. I'd like to bring to attention some critical issues that are important not only in my district, but across the nation. As you all know, our nation's infrastructure has been neglected for far too long. Our bridges, roads, and transit are aging and in desperate need of repair. One thing I would like to start with is talking about harbors and the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for their work during the last Congress with the Water Resources Development Act, the WRDA for 2020. The culmination of their work included provisions to ensure full utilization of the harbor maintenance tax revenues, as well as unlocking more than $9 billion in unspent balance in the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund. Full use of the Harbor Maintenance Trust is essential to ensuring our nation's navigation channels are adequately maintained. This is especially important in my district, where the Port of Virginia has begun dredging to deepen and widen the Norfolk Harbor, while we await a New START designation and federal construction funding. Proper maintenance both now and after completion of the Norfolk Harbor Channel improvement are critical to ensure the channel is safe and efficient for both commercial and military traffic. I hope that our colleagues on the Appropriation Committee take advantage of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund provisions to not only fully fund operation and maintenance at our ports and harbors, but also to increase the construction funding to keep critical projects like the Norfolk Harbor on schedule and delivering its economic benefits of nearly $4 billion to the nation, more than $10 returned for every federal dollar invested. Similarly, as this committee works on an infrastructure package, I ask that you include the Army's Corps' navigation projects as essential components in building back better. I would like to also touch on rail, which is a critical element as well of our intermodal transit and port facility located in southeastern Virginia. It is vital to not only my district, but the nation's economy as well. Last year, the Port of Virginia was awarded a $20 million federal grant to expand its rail operation, and this grant would allow the port to double the existing capacity to the Norfolk International Terminal's central rail yard. Currently, 34% of the port's total volume moves to market by double stack rail service, and that demand is forecast to increase 40%, with the need for capacity to process an additional 200,000 containers for export annually. Without expansion, the terminal's current operation could not keep up with growth, resulting in more movement of freight by truck on local roads and highways rather than by rail. Expansion in Hampton Roads maintains the expected level of service to cargo owners all the way to the Midwest and Ohio Valley and other inland markets. Next, I'd like to mention coastal resiliency. Like many communities that are close to the ocean, coastal Virginia experiences challenges related to recurrent flooding and rising sea levels. Our region needs resilient infrastructure that stands strong against the challenges of a changing climate. Virginia's 2nd District is home to Naval Station Norfolk, which is the world's largest naval station, and we also have installations from every branch of the service. In 2019, a Department of Defense report found that the Greater Hampton Roads is one of the most vulnerable areas of flooding in the entire United States. When it floods in coastal Virginia, it becomes more than just a local nuisance. It truly does become a national security issue. We must make investments in durable infrastructure to protect both our local economy and our national security and military readiness. Last, I would like to touch on transit, which is public transit, which is also critical in coastal Virginia. Hampton Roads has one of the largest bus networks in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and an example is Route 20, which is one of the most populated bus routes in the Commonwealth from Virginia Beach to downtown Norfolk. Bus transit should be a priority in upcoming surface transportation bills because it is an affordable way to expand public transit. An overwhelming number of my constituents use buses to commute to and from work and school, medical appointments, essential shopping, and on all of their daily tasks. So bus service is an integral part of coastal Virginia's economy, as it is many other places around the country. So I urge that we provide adequate resources for modernizing and expanding our public transit networks. In closing, I'd like again to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves and my colleagues on the committee for giving me the chance to speak about transportation and infrastructure priorities throughout coastal Virginia. By making these much needed investments in our infrastructure, we can set our communities up for sustainable economic success in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. Next, the chair will recognize the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, for 5 minutes.
Chair, Ranking Member, and members of our U.S. House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, aloha, and mahalo for the opportunity to update the committee on key transportation and infrastructure issues and needs for my home state of Hawaii. I'd like to highlight 3 today for your consideration and assistance. Number 1, adapting our surface transportation network to the impacts of climate change on coastal communities. Number 2, supporting our critical Honolulu Area Rapid Transit, or HART project. And number 3, strengthening deficient safety and community disruption regulation of commercial helicopter and small aircraft operations. First, as an island state, Hawaii is uniquely challenged by the growing threats of climate change. Sea levels are projected to rise 20 to 30% above the global mean by 2010. Resulting coastal erosion and flooding already threaten hundreds of miles of key coastal roadways in Hawaii alone. Only a large and sustained investment in critical infrastructure to include coastal resiliency and road relocation will maintain our surface transportation network. I urge the committee to continue to support new technologies and strategies and projects to meet this challenge. Second, and in the same vein, Hawaii, and especially the urban center of Honolulu, is in critical need of alternative modes of transportation. A 2019 study ranks Honolulu as the single most traffic congested of all medium-sized American cities. Mass transit remains our best current and especially long-term option to provide efficient and reliable transportation in our urban core. Our HART project, now over 50% complete, has, like virtually all other large mass transit projects, endured substantial cost increases and delays. However, it is even more critical now to Hawaii's transportation and infrastructure, present and future. I ask for this committee's continued support for HART and other mass transit projects nationwide. Finally, I ask for the committee's support of full and responsive regulation by the Federal Aviation Administration, and if the FAA remains unable or unwilling to do so, by other federal, state, and local regulatory agencies, of rapidly increasing safety and community disruption concerns from commercial tour helicopters and small aircraft operations. In many parts of our country, but especially Hawaii, these operations have accelerated rapidly in recent years. Yet regulatory capacity and commitment by the FAA has not kept pace, with tragic and widespread consequences. 2019 pre-COVID alone saw 17 tour, flight, and skydiving accidents nationwide, with 37 tragic deaths from 6 of those crashes. Hawaii saw 3 dead in the crash of a commercial air tour helicopter into a residential neighborhood, 11 more dead in the crash of a commercial skydiving plane, and then 7 more dead in a commercial air tour helicopter crash in a remote mountain region. The National Transportation Safety Board, which reviews incidents but cannot regulate changes, has concluded that existing safety-related regulation of commercial tour helicopters and small aircraft skydiving operations is insufficient. Just yesterday, the NTSB reported that one factor in the 11 dead skydiving crash was insufficient FAA inspection of the aircraft's safety. Many of the NTSB's specific recommendations have not been adopted by the FAA. These operations have also disrupted whole communities with excessive noise and other impacts on the ground, destroyed the peace and sanctity of special places, and weakened security and management of national security operations. The FAA states that its responsibility is strictly operational safety and national airspace efficiency and does not extend to ground disruption and other negative impacts. As a result, the operators are virtually free to fly wherever, whenever, and as often as they want, and they do with little or no self-regulation. I need and ask for this committee's assistance in resolving this intolerable situation. For starters, I seek your support for HR 389, My Safe and Quiet Skies Act, which would require the FAA to implement the NTSB's recommended enhanced safety regulations, prohibit flights over certain federal properties, to include military installations, national cemeteries, and national parks, require standard equipment to monitor the location of flights, prevent pilots from also serving as tour guides, and limit decibel levels to those commonly applied to operations in residential areas on the ground. There are other approaches that get to the same place, and I ask to work with this committee toward their implementation. In closing, I want to extend my warmest mahalo for your leadership in fixing our nation's transportation and infrastructure, and for your consideration of Hawaii's critical needs. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The chair would now recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear, for 5 minutes. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to discuss policy priorities critical to El Paso while the committee is working toward the reintroduction of HR 2. El Paso is a vibrant border community, home to over 800,000 people. It has seen steady growth over the past decade, but our infrastructure spending has historically not kept pace. Like most of America, our highways and bridges are congested and in disrepair, causing issues for locals who rely on them to get to work, go to school, and more. However, infrastructure issues in border communities like mine are not just problems for locals, but for every American. Our roads are critical trade arteries for the rest of the country, with over $800 billion in trade entering through El Paso's ports of entry in 2019 alone. In short, border infrastructure is national and international infrastructure. While local governments and state agencies like the Texas Department of Transportation have been doing what they can, the federal government needs to step up. That's why I'm urging the committee to consider increasing the border set-aside created in the FAST Act for surface transportation program funds from 5% to 10% in HR 2. I'm also asking the committee to make this set-aside mandatory for border states. There are no border members on TNI, and I want to ensure that the committee understands why border communities are so important. High-quality border infrastructure benefits not just those who live on the border, but those far from the border as well. We need to give strategically located border communities like El Paso the resources that we need to revitalize our economies, better our residents' lives, and enhance our role as key trade corridors for our country. The other critical element to border infrastructure are our land ports of entry. These ports are just as crucial as our coastal counterparts, with billions in trade crossing by land every day. They also serve a national security interest, with Customs and Border Protection using them to facilitate everyday flow and preventing contraband from entering our borders. Nevertheless, many of these ports were built in the last century and are outdated. Such conditions are impairing CBP's ability to perform their mission, leading to significant congestion, long wait times, and security concerns. These delays also pose an environmental and health risk for neighborhoods surrounding the ports because the idling cars spew harmful particulates into the air. Local governments are trying to do their part by investing in and seeking funding for infrastructure around the ports. An example is the Stanton Street Bridge Intelligent Transportation System I'm submitting for the committee's consideration under the surface reauthorization process. Yet because these ports play such a critical role for our national economy, I urge the committee to include a significant investment for inland port infrastructure and technology in HR 2, because the federal government has a stake in international trade and commerce. Finally, I'd like to call the committee's attention to colonias, which exist exclusively along the US-Mexico border. Sometimes referred to as the Forgotten America, these communities can oftentimes lack suitable roads, access to clean drinking water, and sewage treatment. Last year, the House of Representatives moved to include 2 of my Colonia-related amendments in the final version of H.R. 2. The first directed the Department of Transportation to conduct a study of Colonia infrastructure, and the second would have established the Colonia State of Good Repair Grant Program to address Colonia surface infrastructure. I'm urging the committee to include these amendments in the coming version of H.R. 2 with one change. The Colonia State of Good Repair Grant Program needs to invest $500 million over 4 years to make a real dent in the infrastructure needs of colonias across the border. In addition to surface infrastructure, water infrastructure is desperately needed for all colonias. Based on a recent estimate, El Paso County will need approximately $700 million to address colonia water and wastewater infrastructure. While President Biden's American Jobs Plan contains historic investments in these areas, I'm concerned colonias will be left behind or put into programs where they need to compete with other regions for funding. That's why I urge you to set aside water infrastructure funds specifically for colonias and the local governments helming these projects. We must also ensure no local match is needed because putting together a match presents another barrier to access for these already economically disadvantaged communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I look forward to collaborating with the committee further on H.R. 2. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. The committee will now stand in recess for 10 minutes.
committee will come to order. And I recognize Mr. Espaillat for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity, members of the committee, for allowing me to testify on the important items I believe should be addressed in a surface transportation reauthorization. As a recent member of this committee, and I miss being part of it, and the only one representing New York City, there are a number of items I believe deserve consideration. I want to thank the committee for including a number of my priorities in HR 2, the Moving Forward Act last year, and encourage you to include them once again. My Transportation Alternative Enhancement Act is critical for encouraging projects to promote safe bike and pedestrian infrastructure. And together with the Complete Streets Act and the Safe Streets Act will make our roads safe for all users while promoting healthier, greener transportation infrastructure. I also want to applaud the committee's inclusion in HR 2 of the new GridLAC program to attack the plague of congestion in new and innovative ways. New York City is pioneering congestion pricing and reduction program, the first of its kind in America. In fact, as a state legislator, I was an advocate of this important measure. And the GridLAC program will serve to scale these innovative solutions in a way that improves mobility and efficiency while improving air quality in minority communities, in particular, like the ones that I represent in Northern Manhattan and the Bronx. Additionally, we must use infrastructure investment as a job-generating opportunity for underserved communities. Not only must we develop the pipeline for workers for the 21st century and infrastructure projects, but we must also focus our training and hiring efforts in communities that have been historically left behind when these projects hit the ground. I strongly support the inclusion of an initiative focused on generating partnerships between industry, state and local government, and institutions of higher learning and vocational programs that target economically disadvantaged communities. For example, the City College of New York in my district has been working to develop a state-of-the-art infrastructure training institute with the purpose of building a curricula and a job training initiative. It will be called the Charles Rangel Institute for Transportation and Infrastructure. And I'm currently working very hard with former Congressman Charles Rangel in this endeavor. I believe that this is a model that can be replicated country, targeting communities of color who are often underrepresented in the infrastructure workforce. In fact, greener infrastructure, but no jobs left behind for those communities. Finally, I want to reiterate my strong support for transit and other major infrastructure investments, initiatives such as build and capital investment grants, which will help to complete the Gateway program, but most importantly for me, the second phase of the Second Avenue subway that will go right through East Harlem, a transportation desert that I currently represent, which I had the pleasure of touring with the chairman 2 years ago. In fact, there's a shovel-ready program. The tunnel is already built. It was built back in the 70s before the city hit fiscal problems. And so 75% of the work is already there. As we reauthorize federal surface transportation program, we not only invest more in these key initiatives, but also build upon their success while ensuring that these programs are implemented in an effective and predictable manner. The Second Avenue subway, second phase, will be a regional project. It will connect with Metro North to other counties outside of New York City, a short distance to the airport by bus, LaGuardia Airport, and potential water transportation in the new campus established on the west side of that corridor by Columbia University. As we look forward to authorizing, we should also include policies that ensure a transparent and predictable process for the critical competitive grant programs. Thank you once again for this opportunity to testify. and for all of your hard work in doing this. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much for that testimony. And now just so that everybody is ready, I want to preview the next three members who will be presenting. We'll go to Mr. Cicilline first, Ms. Sherrill, and then Ms. Berrigan. So I will now yield 5 minutes to Congressman Cicilline.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for inviting me to share my thoughts with you as the committee works to reauthorize the surface transportation programs and to pass President Biden's American Jobs Plan. My home state of Rhode Island ranks 49th in the nation for infrastructure conditions and has the highest rate of structurally deficient bridges in the country. These challenges present an urgent need to repair and rebuild our roads, bridges, ports, and transit systems to create jobs, invest in local economies, and enhance the safety of our communities. As you continue to develop legislation to address our transportation and infrastructure needs, it is my hope that you will consider including the following priorities. First, studies have found that use of innovative materials is cost-effective and provides long-lasting durability when compared to conventional materials. I introduced the Imagine Act, which would encourage research and deployment of innovative construction materials in transportation projects nationwide. Investing in new techniques and materials could help extend the life of critical public works that draw increasingly poor condition ratings. I urge the committee to support the bipartisan and bicameral solution to our nation's infrastructure needs. Second, 4.1 million Americans are served by sewage treatment plants that provide less than secondary treatment, a basic requirement of federal law. Unfortunately, the financial burden to meet federal requirements often falls on state and local governments that cannot shoulder the cost of facility maintenance and upgrades. In fact, only 37% of the nation's infrastructure capital investment needs were met in 2019. This is unacceptable. I urge the committee to establish a new grant program that specifically addresses the needs of wastewater infrastructure in financially distressed municipalities. All Americans should have access to safe and clean drinking water. Third, the National Scenic Byways Program brings economic development and tourism to communities by recognizing historic, scenic, and culturally important roads around the country. The passage of the Reviving America's Scenic Byways Act led to the designation of 49 new national scenic byways earlier this year. I support $55 million in funding for the program and the creation of a quality assistance program to provide technical assistance and help designees continue to meet the criteria of the program. Fourth, I recently introduced legislation that will further support the activities laid out in President Biden's American Jobs Plan throughout Southern New England. The Southern New England Regional Commission Act would allow communities in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut to utilize federal resources to invest in economic development improvements to a number of areas such as defense and maritime manufacturing, and better utilize innovative materials and public transit programs. With aging infrastructure and unemployment rates above the national average, these states urgently need economic revitalization this commission will provide. Not to be forgotten, our nation's community centers need our support. From senior centers to recreation facilities to organizations that offer programming for all ages, community centers come in many forms. However, they all provide Americans with opportunities to learn, socialize, and access key services. Congress should harness these engines of good by investing in facility, acquisition, and programming. Finally, robust investments in coastal resiliency and broadband access will bring our nation's infrastructure into the 21st century. By 2050, rising sea levels will cause the land currently occupied by 300 million people to flood at least once a year. We must build and retrofit infrastructure capable of withstanding the rising waters, more intense and more frequent storms brought on by climate change. Internet access is essential to complete homework, look for a job, and communicate with others. Yet 44 million US households do not have standard broadband connection. Investments in high-speed broadband will end the isolation facing millions of Americans, will create more jobs, and help strengthen our economy. We have the opportunity to pass a once-in-a-generation infrastructure package that will stabilize and modernize the nation's economy and put millions of people to work. We must invest in innovative materials, expand access to clean water, support historic roads, address each region's unique needs, combat climate change, and expand access to broadband. I thank you for your continued work on these vital issues and appreciate your consideration. I look forward to working with the committee, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. I now yield 5 minutes to my colleague from New Jersey, Congresswoman Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you to Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, and members of the committee. And thank you so much to my good friend, Tom Malinowski, for all his continuous and hard work on this committee and on particularly the Gateway Tunnel project. Thanks to Representatives Payne and Sears for their outstanding work to support New Jersey's priorities on this committee. I want to speak today about an issue that's critical to my district's economy and the quality of life of my constituents, the Gateway Tunnel project. But Gateway is not just a local or regional issue. It is critically important to the entire nation's transportation network and economic health. The Northeast Corridor is the most heavily trafficked rail corridor in the nation and is essential to the travel of almost 1 million people every single day. Gateway is the linchpin at the center of that system. But the Hudson River Tunnel it currently relies on is now over a century old and was severely damaged during Superstorm Sandy, creating the risk for a devastating shutdown. According to a 2019 impact study, such a shutdown would cost the U.S. economy $16 billion over 4 years, reduce property values by $22 billion in New Jersey alone, and cost $7 billion in lost revenue to all levels of our government. A shutdown means more pollution, longer commutes, and increased motor vehicle accidents, further harming the single most economically productive region in our country. It also means the increased stress when a parent is contending with a delayed train while trying to pick up kids from daycare or make it home to a soccer game. I've personally examined the damage to the tunnels and saw the exposed rebar, crumbling walls, and corroded wires left by the hurricane. Maintenance crews are able to do basic upkeep for a few hours, but it's simply not enough to fix the underlying damage. We've already delayed a structural fix for years and allowed the tunnel to continue to deteriorate. We simply can't afford to wait any longer while hoping a shutdown doesn't occur. The Gateway Tunnel project would modernize and improve the Northeast Corridor system and minimize the risk of this potentially catastrophic failure. It would be a transformative infrastructure improvement for the nation's busiest rail corridor and would create significant resiliency and efficiency improvements for the entire Northeast Corridor. That's why I've worked so hard since my first day in office to expedite the funding and approvals needed to finally implement this project. This hasn't been easy over the past few years. The previous administration was an active impediment in our efforts to finish the project. They continually missed deadlines for approving the project, leading to heavy delays in planning and construction that put our regional economy at even greater risk. I was thrilled to hear Transportation Secretary Buttigieg echo my priorities when he expressed his desire to move forward with Gateway during his Senate confirmation hearings. And the Biden administration recently announced that they will be moving forward with the approval process for the Gateway Tunnel project. Furthermore, the administration's infrastructure proposal includes $80 billion for passenger rail with a specific set aside for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor, as well as $25 billion for complex projects of regional and national significance. Both of these provisions could provide the financing that we critically need to complete Gateway. The funding strongly aligns with the priorities that this committee outlined through its landmark infrastructure reform package, the Moving Forward Act. I was so proud to vote for that bill last year because it recognized the necessity of upgrading and modernizing our rail system. And I want to thank the committee for all of the work that you put into crafting that legislation. The Moving Forward Act contains several funding provisions that could be used to support the completion of Gateway. This included $29 billion for Amtrak, with $13 billion going to the Northeast Corridor, $19 billion for the passenger rail improvement, modernization, and expansion, the PRIME grant program, $9 billion for the projects of national and regional significance grant program, and $7 billion for the Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Grants program. As Congress begins negotiations for this infrastructure package, therefore, I urge you to prioritize capital financing for major projects that are significant to the entire nation, such as Gateway. The new projects of national and regional significance grant program in the Moving Forward Act is exactly the type of fund that Gateway needs. And that program is remarkably similar to the $25 billion included in President Biden's proposal for ambitious projects with benefits to the regional or national economy. but that are too large or complex for existing funding programs. It's my hope that this new funding from Congress, alongside the administration's strong willingness to take Gateway to the finish line on the regulatory side, will enable us to finish this long overdue and desperately needed project. At a time when the Northeast region is still in the early stages of our economic recovery after being the first states hit by the pandemic, this project will create thousands of jobs and create significant new efficiencies that will help to power our economic recovery. I'm so appreciative of the tremendous leadership that this committee has demonstrated in support of Gateway over the past 3 years, and look forward to engaging with all of you on this critical issue. This is an issue that is central to so many families and businesses in my district, and I will continue to advocate for them until we've completed Gateway. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman Malinowski, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Sherrill. In New Jersey, when we say there's light at the end of the tunnel, we mean that literally. I think it's safe to say that Gateway is on track, but we will all work together to make sure that it actually does happen. So thank you again for your testimony. I now yield 5 minutes to Congresswoman Berrigan of California.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. There are 4 main priorities I want to outline for you that will infuse equity and climate justice into our nation's transportation system. The first is to provide funding parity for transit. Currently, transit receives about 20% of federal funding and highways receive 80%. Greater investment in transit is important for reducing air pollution and supporting people who rely on transit for commuting to work, medical appointments, and the grocery store. I'm asking for you to provide at least 50% of federal resurfacing authorization funding for transit. This need is significant. Transit systems, including LA Metro, are recovering from major declines in ridership caused by the pandemic and significant capital project backlogs. LA Metro faces needs of $5.5 billion for maintaining and upgrading bus and rail vehicles, facilities, and rail lines over the next 15 years. Their plan to address this need heavily relies on future federal assistance. Secondly, zero emissions transit vehicles. As part of an increased investment in transit, the committee should increase funding for replacing diesel burning transit vehicles with zero emissions technology. Currently, the city of Los Angeles has a goal of transitioning its entire bus fleet to zero emissions by 2030. This is critical for reducing transportation pollution from burning diesel, which causes dangerous air pollution in my district and communities of color throughout the country. The Biden administration's infrastructure plan includes replacing 50,000 transit vehicles with zero emissions vehicles by 2030. This is a great start, but the committee should go as big as possible. There are over 180,000 public transit vehicles available in our country for service. Third, as part of your investments to reduce our dependency on cars, we need greater federal support for biking and walking infrastructure. My district lacks safe pedestrian and cyclist access to parks and open spaces, particularly for communities along the lower Los Angeles River. For example, the predominantly low-income communities living in the neighborhoods along Artesia Boulevard, the major west to east corridor, running through North Long Beach and across the river, cannot access the river's bike path through Artesia Boulevard. Finally, Ports Infrastructure Grants Program. I'm requesting greater investment in ports through the Ports Infrastructure Development Program. This is the primary federal source of funding for strengthening and modernizing port terminals and their integration into the American supply chain. The last year has demonstrated the importance of strengthening and protecting the supply chain from disruption. The Port of Los Angeles alone faces a $260 million gap between infrastructure needs and budgeting funded for construction. And with that, I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with you in the 117th Congress to advance 21st century transportation solutions that improve the quality of life in our communities and addresses the climate crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. I now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Jones of New York.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Graves and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear before you and to share my testimony. It is a great honor to speak to you today about the district where I grew up and now represent in the United States Congress. There is no shortage of transportation and infrastructure needs in Westchester and Rockland counties, suburbs of New York City that are in New York's 17th congressional district. As you know, surface transportation across New York State is notoriously in bad shape. Nearly half of all locally or state-maintained roads in New York are in poor or mediocre condition, according to a study by the National Transportation Research nonprofit known as TRIP. Similarly, many of our bridges are old and in need of repair. In fact, nearly 10% of all bridges in the state of New York were determined to be structurally deficient, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers. That number should be 0. But this is all information you can easily find and will likely hear from my colleagues in the New York delegation. I'm here because I want to talk with you about something you may not know, something that is a high priority for many of my constituents in Rockland County, which is the more under-resourced portion of my congressional district, and it happens to be where I grew up. And that is the need for improved commuter rail from Rockland County into New York City. The Hudson River runs through the middle of my district, with Rockland County on the west bank of the river and Westchester County on the east bank of the river. I grew up in Rockland, and since I was a child, I can remember people talking about the need for a one-seat train ride into New York City. Currently, Rocklanders going into New York City must take New Jersey Transit into the state of New Jersey, then transfer to a different train station at Secaucus Junction in New Jersey before finally getting to New York Penn Station. This is deeply inconvenient and makes Rockland a less attractive place to live for working families. Contrast that with the experience of my constituents in Westchester, who live on the other side of the Hudson River and ride to and from our nation's economic capital, New York City, every day on the Metro-North Railroad without ever having to transfer to a different train. The one-seat ride to the city has helped Westchester prosper and has encouraged transit-oriented sustainable development. Unfortunately, the same can't be said about rail service in Rockland County. As an initial matter, in most parts of Rockland, which has over 325,000 residents, there is no train service. And that means you have to drive or take a bus to get into New York City, both of which are bad for the environment. Rockland's challenge of too few rail stations is compounded by a lack of direct service to New York City, which operates to deny Rocklanders the same benefits as their more affluent neighbors in Westchester County. In researching this issue, I have found that completion of the Gateway program is key to delivering a one-seat ride between Rockland County and New York Penn Station. Several of the projects that comprise the Gateway program have a direct impact on my goal of securing a one-seat ride for Rocklanders. Chief among them are 2 projects that are underway. First, the new Hudson River Tunnel, which will expand railroad capacity, improve safety, and reduce delays currently impacting service into New York City. And the second is the expansion of New York Penn Station, which will be necessary to accommodate the increased train capacity resulting from the new Hudson River Tunnel. I'm confident that with this new administration and support from Congress, these projects will be built without further delay. My concern is about what comes next. In order to secure a one-seat ride for my constituents in Rockland, the next piece of the Gateway program that must come into place is completion of the Bergen Loop project, also known as the Secaucus Loop. If built, the Bergen Loop will create a pathway for the one-seat ride that Rockland County needs. Passengers will no longer have to transfer at Secaucus and wait for another train that heads into the city. With robust funding in the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill for major infrastructure projects like Gateway, we can make the one-seat ride from Rockland to New York City a reality. This is of the utmost importance to me and to the hundreds of thousands of my constituents who deserve reliable and convenient access to economic opportunities in the city. And so I urge the committee to provide strong funding and resources to complete infrastructure projects of national and regional significance, including the Gateway Program. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And you're absolutely right. There's no way we get one-seat ride for any number of commuter railways west of the Hudson River without completing the new Hudson Tunnel and repairing the old one. And it's good to be reminded it's not just New Jersey that's involved here. With that, I yield 5 minutes to Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez.
Thank you so very much. And thank you for holding this hearing to listen to members' ideas as we enact a bold infrastructure plan. We are in a transformative moment as we climb out of the recession, address the climate crisis, and build a better, more equitable future. New Mexico needs infrastructure investments that will create a foundation for our communities to thrive. It's estimated that deficient roads in New Mexico cost each driver $767 per year. My state schools face an over $400 million capital expenditure gap. We'll need $1.4 billion to meet drinking water needs. But New Mexico is also ground zero for the potential for bold climate action and also the potential for economic disaster if we are not careful about the transition into a green economy. Our ecosystem is fragile, and a warmer planet could mean extensive droughts and wildfires that will threaten the beautiful state we call home. But we must also transition with an understanding of the potential harm to the communities that depend on jobs and tax revenue. This is an issue affecting many communities, not just New Mexico. We can start with connecting our rural and underserved communities to economic opportunity. I urge the committee to prioritize funding for transportation infrastructure that specifically connects economies transitioning away from oil and gas to existing railroads and transportation networks. For example, Farmington, New Mexico, which is in the San Juan gas basin, is connected by oil and gas pipelines to the rest of the economy, but lacks access to a commercial rail line, which they desperately want so that they can move into the new future. A new electric rail line there could become a prototype for rail innovation while spurring the just transition. Nowhere are transportation and infrastructure needs more apparent than in our tribal communities. Whether it's the lack of running water and plumbing or inadequate roads to take elders to healthcare facilities, COVID-19 has exposed the deep infrastructure inequities that tribal communities face. Navajo children can't ride the bus sometimes because bridges and roads are too deteriorated for the buses. The Navajo Nation recently reported $7.9 billion is required to address its infrastructure needs alone. According to the GAO, there are over 150,000 miles of roads in tribal lands in the United States. Over half are unpaved and in poor condition. I was counsel to numerous tribes and their entities, and I've seen the devastating impacts of underinvestment that led to COVID deaths and despair. Now, as the chair of the Natural Resources Subcommittee for the Indigenous Peoples, I want to highlight our federal government's unique trust obligation to tribes. As you evaluate member-designated project submissions, I urge the committee to honor this trust responsibility and consider granting members additional funding for projects submitted by tribal governments. Now I want to address Building Back Beautiful. Arts and culture are an essential part of American infrastructure and can help unite the country and allow every story to be celebrated as the American story. That's why New Mexico invests in the creative economy with 1% for the arts set aside in every publicly funded project, 1% set aside. The creative economy in New Mexico, therefore, represents about 10% of the paychecks in our state. Our federal government recognized the value of arts and culture after the Depression when we created the WPA to employ muralists and other creative workers whose art still inspires us. Today, when our nation is so divided, we desperately need to be reminded of our cultures, our shared experiences, and what binds us together as Americans. Similar to New Mexico's 1% for the arts funding, I encourage setting aside a small percentage of each infrastructure project for use in creative programs in the locale of the spending. We need to put musicians, playwrights, muralists, and poets back to work to help rebuild and heal our nation. We must build back beautiful. As Amanda Gorman said at the inauguration, being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's a past we step into and how we repair it. Thank you again to the chair and ranking members in the committee. I look forward to working together to achieve these critical investments. I yield back.
Thank you so very much. I now yield 5 minutes to Congressman Green of Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to present some projects from my congressional district. I'd also like to thank Chairman DeFazio as well as Ranking Member Graves for this opportunity. Mr. Chairman, we have many projects that we can call to your attention, and because there are so many, I'm going to just quickly go through a good number of them. We have a request from our Metropolitan Transit Authority, and this transit authority is requesting a project that would connect Missouri City, Texas with the Texas Medical Center and downtown Houston through Metro's Regional Express Network. This project would cost approximately $50 million. The funds requested are $5 million, and the timeline for completion would be 3 to 4 years. We have the West Chase District project. This project, the purpose of which would be to change the roads in the district and improve transportation access and options for residents and improve multimodal safety in the region. The proposed changes to the storm water system, sewer system, and water lines would improve flood management in the future. Take about 8 months to break ground and about 18 months thereafter to complete the project. Estimated cost is $20.35 million, requesting $4 million. The Sharpstown Trail project has many phases to it. I believe that parks, whenever possible, should be made available to persons who don't always have the opportunity to visit parks. This area is 66% low income and 60% Latinx. My hope is that with this project, we can turn an underutilized green space into a convenient path to neighborhoods, schools, and businesses. Approximate cost $2.8 million, funds requested $1 million. We have a similar project that is called Phase 2, and it has a cost of $1.75 million, funds requested $1.4 million. A similar project in the Brays Bayou Greenway Trail area, and this project would turn an underutilized green space into a convenient path to neighborhoods, schools, and businesses. This would benefit an area that is 71% Hispanic and 20.7% African American. Total estimated cost $1.4 million. Funds requested $1 million. Finally, in terms of the trails, we have a Phase 2 of the Brays Bayou Greenway Trail, and this project would cost about $11 million. Funds requested $5 million. All of the things that I'm calling to your attention are highlighted in my written document that has been submitted. Then we have the Hill at Sims. This is requested by the Houston Parks Board. This is a request by the board that wants to turn the Hill at Sims, a 100-acre regional detention basin, into a public park. This project is important because it will serve approximately 1,773 people within a 10-minute walk, and hopefully it would be completed by the end of 2022. We have the Mustang Bayou Control Center. This project has to do with flood control. It's estimated that in Fort Bend County, 43% of the properties are at risk of flooding. The project will dramatically improve the safety and economy of the region. The cost for this project is $23,640,000, and the request is for the entire amount to help us with the flooding in Houston. There is another section of this same project that would provide similar help in terms of eliminating flooding and preventing it to the extent that we can. And it would be a $16,092 request. We'll move on now to the final project, which is the Legacy Community Health Transportation Support Program. This is an FQHC, and the FQHC would like to provide support by helping persons who are in need of medical care to have a means by which they can get to the FQHC. It's a ride project. Total estimated cost is $50,000, and the funds requested are $50,000. Mr. Chairman, I believe that a good many of these projects are absolutely beneficial. In fact, all of them will be beneficial to the people that I serve. And I'm hopeful that if there are exceptions to rules, that we might fall into some exception for some of these projects. I do understand that there are certain rules that we have to adhere to, but I thank you for the opportunity to present these projects and look forward to working with you not only on these projects, but on the many other projects that have been called to your attention today. I have been really impressed with the needs that we have and want to do what I can to meet not only the needs of the people of the 9th Congressional District, but the needs of the people across the length and breadth of our country. I thank you, and I will yield back any time that I have left.
Thank you so much. Just to preview that our next 5 members will be Mr. Bowman, Ms. Underwood, Mr. Levin, Ms. Jayapal, and Ms. Craig in that order. So I'll begin by yielding 5 minutes to Mr. Bowman of New York.
Thank you to Chair DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for the opportunity to testify today. When I launched my campaign for Congress, the first rally I attended in my district was at Co-op City in the Bronx. This is the largest naturally occurring retirement community in the world and the largest affordable housing development in the entire country. And the rally was about New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority reducing bus service to this incredible community. As a new congressman, I fought successfully for a new COVID vaccination center at Co-op City because it was taking seniors an entire 2 hours via 2 trains and a bus to get to the closest mass vaccination site. All of this speaks to the discriminatory and inequitable distribution of transit needs in my district and across the country, even in a city with the largest public transit system in the country. The MTA's infrastructure needs are well known. With the federal government's help, they are seeking to invest over $50 billion in the region's transit system over the next few years. What if places like Co-op City could be the flagships for a new transformative approach to infrastructure? What if transit-oriented development meant focusing on the well-being of our communities by expanding access to childcare, education, nature, and the arts? We should be linking together innovative models of public and affordable housing like Co-op City and other public services with extensive new transit networks. All of it fully accessible and all of it zero carbon. My district, New York 16th, encompasses parts of Westchester County and the Bronx. Because of the way people's lives are intersected and invaded by highways, trucks, and polluting facilities, the Bronx has some of the highest rates of asthma in the country. Within New York City, Bronx children are the most likely to be hospitalized by asthma. These burdens are a daily reality for many children nationwide. 1 out of 11 public schools is located within 500 feet of a highway or truck route. Fossil fuel pollution leads to roughly 350,000 premature deaths every year in the US, and Black people are exposed to particulate matter at 1.5 times the rate of the general population. Comorbidities linked to this pollution have made COVID even deadlier. And all of this is concentrated in red line communities that face a variety of crises, like undrinkable water or failing sewage systems. In the city of Mount Vernon in my district, aging pipes are regularly sending wastewater into people's homes. Transit is a part of this larger infrastructure crisis. Getting from one side of my district to the other is a nightmare. Many people commute from Westchester into New York City for work, and this is extremely challenging for those who already struggle with the cost of housing and childcare. Some try to lower the
numbers to go.
Yeah, they named them all.
Oh,
They didn't even name me.
You're not.
Has to mute. Thank you. Some try to lower the costs by avoiding the more expensive commuter rail system, which greatly increases their commute time. This leads to a horrible quality of life for many thousands of people. Instead of bringing us together, our current transportation system keeps us apart. Prior federal infrastructure investments, like the Federal Highway Administration's work during urban renewal, destroyed Black and brown communities in my district. Highways built during this time, like the Cross Bronx Expressway, remain physical barriers that separate my constituents from the resources they need to thrive and pollute the air that they breathe. So as we authorize transportation programs and pass the next recovery package, we can't be satisfied by just fixing highways or increasing the number of electric vehicles on the road. As with all of our infrastructure, whether we're talking about physical or social infrastructure, we need to rethink and rebuild from the ground up. We need to heal the wounds of history. We need to reconstruct these systems based on principles of care and love for all people and for the planet we share. Every American should be able to efficiently navigate their city, suburb, or town by train or electric bus, and they shouldn't have to pay much, if anything, to do it. Everyone should be able to access transit that is fully compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act and beyond. Let's build safe, walkable, bike-friendly, and accessible streets and communities, knit together by a world-class, affordable, high-speed rail system. Let's turn our unnecessary highways into parks and protect communities from displacement and gentrification. And at every turn, we have to combine zero carbon structures with the public services, good paying employment opportunities, and clean environments that all people need to be free. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. And I now yield 5 minutes to Congresswoman Underwood of Illinois. Congresswoman Underwood. Congresswoman Underwood, you're up. Can you hear us? We'll come back to Congresswoman Underwood. Mr. Levin,
I believe I was next. I don't know if I'm recognized to speak.
Yes, Lauren, I just recognized you. Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. Thank you so much,
Great.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful that you provided this opportunity for non-committee members to share our priorities with the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. In the wake of a devastating pandemic, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity this year to fix our nation's neglected infrastructure and set our country up for economic success for decades to come. I am thrilled that President Biden and congressional Democrats are moving quickly to build on the down payment in the American Rescue Plan with much needed long-term investments in our communities, policies with widespread and bipartisan support. My district runs from the Chicago suburbs and exurbs to the Wisconsin border and the rural communities that border Wisconsin. The infrastructure needs are broad, and over the last 2 years, my team and I have consistently surveyed our local leaders so that we can best advocate for their needs. Let me tell you what we've heard. Most people in my district aren't thinking in the trillions, but for some of them, they might as well be because of how hard it is to access existing federal funding streams. So that's my first point. This package truly needs to be big picture when it comes to distributing the resources that it includes. It needs to meet the needs of small communities that can't afford a lobbyist or a full-time grant writer, not just the big guys. Next, this package needs to be big picture in how it defines infrastructure. Expanding Metro mass transit services to the Chicago suburbs and Kendall County is one of the top priorities for economic opportunity and quality of life in my district. So is securing a new long-term water source for Joliet and surrounding communities facing the risks of unstable water supply due to depleted aquifers. In addition to smaller investments through community project funding, these kinds of larger scale regional projects need to be part of the conversation about an infrastructure package. But as we revitalize transportation, we need to be bold in how we improve the tools needed to support an economy that works for everyone, including so many communities in my district that need greater investment. In McHenry County, infrastructure means rural broadband access for small businesses and students, including finalizing new maps that better address exactly which areas are still pretty much dial-up. In Spring Grove, infrastructure means upgrading water treatment facilities to help people in our communities live healthier lives. In West Chicago, infrastructure means removing and replacing old water service lines contaminated with lead. We need to build new projects and fix and maintain old ones. Continuing to put off maintenance of our existing infrastructure isn't just dangerous, it's way too expensive for our constituents and our government. The average Illinois driver pays over $600 per year in costs incurred by driving on roads in need of repair. And the 2017 Republican tax law raised costs for my constituents even further by eliminating the SALT deduction, an issue that absolutely must be addressed by this Congress at the soonest opportunity. These upgrades need to be made, and as you all know, they are never again going to be cheaper than they are today. Will all of this be a serious investment? Well, of course, but because we should be paying for quality American workers and quality American jobs, not tax cuts for the biggest corporations. And lastly, as we talk about costs, I want to note that a lack of action is the most expensive choice of all. Failing to meet this mandate to go big and get our country back on track as we battle this pandemic, failing to deliver on the reasons that voters sent us here with a Democratic Senate, House, and White House for the first time in a decade, that will come with costs that fall most heavily on the American people that we serve. So thank you again for having me. I'm looking forward to working together with all of you to bring America's infrastructure into the future. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. And I now have the pleasure of yielding 5 minutes to Mr. Levin of California.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for holding today's Member Day hearing. This Congress, we have a unique opportunity to pass the long-awaited infrastructure package that our constituents have been repeatedly promised over the years. And as you assemble the portions of the infrastructure package that fall under the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's jurisdiction, I urge you to incorporate provisions that address the climate crisis, both by making our transportation infrastructure more resilient and by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In particular, I urge you to prioritize regionally and nationally significant mega projects that build resiliency, such as a key railway relocation project in my district. President Biden's American Rescue Plan aims to unify and mobilize the country to fight the climate crisis, which it calls one of the great challenges of our time. Strengthening the resilience of our infrastructure is critical as our country experiences the impacts of this climate crisis. In my district, in Southern California, climate change means more intense wildfires, deeper droughts, and rising sea levels. I know that many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have also experienced these impacts, which is why climate resilience has been a significant area of bipartisan cooperation. I commend your committee on the bipartisan progress you've made in this space previously, and I hope it can expand this Congress. Like in many parts of the country, the rising sea levels in my district have accelerated coastal erosion. This has caused a range of concerning impacts for coastal safety and property, including threats to the integrity of the Los Angeles, San Diego, San Luis Obispo rail corridor, also known as the Lausanne Rail Corridor, which is the second busiest intercity passenger rail corridor in the nation. That also carries a minimum of $1 billion worth of goods annually. A portion of this rail corridor in San Diego County runs through the city of Del Mar on bluffs located adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. The Del Mar bluffs, which support the railroad infrastructure and track bed, have experienced and continue to be vulnerable to major erosion. Most recently, there were major bluff collapses in March of 2021 and December of 2020, which necessitated continued emergency work to shore up the bluffs and maintain the integrity of the Lausanne Rail Corridor. And I could share the photos with the committee, and you would be astonished that it wasn't a more serious loss of life or loss of property. A significant failure of the bluffs impacting the Lausanne Rail Corridor for an extended period of time will severely harm the local and regional economy. And we're talking of two of the most important population centers in the United States. This impacts jobs, schools, and all economic activity throughout Southern California and really through the Western United States. The corridor is used by commuter and intercity trains and also supports significant freight operations. As such, it's part of the U.S. Strategic Rail Corridor Network, also known as STRACnet, that provides critical service to 147,000 active duty service members and 5 major military installations in the San Diego area. Our local metropolitan planning organization, the San Diego Association of Governments, is executing a project to protect the Lausanne Rail Corridor by relocating it inland. For those that know, by the 5 freeway, adjacent to the 5 freeway. Significant planning is already complete, and SANDAG has also been conducting exploratory geotechnical work. We ultimately expect the relocation project will cost approximately $3 billion while creating tens of thousands of jobs. So I strongly urge you to consider funding for resilience projects like the Lausanne Corridor relocation in the infrastructure package. And in particular, I hope you prioritize regionally and nationally significant mega projects like this that improve freight and commuter mobility across all modes, stimulate the economy, provide congestion relief, improve safety, build resiliency, and so much more. Well, considering existing federally recognized programs such as STRACnet. Additionally, funding should be set aside to support the Lausanne Rail Corridor specifically, as it's done for the Northeast Corridor, the intercity rail corridor that ranks just ahead of Lausanne in ridership. This project is a triple win. It creates jobs, it bolsters climate resilience, and it protects our national security, and it is critical for Southern California. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with you on these critical resilience projects in the 117th Congress. Thanks, and I'll yield back.
Thank you so much. And next, I'm happy to yield 5 minutes to Congresswoman Jayapal of Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to share the concerns of Washington's 7th Congressional District. As we consider how to best repair a country ravaged by a pandemic, I would like to raise 4 key priorities for my district: support for bridges, small and medium-sized cities, light rail, and earthquake resilience. My first priority is generous funding for bridges, including for the Build Grant program. My district is surrounded by water, so bridges are critical to the health of our communities and regional economy. Look no further than the West Seattle Bridge, which was the most traffic structure in Seattle until the city was forced to close the bridge last March of 2020 after an inspection revealed serious cracks in the infrastructure. Seattle has since been working expeditiously to safely restore access, but the impact has been devastating for my constituents. West Seattle is accessible primarily through this bridge, so the city had to detour traffic to a much smaller crossing, which has strained other residential neighborhoods with traffic congestion and poor air quality. Businesses have been experiencing delays in getting supplies. The Port of Seattle terminal has experienced delayed truck deliveries to shipping containers. Customers from all over the region are unwilling to fight traffic to get to businesses or frustrated at delayed food deliveries. And this is only going to get worse as COVID restrictions are lifted and people begin commuting again. And the West Seattle Bridge is just one of the many bridges that needs assistance. The Seattle Department of Transportation recently analyzed 77 of our vehicle bridges in Seattle and found that in 2019, 65% were only in fair condition and 6% were in poor condition, a truly untenable situation. I'm grateful that the House passed H.R. 2 last year with a drastic increase in funding, but given its stalling in the Republican Senate last session, the need is more urgent than ever, and I urge the committee to expand its support for bridges in this next package. Second, there's an urgent need for dedicated funding for medium-sized cities. The need for infrastructure improvements for roads and bridges is necessary regardless of the size of city. And yet small and medium-sized cities in my district face a much greater challenge in accessing the funding that's needed for critical repairs and projects. They have to compete against large cities for funds, but they just don't have the same resources as their larger counterparts. These smaller cities need a better shot at accessing funding so they can attract economic activity and address safety and quality of life for their residents. As we lead the economic recovery, let's provide robust and dedicated support to these small and medium-sized cities to ensure reliable infrastructure. Third, I urge the committee to continue expanding its support for light rail projects. In my district, Sound Transit will triple our light rail system, an ambitious expansion. Further, our light rail system now runs on 100% carbon-free electricity, a first for major light rail systems in the country, through an innovative agreement signed with Puget Sound Energy to purchase wind energy directly from the utility's Green Direct program. This is projected to save more than $390,000 in electricity costs over the 10-year contract, while also supporting new local clean energy jobs. In our state, transportation is responsible for 40% of greenhouse gases, and transit is the linchpin of regional sustainability. Our country and our region need federal assistance on important projects like this that reduce congestion, support our economy, and address climate change. Finally, I want to briefly note my strong support for federal assistance for earthquake resilience and risk reduction projects. The Pacific Northwest is highly prone to earthquakes, and Washington will continue to experience damaging, deadly, and expensive quakes. In fact, a FEMA spokesman put it bluntly: the entire Northwest coast will be toast. Mr. Chairman, I know these are issues that you understand well, and I urge the committee to continue providing robust funding for states to prepare. As Congress enacts reforms to support a full economic recovery, I look forward to working with you to ensure substantial funding for bridges, dedicated funding for medium-sized cities, prioritizing earthquake resiliency, and our light rail systems. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes. I'm not sure if you're muted.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chairman DeFazio for recognizing the importance of this Member Day hearing. I'm grateful for all of the work that together we accomplished in the 116th Congress, and I very much look forward to working with you, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, to continue our work together. As I've told you before, I came to Congress to work on the issues facing everyday Americans and everyday Minnesotans, like fixing our nation's crumbling infrastructure, making it easier for communities in my district to carry out transformational projects. As a former member of the T&I committee, I was proud to help shape H.R. 2 in the last Congress and set the roadmap for putting people back to work on our infrastructure plan, like adding a lane and interchange on I-35 in Lakeville to ease traffic, improving Highway 52 in Goodhue County, and completing outstanding projects on Highway 13 that will improve freight access. Completing these projects, among many others, will help reduce congestion, increase safety, and are the infrastructure projects of our future. The Moving Forward Act contained a number of key infrastructure policy priorities that we must get across the finish line this year. Therefore, I would strongly urge the committee to include the following policy proposals contained within the bill. First is funding for active transportation projects with an active transportation connectivity grant program to support infrastructure investment in connected active transportation networks for walking and bicycling. The funding would support the development of active transportation networks such as the Veterans Memorial Greenway, which will connect Lebanon Hills and the Mississippi River Greenway through the Inver Grove Heights and Egan communities. Last year, H.R. 2 proposed to dedicate $250 million in 1 year for the program. The infrastructure bill under development should include the grant program with full funding of $500 million per year over the full life of the bill. Secondly, increase federal aid, highway funding, and establish community transportation investment grants program. This would help local governments such as Dakota County access new sources of funding to complete key community projects that are urgently needed, but currently lack the funding to complete. Third, continue to recognize the importance of freight and ensure devoted funding for multimodal transportation projects, such as those under development on Highway 13 between Burnsville and Savage in my congressional district. Fourth, increase flexibility and direct funding for rural communities and readopt the Craig Local Roads Amendment. H.R. 2 contained historic investments in dedicated local transportation funding, including the $600 million per year through the Community Transportation Grant Program for projects that improve safety and make necessary improvements, with a minimum of 25% of those funds set aside for our rural communities. It also would have established the Rebuild Rural Grant Program focused on infrastructure in rural communities and expand the High-Risk Rural Roads Program and increase investments for safe rural roads without depleting other funding resources. The base bill should also include the text of my amendment that was included to provide dedicated surface transportation block grant funding to local roads in communities with populations under 5,000. Three more quick priorities. Create a standalone bridge repair program. The updated proposal should carry over the minimum bridge investment requirement that will help states keep their bridges safe. Encourage transportation and infrastructure careers. The bill should again examine current efforts and look for ways to encourage diverse applicants to fill in-demand transportation career opportunities. Finally, increase available safe truck parking. The bill should incorporate provisions of my Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act to address the shortage of parking for commercial motor vehicles to improve the safety of commercial motor vehicle drivers. I've also been hearing directly from my local communities about the specific projects they wish to see funded under the committee's new process, and I look forward to sharing those with each of you soon. It's clear that demand is high for a robust infrastructure package to meet the overwhelming need from a community's perspective to increase our active trail networks, repair our highways and freeways to a state of good repair, and invest in modern transit systems. Finally, I would also strongly encourage the committee to add relevant infrastructure programs such as the EPA's Section 319 program and include the text of the bipartisan Local Water Protection Act, again this Congress, as the bill is advanced for a final floor vote. Thank you so much for your time and attention to such important matters, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Our excellent committee staff has informed me that the following members are in the queue and will be recognized in the following order: Mr. Neguse of Colorado, Mr. Tonko of New York, Congresswoman Stevens from Michigan, and Congresswoman Sanchez from California. So, Mr. Neguse from Colorado, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify today about some of my priorities within the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee's jurisdiction. I represent a vast and diverse district, Colorado's 2nd congressional district. It's bigger than the state of New Jersey. It stretches from Boulder to Fort Collins and along the Front Range of Colorado up through our mountain communities. The infrastructure needs of my district are as diverse as the geography of the district itself, which is also rapidly growing. In my district and across the United States, our infrastructure is no longer able to meet the needs of the population and is in desperate need of repair and investments. In Colorado, there are more than 450 bridges and 3,600 miles of roadway that are currently in poor condition. The state's infrastructure received a C- on its infrastructure report card, illustrating the dire need for these investments that we are talking about today. There are a number of projects that are shovel-ready and that we will certainly advocate for as we work on the infrastructure bill in the months ahead, in particular, including improvements on Northern I-25 and on I-70 and the Floyd Hill project in my community. And I appreciate the opportunity to highlight those priorities, among others, for the committee. I also want to talk about the importance of resiliency in our infrastructure. As many of us have seen in our districts, natural disasters are continuing to increase in number and severity as a result of climate change. In the last 10 years, extreme weather events have cost my state, Colorado, $50 billion in damages. In my community, many communities are still recovering from devastating flooding that occurred 8 years ago in 2013, and now from the first and second largest wildfires in recorded Colorado history, which burned in Colorado's 2nd congressional district last summer and last fall. We have to prioritize resiliency when building and rebuilding infrastructure to ensure that we're building, that what we are building will be able to withstand the challenges of climate change. I want to thank the committee for the work that you've already done to prioritize resiliency, and I would just ask you to respectfully consider my Climate Resilient Communities Act legislation in the upcoming infrastructure package. The bill would require a study on the benefits in prioritizing resiliency at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA. I was glad to work with this committee and with Chairman DeFazio in particular last summer to include this bill as an amendment to the Moving Forward Act, and I would hope to work with you all again this year to include this bill in the legislation. Secondly, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the Wildfire Recovery Act, which is a bill that I introduced on a bipartisan basis with Representative Curtis of Utah, and I know it's incredibly important to the chairman, Chairman DeFazio, as well. The bill is a recovery, or rather, as a result of the large fires in Colorado and many communities in the West, including in the states of Oregon, Nevada, Utah, and California, experienced last year. Driven by community concerns about meeting the cost share requirements for Fire Management Assistance Grants, FMAG, from FEMA, which supports firefighting costs related to wildfires, this bill would allow for flexibility in the federal cost share for FMAG and direct FEMA to issue guidance for raising that cost share. For communities working to recover from wildfires and really facing a lot of budget pressures, flexibility in the federal cost share for the FMAG program would be a huge help. And I hope to work with you and the committee, I should say, in terms of including this effort in the upcoming legislative package. Lastly, I want to mention another issue that is certainly very important to my district, which is train horns and quiet zones. The train horn noise and quiet zones issue, I know, has percolated before this committee on occasion in the past. Last year, I worked with the committee to include an amendment studying train horn noise and additional measures that can be used to qualify for quiet zones. I think many members will attest to this from feedback they've received from their communities, that the quiet zone process can be very arduous and confusing for small cities and communities and counties working on these applications. And so this amendment would provide much needed clarity for those communities. And I would hope that the committee would consider including that amendment, which would reduce the burdens on communities and increase the transparency surrounding the quiet zone process in ultimately the final infrastructure bill that is approved by the committee. In closing, I want to thank Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves for the opportunity to testify before you today. And I want to thank you for the many opportunities you provided for members to engage in the infrastructure and surface transportation reauthorization projects and the exciting opportunities provided with member designated projects. And I also want to thank in particular the staff of the Transportation and the Infrastructure Committee, who have just been so incredible to work with our team in ensuring that we highlight these various priorities, which are incredibly important to the people of Colorado and ultimately the people of our country. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your consideration, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank Chair DeFazio, Representative Lynch, and members of the committee for the opportunity to address the Transportation Committee today. For far too long, our nation's infrastructure has fallen into disrepair, dragging down our economy and leaving us failing to meet the needs of the American people and struggling to compete with the rest of the world. I continue to hear from residents of New York's 20th Congressional District about the risks posed by crumbling infrastructure. We have seen bridges collapse, communities experience repeated flooding, and the lack of equitable access to public transit. New York received a C- grade on its infrastructure report card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This barely passing grade illuminates many deficiencies that require immediate attention, including repairs to our highways and bridges, modernization of public transportation, including trains and transit, the need to modernize our drinking water systems and wastewater treatment works, and to do so with greater coordination in our approach to action within the interconnected water and sewer sectors, and efforts to increase energy efficiency, to reduce household energy costs, improve weatherization, and ensure grid resiliency. Transformational spending on infrastructure is key to our economic recovery. In districts like mine, the expansion of rail networks to connect small towns, addressing repeated water main breaks, the revitalization of local ports, and increased funding for innovative research and development will provide short, medium, and certainly long-term improvements to the systems that connect us and our economic prospects. In our efforts to maximize job creation, we must ensure that disadvantaged communities are not left behind. An outsized emphasis on shovel-ready requirements predominantly benefits already well-off communities over those that, without early-stage support, would be unable to get projects past initial engineering and design work. For struggling towns and cities, this early project investment can make all the difference. I believe that addressing our infrastructure challenges are a critical component of our holistic efforts to combat climate change and ensure a livable world for current and future generations. Building back better means embracing science, prioritizing the resiliency of our built and our natural environment. As chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee's Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, I recognize that the climate crisis is one of the greatest challenges of our lifetime. And bold federal climate action presents one of the greatest opportunities to create millions of good-paying jobs and ensure that our workers and our businesses can compete in the already ongoing transition to a sustainable future and a clean energy economy. Earlier this year, I helped introduce the Clean Future Act, an ambitious climate legislation that would ensure that the United States take aggressive action this decade to achieve net zero greenhouse gas pollution as quickly as possible. There is no question that this infrastructure bill is a tremendous opportunity to help us reach those lofty climate goals. Our nation's deteriorating infrastructure is not solely a state or federal issue. It is not a small or large business issue. It is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. Infrastructure is an American issue that directly affects our ability to compete in the global marketplace and provide financial security for millions of American families. In this moment, we are presented with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to overcome the darkness of this pandemic, combat climate change, and rebuild our nation in ways that make us stronger, safer, and certainly more respected. This is not only an opportunity to pave the roads we drive and improve our bridges. This is an opportunity to pave the way to a clean energy economy and build a bridge to connect us with a most prosperous future. Time is of the essence, and I look forward to working with you to deliver this powerful investment in the lives and livelihoods of all Americans. My district is a compilation of several small cities, mill towns that are looking to reinvent themselves, to have that reconstruction effort made in their generation, and to have a comeback scenario really be a live and real concept. To do that, we need to make certain we invest in those small cities, those struggling cities. They need that opportunity to compete effectively, to have shovel ready. They need those funds for that early start initiative. And they need to have information or inserting resources on items that will address quality of life, including rail opportunities, train stations, and certainly the efforts to have green moments with infrastructure that provides innovative opportunities for infrastructure in their comeback scenario reconstruction moment. So thank you one and all for the opportunity to invest in all of our communities and to give that particular attention to innovation and our struggling communities looking to reinvent themselves. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for affording the time for these member hearings. I'm delighted to testify before you here today. Certainly, it is no surprise, and it is certainly an imperative for the state of Michigan and in my district located in the southeastern corridor that we are in desperate need of road improvements. And it is an unfunded mandate, and it is hampering economic activity. It is hurting public safety, and it is a demand that is crying out from every corner of the incredible Michigan's 11th district. Though our local and state officials have led the way with investing in local infrastructure and supporting infrastructure needs, there just hasn't been enough federal support in our community's evolving infrastructure needs, including simply making sure that our existing roads are still effective and safe. There is a great example of a project in my district that I am really excited to share with all of you here today, a bipartisan, bi-county, multiple community project called the Beck Road Improvement Corridor. This jurisdictional project seeks to expand a congested roadway that is part of our federal aid highway and install a grade separation to alleviate traffic and improvement safety. The Beck Road Business Corridor Railroad Crossing Safety Project will construct a 5-lane overpass over a current at-grade 3-track railroad crossing on a busy business corridor with over 28,000 cars daily in the fastest growing section of the Metro Detroit area. There are many, in fact, almost countless industrial and retail concerns lining the Beck Road business corridor that must use a congested 2-lane Beck Road corridor lane and roadway and crossing that serves at least 3 freight trains, right? So this is just a major focus of my communities and something that we have been rallying around for years now. So we've got over 340 Wixom employers near the Beck Road Business Corridor Railroad grade crossing area that depend on this road for access for their employers, for employees, for customers, and for freight traffic. There are approximately 7,000 jobs within 1 mile on either side of Beck Road. The average daily traffic counting on this road has increased approximately 200% over the last 20 years, resulting in a crash frequency that is 10 times worse than the regional average. This project has strong community support, as I mentioned. And what I'd like to do here, I got this map, all right? And I want to enter, Mr. Chair, to the record, this map of the project to show its significance for the region, all right? We got an aerial view of the map and we got the actual snapshot of what that map looks like, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So this is by no means the only project in my district worth highlighting as a critical piece of our thriving innovation ecosystem, but it is one example of how far investments can go to make our constituents' lives better and to make sure that we are all receiving our fair share of federal funding and utilization of federal taxpayer dollars. Certainly, approaches have been taken to receive grants that have not been awarded at this time. We also, being from Michigan, it is incumbent on me to mention the consideration and the importance of electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The auto industry is the economic backbone of both my district and the state of Michigan, and our companies and workers have been long making the investments into new battery production technology to increase the use of electric vehicles in the United States. So what we'd like you to do is make sure that we're prioritizing electric vehicle infrastructure in any upcoming legislation, and to ensure that the United States of America is the continued driver and accelerator and proliferator of this great American jobs opportunity in electric vehicles. I'm looking forward to working with you and your committee as we continue to invest in infrastructure and address issues such as safety and congestion. And I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Sanchez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member as well for this important opportunity to highlight the needs of working families in my communities. In Southern California, we are used to wasting literally years of our lives just sitting stuck in traffic. For so many families, the pandemic has been the first time that traffic wasn't a daily reality in their lives. And for a short time before the wildfire season, we experienced the cleanest air anyone can remember after our highways emptied out. It shouldn't take the worst global health crisis in a century and our lives coming to a standstill just to experience some fresh air. We have got to do better, especially for communities like mine in Eastern LA County that have seen transportation investments pass us by. I've been proud to work with LA Metro, the county, and local agencies on projects to fix this inequity. For example, the West Santa Ana branch will finally bring rail service to 1.2 million LA County residents who've never had an alternative to sitting in traffic, whether in a car or a bus. Once this 19-mile corridor is complete, it will link the cities that I serve, like Bellflower, Artesia, Cerritos, and the entire LA Metro rail network. Many other cities I represent can finally look forward to rail service through the extension of the Gold Line through the East Side Corridor Phase 2. This critical project will bring clean, affordable transportation and historic opportunities to the cities of Montebello, Pico Rivera, Santa Fe Springs, and Whittier. Neither project by themselves will erase decades of uninvestment and underinvestment, but they are exactly the kind of meaningful differences that we can make to reduce some of the daily pressures on working families. And neither would be possible without my community's willingness to vote itself tax increases time and time again. We put our own skin in the game over and over again because we can't wait any longer to fix the federal government's historic obsession with highways that divide our communities. While we build a future for our kids that isn't dependent on sitting in a car, we also have got to take better care of the roads and bridges that we continue to rely on. The Del Amo Boulevard Bridge is a perfect example of what happens when the federal government fails to keep up with the basics. It's over 50 years old, it's rated structurally deficient, and it snarls traffic every single day. It also connects 2 counties and 3 cities, so it's the kind of project that the federal government should help fix. Fortunately, LA Metro has stepped up with county tax dollars so that we can proceed with the project's planning. But this transportation reauthorization should be the first step in better helping our communities keep up with our infrastructure needs. After the crisis we've lived through, the work we are doing this year is deeply urgent to finally put the pandemic in the rearview mirror. But we can't just rebuild to the old normal, where the first breath of clean air comes from our economy being closed overnight. We've got to rebuild a future where clean air and opportunity is a reality for all, no matter what zip code you live in. By properly funding critical projects like these, we will accomplish just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for listening to my comments, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Our excellent staff has once again informed me that the following members are now in the queue and will be recognized in the following order. Mr. Rosendale of Montana, Ms. Gay Scanlon of Pennsylvania, Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, Mr. Levin of Michigan, Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts, and Mr. Conley of Virginia. So the chair now recognizes Mr. Rosendale of Montana for 5 minutes.
Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves, thank you very much for having me here today. As you look to develop service transportation legislation, I ask that you recognize the importance of federal aid highways in rural states and the vital role they play not only in my community, but nationally. Federal aid highways are the lifeblood of Montana's economies, serving interstate commerce, tourism, and they provide vital connections for people and businesses from all over the country. Montana's agricultural, natural resources, and energy industries rely heavily on strong highway systems to provide access to domestic and international markets. The state of Montana has 73,648 miles of road, of which they rely heavily on federal funding, as we have one of the lowest population bases in the country. I ask that you recognize the benefits of investment in highways in rural states and the unique challenges faced by states with long stretches of road and few people to support them. Furthermore, I ask that the committee consider legislation to invest in our nation's infrastructure, and I urge you to include bipartisan language that authorizes the Keystone XL pipeline. As you know, on the first day in office, President Biden issued an executive order revoking the permit for a Keystone XL pipeline. I urge you to consider the lasting impacts this policy will have on Montana taxpayers and local economies. The Keystone XL pipeline would cross the United States-Canadian border in Phillips County, Montana. This project would provide 12,000 jobs to the surrounding areas and has already created 200 jobs in Montana alone. Therefore, stimulating local economies and creating additional jobs to support these workers. The Keystone XL pipeline would generate tens of millions of dollars in tax revenues for local communities, including county governments and school districts. In fact, the project would provide $26 million per year in combined tax revenue to 6 Montana counties and approximately $60 million annually statewide. The president's decision to cancel the permit will eliminate 3,700 Montana-based construction jobs that would have garnered $127 million in employment earnings. This project would benefit historically poorer rural areas. I urge the committee to take up bipartisan language that authorizes the Keystone XL pipeline. Thank you for allowing me to come before the committee to discuss Montana's priorities. I yield my remaining time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Ms. Gay Scanlon from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for hosting us to talk about the needs of our districts. I represent Pennsylvania's 5th congressional district, which includes parts of Philadelphia and its suburbs and much of the infrastructure network for the region and, in fact, the East Coast. My district includes Philadelphia's airport, port, rail yard, and a key part of the Northeast Corridor, dozens of miles of highway and passenger rail lines. Pennsylvania's 5th also includes much of the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority's transit network, which operates commuter and light rail lines, subways, trolleys, and buses that link Philadelphia and its suburbs. The problems facing my district's infrastructure system are not that different from those of similar Northeast cities. Systems are old, heavily used, and authorities don't have enough money to meet their maintenance needs. For decades, we've allowed this underfunding to persist, so that now the greater Philadelphia area has billions of dollars in maintenance backlogs, which in turn prevent investment in modernization, expansion, or other improvements, as every dollar is stretched thin to keep the whole network functioning. The Pennsylvania Department of Transportation spends about $9 billion a year. And yet this meets only about half the Commonwealth's maintenance, modernization, and upgrade needs. My region's MPO, the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, estimates that the Philadelphia region will need $130 billion over the next 25 years to bring the system to a state of good repair. And SEPTA has a $5 billion maintenance backlog with a $640 million annual capital budget. This lack of funding is unsustainable, and that's why it's so important for Congress to get these infrastructure bills right. With the right amount of funding and with a commitment to forward-thinking, long-term investments, we can provide the foundation for robust economic growth in the 21st century. The fixes, upgrades, and expansions that federal dollars will facilitate will translate directly into jobs and economic activity, as well as less traffic, better and more economical road safety, and cleaner air and water. And so I ask your committee continue to lead the way in providing robust, comprehensive funding to meet the country's infrastructure needs. We need funding for backlogs, new projects, climate change mitigation, and road safety. Funding for airports, ports, and multimodal connections to ensure reliable, low-cost supply chains for businesses and manufacturers. And funding for Amtrak to improve passenger rail service and explore opportunities for high-speed rail. The possibilities for our country are endless. We need only the imagination to realize these ambitious goals. We cannot afford to limit our conversations on infrastructure to roads and bridges. Social infrastructure must be part of any bill we move forward if we are to maintain America's competitiveness in the global economy. Congress made great progress last year in passing H.R. 2, the Moving Forward Act, which included keystone bills from the Education and Labor, Energy and Environment, and Financial Services Committees to rebuild our schools, construct affordable housing, and expand broadband access to the whole country. These projects, along with affordable, quality childcare for our next generation and provisions to help our seniors age in place and with dignity, will have a tremendous impact on my constituents while creating good-paying jobs and stimulating economic growth. I know that some of these issues may be beyond your committee's jurisdiction, but I ask that you please continue working with the other committees to ensure that the American Jobs Plan meets the ambitious goals set by President Biden. As you develop these important infrastructure bills, I thank you for keeping these concerns in mind. Thank you all again for holding this hearing and allowing me to share my district's priorities with you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the chairman and the ranking members. Thank you for offering this important opportunity for members to come before the committee to speak about infrastructure priorities. I'm grateful for this opportunity to highlight the needs of rural and tribal communities across Arizona. The lack of bipartisan solutions to our national infrastructure has cost communities billions of dollars in economic activity and put the lives of children and families across the nation in danger. I'm looking forward to a bipartisan process going forward. To rebuild rural communities, Congress must focus on economic development, including high-speed broadband, development of improving educational outcomes, and access to high-quality healthcare in rural communities. Rebuilding roads and highways in rural and tribal areas must be a priority for any upcoming infrastructure package. While only 19% of the United States population lives in rural areas, 45% of all roadway fatalities occur on rural roads, making them 2 times more deadly than urban roads. Every day, Arizona families drive on some of the most dangerous roads in the country. I just spent my time back in the district driving 2,000 miles on rural roads, and I can guarantee you they're in terrible shape. Across Arizona's 1st Congressional District alone, dozens of critical roads and bridge projects await completion. Arizona ranks the 5th highest in fatality rate per 100 million vehicle miles traveled on rural and non-interstate roads. The High-Risk Rural Road Safety Grant Program Act of 2021 would establish a grant program for high-risk rural roads projects, specifically local and tribal roads outside State Department of Transportation control. This bill, which I introduced with Representative Westerman from Arkansas, will invest in safety and economic activity by providing resources and funding necessary to carry out critical safety projects. Nationally, 43% of America's public roads are in poor condition, and safety risk will continue to increase without action. Inclusion of my bill in an infrastructure package would improve the condition of many roads throughout the nation and give rural America an opportunity to get funds they might not ever get again. Additionally, I encourage the committee to address other rural transportation needs. For example, the Forest Service has a road and bridge maintenance backlog that exceeds $3 billion. Addressing this backlog will stimulate rural economies and allow for safer conditions in many forests across the country. I have 6 national forests, all are part of, and the Grand Canyon in the district. Lastly, water infrastructure, both for flood control and safe drinking water, is critical to a successful future for many Americans. Finishing projects like the Army Corps Colorado River Winslow Levee will improve life in rural communities and provide good jobs. Ensuring all Americans have access to high-speed broadband, providing clean water, investing in aging energy systems, and rebuilding healthcare infrastructure is essential to American success, especially as our communities recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. This infrastructure package must respond to the needs of all Americans, including those in rural and tribal communities. The cost of inaction on infrastructure is too high to delay any further. First of all, health and safety. Secondly, the cost just rises exponentially. Again, I thank the committee for hearing from all members, and I look forward to working together to address critical infrastructure issues. Thank you very much, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of Michigan's 9th District as you work to reauthorize our nation's surface transportation programs. On behalf of my constituents, I want to highlight the need for action on electric vehicle or EV charging infrastructure, on green transportation infrastructure more broadly, and on important local projects across Michigan's 9th District. President Dwight D. Eisenhower once implemented a radical idea, a system of highways that would bring America together. It's time to expand on that idea and bring America's infrastructure into the 21st century. To do that and to encourage our country's needed shift to EVs so that we may end our dependence on internal combustion vehicles, we must pass the EV Freedom Act, my bill to create a network of high-speed EV chargers throughout the national highway system in 5 years. This bill will create thousands of good-paying jobs with robust Buy American and prevailing wage requirements to protect hardworking Americans. I applaud President Biden's commitment to expanding the nation's EV charging network and rapidly building a network of at least 500,000 chargers. But what's really needed, the key role of the federal government, is to provide high-speed chargers along our nation's roadways to facilitate road trips and slay range anxiety. I believe the EV Freedom Act is the policy to get us there. We can supercharge our economy, create the jobs of the future, further unify our country in a sustainable way, and at long last, lead the world in green energy infrastructure. But we can't stop there. The overall transportation sector represents the largest source of US greenhouse emissions. We need to tackle the climate crisis and our crumbling infrastructure simultaneously by taking a big, bold step towards total transportation electrification. That's exactly what my Build Green Infrastructure and Jobs Act with Senator Warren, Senator Markey, and Representative Ocasio-Cortez will accomplish. It invests $500 billion over 10 years in state, local, and tribal projects to jumpstart the transition to all electric public vehicles and rail and modernize the nation's infrastructure. Modeled after the Department of Transportation's successful Build Grants program, this is the investment we need to expand transportation electrification with urgency and create good-paying union jobs. Before I close today, I want to talk about the topic that's perhaps most urgent of all, investing in projects that will benefit communities in Michigan's 9th District. My team and I have spent the last month collecting input from our local communities on critical transportation projects in need of federal investment to get them across the finish line. Everyone has funding also from state and local partners. I'm so grateful to our local leaders who identified projects varying from improvements in traffic signals, expanding bike lanes, resurfacing badly torn up roads, increasing drainage along roadways, building ADA sidewalk ramps, and expanding green infrastructure. I look forward to sharing more details about these projects with the committee, and I request respectfully that the committee bear these priorities in mind when allocating funding to rebuild our crumbling roads and bridges while simultaneously ensuring our investments tackle the climate crisis with the urgency and boldness it requires. Again, I thank you for your consideration and the chance to speak to you today. I look forward to working with you on all of this, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I'm glad to have this opportunity. We know that the American Society of Civil Engineers 2018 report stated that Michigan received an overall grade of a D+, which describes our infrastructure systems as old and outdated, illustrating how severe Michigan's infrastructure challenges are. But Michigan is not alone in this struggle. As a former mayor who had responsibility for infrastructure, struggling with the budget, trying to figure out how to make it work, coming up with our local matches, our economy downturn caused by this ongoing COVID-19, investing in infrastructure and good paying jobs are even more imperative to my home state and our country's economic development more than ever. As the chairman rightfully stated, during the March 25th committee hearing with Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, we know that in this pivotal time, it's not just how we invest, but how we invest these funds that will determine whether an infrastructure bill moves our nation in the right direction. We move our nation in the right direction by ensuring that the infrastructure package is inclusive. This means ensuring women and communities of color are represented in the infrastructure workforce. We work to remove any and all barriers to the participation. We know that when we commit to rebuilding back better, that we cannot rebuild back better if it is not rebuild back better by all of our community, by people of color, by women, that when we get all hands on deck, all of our economy, and we won't have these pockets of poverty left behind as the country is moving forward like we saw in the New Deal. We know at that time in our history, we were proud of our investments, but we left people behind. And we do not want to do that this time. One of the ways we can do that is by expanding women's participation in apprenticeship programs and other job training programs. We need to ensure that we are open and inclusive in letting of the contracts of these billions of dollars that we're going to invest in our infrastructure. We know that we have a union president. However, our unions cannot continue to do business as usual, or else we'll end up in the same place that we were before. Our workforce, when you go into these communities of color and they see the truck pull up and we see all these people making these good paying jobs, that we must ensure that they see their community represented in these contracts and in the workforce. We must also provide supportive service to make it easier to participate in job training and apprenticeship programs, such as pre-apprenticeship and childcare, transportation vouchers, tools, workwear, and retention services. I want to commend the Biden administration for recognizing the need to strengthen our workforce, including investment in social infrastructure. Let us be clear about one thing: social infrastructure is infrastructure, and it is critical to our overall competitiveness. I share the chairman's goal to build on HR 2, the Moving Forward Act, and how those priorities overlap with the administration goals of Build Back Better. And we must be able to build back better with women, with minorities, included as a part of this recovery and jobs package. As the proud representative of the Motor City, the city that put the country on wheels, I stand ready to work with members of this committee in a bipartisan manner to rebuild our crumbling infrastructure, to electrify our vehicles and move our nation forward. I want to thank you, Chairman, and the ranking member for providing this opportunity, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Graves, thank you for allowing me to testify before you today. 2 years ago, I came before this committee to urge the advancement of 2 critical priorities for Massachusetts 3rd District: reauthorizing and strengthening the Pipeline Safety Act and massively increasing the federal government support for America's wastewater infrastructure needs, in particular, putting an end to combined sewage overflows. As you know, on the first priority, to in large measure the outstanding work of this committee, as well as the Energy and Commerce Committee, the Pipes Act became law at the end of 2020. This new law improves public safety and energy reliability in an environmentally sound manner. I am particularly grateful that the package included legislation that Senator Markey, Congressman Moulton, and I introduced, the Lionel Rondon Pipeline Safety Act. This specific measure, which was named in honor of a young victim of the gas explosions that struck the Merrimack Valley on September 13, 2018, is designed to prevent the types of catastrophic failures that took Lionel's life, injured so many others, and destroyed property in the cities of Lawrence and the towns of Andover and North Andover. This committee's work, I have no doubt, will save lives and property, and it will restore peace of mind to the communities that I'm honored to represent. Now that this bill has become law, I ask that you ensure the various rulemakings are rolled out on time and consistent with congressional intent. In particular, Section 206 includes a requirement that qualified employees be present on site at gas distribution system pipeline projects to prevent overpressurization. In the Merrimack Valley case, a remote system in Ohio detected the overpressurization, but could not control the gas flow. Had this provision already been in the law, this disaster may have been avoided. The Pipes Act requires a new regulation on this provision within 100 days of enactment. And as of today, we are 109 days from enactment. So please be sure that deadlines like this one are not allowed to slip. With respect to the second matter, wastewater infrastructure, the committee's Moving Forward Act marked tremendous progress in restoring the federal government's role in protecting our waterways. As members of this committee know, Congress has long extended aid to help our cities and towns comply with the Clean Water Act. However, for much of the last 30 years, this aid has largely come in the form of loans, specifically the state revolving funds. While these loans are crucial, the cities and towns that I represent are in need of grants as well. Indeed, one of the recurring requests from community project funding that I have received from mayors and town managers is grant assistance for water and wastewater projects. The need for these funds to upgrade wastewater systems cannot be overstated. Combined sewer systems, outmoded technology from the 19th century, routinely convey, by design, millions of gallons of untreated sewage directly into nearby bodies of water. Representatives Pappas, Custer, Moulton, and I are particularly concerned by the recurring discharge of CSOs into the Merrimack River, a drinking water source for over 500,000 people. This is a problem that can only be solved by increased federal investment. I was pleased that the Moving Forward Act included a 77% increase in the authorized funding level for the Sewer Overflow Control Grants Program, $2 billion over 5 years. And for the last 2 years, Congress has begun providing real dollars for the new Sewer Control Grants Program. Indeed, the EPA announced funding allocations earlier this month. While we're not yet hitting the fully authorized level, we're at least pointed in the right direction. I'm especially appreciative of the fact that the committee adopted a provision inspired by the Stop Sewage Overflow Act, a bill that Representative LaHood and I have filed. The provision reduces the CSO grant program's non-federal cost share requirement for economically disadvantaged areas. Households struggling to make ends meet simply do not have the space in their budgets to continually pay more and more in rising sewer rates. This provision will offer some much needed relief. As this committee advances infrastructure legislation, I would ask that you include the highest funding level possible for the CSO grants program and continue to prioritize easing the burden on economically disadvantaged communities in need of this aid. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. There's currently a vote in progress on the floor, so we're going to recess just briefly, and I'm going to run over and vote, and somebody else is going to take the chair, so we'll just go into a brief recess subject to the will of the chair.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will come to order. And the chair recognizes member Mr. Ryan from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mr. Ryan, we got you loud and clear.
All right, I appreciate it. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you here this afternoon. I want to thank Chairman DeFazio for his leadership throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and on each of the COVID-19 relief packages we passed and the American Rescue Plan. And as Congress begins to do our work on the transportation and infrastructure bill, I'd like to share some of my priorities with the committee's jurisdiction. One of my top priorities is making sure that the Youngstown-Warren Regional Airport in my district continues to fulfill its essential mission as a key component of the local transportation infrastructure in Northeast Ohio. Market forces in recent years, including the most recent setback of U.S. commercial air services from COVID-19 travel restrictions and health and safety concerns, has left this airport in the precarious position of losing its commercial service categorization and being reclassified as a general aviation airport, causing the loss of significant dollars intended for community airports under the CARES Act and subsequent program awards. Additionally, the Youngstown Warren Airport is one of very few airports that serve as home to an active Air Force Reserve station. This is important because the airport, regardless of whether it's classified as a commercial airport or a general aviation airport, is always responsible for maintaining the runways for the Air Force C-130s that use them. It is very costly for the airport to provide a safely maintained and operational facility for the U.S. Air Force. And the Youngstown Warren Airport counts on robust airport improvement funds to afford that maintenance. I especially want to thank your committee staff, including Brian Bell, Alex Burkett, Adam Weiss, Josue Ambris, for taking the time to meet with my staff and the officials from the Youngstown Warren Regional Airport and offering to work with us to get this issue addressed. President Biden's call to rebuild our crumbling roads and bridges is one that is heard loud and clear in Ohio. Ohio has received a C- grade on its infrastructure report card. We have 1,377 bridges and over 4,925 miles of highway in disrepair. There is a desperate need for funding towards Ohio's critical means of transportation. One well-known example of infrastructure that needs fixed is the Brent Spence Bridge connecting Covington, Kentucky and Cincinnati, Ohio. This bridge, which is currently carrying double the load it was built for, is critically important to Ohio's economy. And members of Congress and presidents from both parties have been promising to get it fixed for years. Now is the time to finally get this bridge fixed. Another example of where we need additional investment is the Appalachian Development Highway System. I urge the committee to fund the completion of this crucial transportation network throughout Ohio and Appalachia. Completing this highway system will go a long way towards raising the standards of living of the people who live in this historically impoverished region. When it comes to how we move across the country, I believe it's crucial that we increase our efforts to support the production of electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging infrastructure across our country. An investment in this technology is an opportunity for the United States to reclaim its role as leader in clean technology manufacturing amidst the climate crisis. Manufacturing electric vehicles will also offer good paying jobs to our workers, but only if we invest in them first. With the investments already made here in my district in battery and vehicle production, we can continue to lead the way in supporting clean energy manufacturing. Turning to other parts of our nation's crumbling infrastructure, I have been a longtime advocate that the federal government must invest in removing dangerous lead pipes across the United States. I'm encouraged to see the Biden administration's infrastructure plan echoes this goal. This Congress, I've sponsored legislation that would invest $100 billion to remove every lead pipe in the country. I adamantly believe that every person has a right to clean drinking water. We cannot stand by and watch as another generation of Americans' children are neurologically poisoned by lead pipes. I urge the committee to make this crisis end. America's waterways are another area that I want to work with the committee to address. Currently, there is a lack of coordination between the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA when it comes to cleaning up polluted rivers. As a result, I have a river in my district, the Mahoning River, in desperate need of federal investment. The entire community wishes to get this river cleaned up and restored to free-flowing state. But the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is unwilling to help remove contaminated sediment because they are afraid of being sued under the Environmental Protection Agency's CERCLA rules. The interagency paralysis, which has lasted decades, is a shameful example of government bureaucracy at its worst. I urge the committee to work with me on a fix so we do not leave this contamination in place so that we can turn this waterway into an economic asset in Northeast Ohio so that our children will be able to access this river. Lastly, I'm thankful that this plan has put jobs and rebuilding our American workforce front and center for how we accomplish these important priorities. Ohio's workers helped build this country into what it is today, and they stand ready to build the infrastructure that will be funded by this committee. That is why we must maintain strong Buy American provisions and protections. I strongly encourage the committee to prioritize policies that ensure America's workers build America's infrastructure. Doing so is an investment in the quality of life of those not only for my constituents in Ohio, but for all across the nation. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you, your staff, and across the aisle to make sure we address the issues outlined here today. Again, thank you for your steadfast leadership and attention to these very important issues. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Mahalo, Mr. Ryan. The chair will now recognize the member from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member. It's so good to members of the committee. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present a statement of my views as we move forward on infrastructure legislation. As members of Congress, the member of Congress representing the Virgin Islands, I came to Congress determined to increase long-term federal investment in all types of infrastructure, supporting the movement of people, goods, and information through our infrastructure is crucial to driving investment in our communities and maintaining America's economic competitiveness. President Biden's American Jobs Plan offers us a historic opportunity to build on the Moving Forward Act that was passed by the House last session and make further progress on infrastructure legislation. In the midst of so much uncertainty in the economy during the current public health crisis, the American people need the certainty to count on stable and strong investment in infrastructure to sustain and create jobs, as well as to enhance the mobility and safety of American motorists, passengers, and throughput systems. The American Jobs Plan proposes to make a sound investment in America. It's my hope that this committee takes care to make sure that that equally extends to the underserved areas like the US territories, equally and at the best with equity. I ask that this include provisions to not only reverse the inequitable funding cuts endured by the territories for almost 30 years now, but also to help those areas catch up and bring our federal highways up to federal standards, that being the equity portion. While the several states have received steady incremental increases in overall funding since the expiration of the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act of 1991, when the set-aside formula for funding the Territorial Highway Program was scrapped, severe cuts have resulted in great strain on the surface transportation infrastructure in the US territories. Instead of continuing to receive a percentage of highway funding, the allocation for the territories was frozen at a flat dollar amount, and that continues to this day. As a result, the Territorial Highway Program share of overall federal highway program funding has progressively declined by 50% from then until now, with the most significant decline occurring since enactment of the MAP 21 Act of 2012. In the meantime, substandard highways, roads, and other infrastructure have been further affected by harsh weather patterns, which have caused the Virgin Islands and other US territories to have an even more substantial need for federal transportation infrastructure funding. In my district, the people still feel the aftermath of major Category 5 hurricanes every day. It's been their new normal for some time before the current new normal of life in the midst of a global pandemic. We know firsthand that there are areas at every reach of this country that are in desperate need of revitalizing infrastructure. It's my primary request that the bill reported out of this committee to implement the American Jobs Plan will respect such surface transportation funding, will lay the groundwork to do that. For the long neglected US territories, I ask that the Territorial Highway Program be returned
to the set-aside portion of the federal aid highway program funding rather than a fixed amount. A set-aside that is equal to 1/5 of 1% of overall federal aid highway program funding. I'm asking for 1/5 of a penny for progress. 1/5 of a penny for the people living in the territory. Using the federal aid highway program figures from the Moving Forward Act, which the House endorsed last year, the territorial highway program would receive approximately $110 million yearly under this formula, up from the woefully deficient $42 million level that is currently received, of which the Virgin Islands is apportioned 40%, which is $16.8 million a year for our roads. Even the smallest states with comparable populations would receive 10 times that much in highway funding. For more than 25 years, the territories have had to endure with barely more than the same level of funding from 1993. I would also ask that the committee that the amendments concerning the territories added to the surface transportation portion of the Moving Forward Act and markup last year be continued to this year's surface transportation bill. This includes provisions to assist us. There's so I know my time has run out, but I ask that the rest of my statement be put into the record and that the committee specifically consider additional modal units necessary for the territories, including broadband and in particularly maritime services, our ferry boat system and others. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Plaskett, and we will ensure that your testimony gets submitted into the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair would like to now recognize the member from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the committee for this opportunity to testify. I also want to thank the committee for your flexibility in accommodating the changes in the schedule today. My goal today is to bring to the attention of the Committee of Infrastructure and Transportation priorities of my district as you all consider relevant legislation. The U.S. is the wealthiest country in the world, but we rank only 13th on the quality of our infrastructure. The need for significant federal investment in infrastructure is undeniable. This is something we can all agree on, regardless of party lines, regardless of whether you come from an urban or a rural area. In the 10th district, like the rest of the country, infrastructure means more than roads and bridges. It means adequate stormwater management and flood mitigation systems. It means affordable and accessible public transit. And it means that any investment in infrastructure, existing or new, must prioritize climate resiliency and transitioning to a green economy. Every day, more people come to the realization that climate change poses an existential threat to our way of life. As we are already seeing its impact in our own communities, data shows that precipitation in my district is increasing, which my constituents have experienced firsthand in the form of severe flooding. During the past 4 years, the Des Plaines River Trail in Lake County was flooded 50% of the time. Let me repeat that. The Des Plaines River Trail in Lake County was flooded 50% of the time. Investing in our infrastructure, reimagining and rebuilding and building in resilience by design will pay dividends down the road, especially as climate change continues to test our existing infrastructure. FEMA estimates that for every dollar invested in flood mitigation, there are $4 of public benefit. As the committee looks at prospective infrastructure legislation, I urge you to consider the impacts of climate change and building climate resiliency into our infrastructure investments, including flood mitigation. We must also continue robust support for public transport. My district is part of the Chicagoland region, which has the second largest public transportation system in the United States. During the pandemic, ridership on suburban Chicagoland's Metro commuter trains fell 90%, and ridership in the city's CTA trains fell 80%. Thanks to the funding from the CARES Act, Chicago was the only major city that was able to continue providing normal service on trains and buses. But as people begin to return to their workplaces and we return to a somewhat normal life, our public transportation system must be equipped to handle the demand. I encourage the committee to significantly invest in accessible and affordable public transportation. Finally, I encourage the committee to continue to prioritize bipartisanship as it considers upcoming infrastructure legislation. decades of underinvestment in infrastructure has hurt every state and every community in our country. As we begin to recover from the pandemic, we can best build our communities back better than they were before, only if we work together on both sides of the aisle. I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of my district, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mahalo, Mr. Schneider. The chair would like to now recognize member from Indiana, Mr. Mrvan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I would first like to thank the chairman, ranking member, and all the members of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure for holding today's hearing. I have the great privilege of representing Indiana's 1st Congressional District, which is an incredible hub of economic and transportation networks. Our road, rail, waterway, and airport transportation systems connect the Northwest Indiana regional economy to the Chicago economy and our nation. Our unique location, coupled with Indiana's strong labor organizations that have proved skilled craft workers, and our low tax, business-friendly environment continues to attract new residents and diversifies our economic development. To better serve this demand and relieve the traffic and congestion of our utilized transportation networks, I appreciate the opportunity presented by this committee to appear and testify today. And also that we have the ability to submit specific projects to the committee that will have tremendous benefit and economic revitalization in Northwest Indiana's economy. I'm grateful for your commitment to utilizing the full capabilities of the legislative branch and look forward to continuing to work with the committee to advocate for regional and transformational projects that will benefit individuals, families, workers, and businesses throughout Northwest Indiana. Additionally, with regard to policy, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to advocate for provisions regarding prevailing wage and project labor agreements, as well as strong Buy America requirements in legislation before your committee. I also would note the critical importance of the Capital Investment Grant Program, which is currently contributing to transformational investments in the South Shore Rail Line that will fundamentally improve the trajectory of Northwest Indiana's economy for the next generation of residents. As Congress prepares to consider much needed investments in the nation's public works infrastructure, we must ensure that every American has a good paying job with a safe workplace conditions. Prevailing wage requirements, also known as the Davis-Bacon requirements, protect communities and workers from unscrupulous contractors responding to bids on federally funded projects by setting wage rates to the local or prevailing standard. Additionally, PLAs simply govern the terms and the conditions of employment for union and non-union workers on federally funded projects and help eliminate any delays related to labor conflicts or shortages of skilled workers. I also strongly support rigorous Buy America policies to ensure that our American transportation infrastructure is constructed with American-made iron, steel, and manufacturing products. Domestic content provisions are common sense and good government policies that strengthen our national defense, create good paying jobs, and support a robust national economy. To demonstrate the bipartisan support of strong Buy America requirements, I would like to submit the recent letter circulated to leadership by the Congressional Steel Caucus, on which I serve as co-chairman. We must ensure that American-made goods are used in taxpayer-financed infrastructure as our nation continues to move ahead to full economic recovery. Thank you again to Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves and all the members of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for the opportunity to testify and for your dedicated work to grow our economy and improve our transportation infrastructure with transformational projects and policies that will benefit all current Americans and future generations. With that, I yield back.
Mahalo, Mr. Mrvan. The chair would like to now recognize the member from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Graves. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today about our nation's infrastructure priorities and the upcoming reauthorization of our highway and transit programs. I would love to be able to submit my full testimony at a time so that I don't exceed the 5-minute limit. As you know, President Biden's infrastructure and jobs plan details a number of important priorities to address transportation and infrastructure needs and to put our citizens back to work and to build back better. And so I want to outline some priorities that should guide this work. I know, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, you're receiving a lot of input, and hearing many concerns from many members in this body. And my hope is that with all of this discussion regarding the different types of projects funded and methodologies and vendors and funding sources and workforce development and jobs projections, all of this, I am hoping that the people and workers and construction of these projects, that you hold equity and environmental justice as guiding principles. There's no one package that can solve every problem, but by centering the needs of those who are most impacted, we can be sure that this package will not only work for all of our goals, but help us all build back better for everyone. A priority of mine is making sure that needed infrastructure investments promote equity throughout. And I think it's important to note that the communities who suffer the most as a result of previous highway policies and aging transit and water infrastructure also face the highest levels of poverty and unemployment, pollution, and other forms of discrimination based on social status, race, and income levels. In the upcoming highway and transit reauthorization and any future infrastructure package, I request that you ensure that these investments create real and sustainable pathways for minority and underserved communities to work on projects funded through the bill. This must include directly tying transportation investments to the creation of jobs in these targeted communities, such as those laid out in Section 3 of the Housing and Urban Development Act of 1968. That provision requires that recipients of HUD funds, quote, to the greatest extent possible, provide job training, employment, and contract opportunities for low or very low income residents in connection with projects and activities in their neighborhoods, unquote. I recommend that a similar provision be attached to highway, transit, and other infrastructure programs under the jurisdiction of this committee. And when I say jobs, I mean job training, internship, mentorships, apprenticeships, vendor opportunities, among other things. We can work with stakeholders to make this happen in labor, government, workforce development boards, and the nonprofit sectors. I urge the committee to take advantage of this generational opportunity. Not only can we help create and support better transportation investments, but also create real career pathways to good paying jobs that will create hope and income long after the last construction contract has been let. According to Pew Research Center survey, providing more substantial public transit funding is required to build equity into our nation's transportation options. Indeed, Black and brown populations disproportionately depend on public transit to access employment opportunities and to meet the everyday transportation needs. Today, 38% of Black and Hispanic citizens say that they take public transportation compared to 7% of our white citizens in the United States. In my city, over the last decade, public transit service lines have been cut and fare prices increased, and this has hurt the most vulnerable, while also making it harder to get to work, especially as that work has moved outside the city that's not polluted and outside the city center. We need a new highway bill that reverses this pattern of disinvestment to allow our local communities the ability to support viable and strong public transit networks, including to reach major employment centers. Historically, public transit has been the stepchild of the Highway Trust Fund, with a historic split of 80-20 of trust fund revenues. It is in an era of equity. It's time we rethink that split and begin to ensure a more robust investment in public transportation and in greening and cleaning our environment. I hope that the committee will use this opportunity to address the need to update the funding split to expedite the pace at which we invest in historically underfunded transportation. Again, environmental justice is another area that we need to look at in terms of equity, not only in cleaning up these environmental disasters in these communities, but providing training and job opportunities for those people affected to participate in the wealth that can be and job opportunities created in cleaning up and building back better and participating in these transportation projects. I could go on, but I am chastened by the gavel. And I just want to thank you all for your attention and giving me the opportunity to share my vision of building back better today. And I would yield back and remain here for any questions.
Mahalo, Ms. Moore.
Yes.
All right. This concludes today's hearing. I want to again thank all of my colleagues who took the time to testify today. I ask for unanimous consent that the record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. I also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered, the committee stands adjourned.